And hello, and welcome to Gilt and Fanfare Online, Day 2. It is Saturday. As far as I can tell, it is a beautiful day outside, although while I'm not necessarily a vampire, I don't generally take part in sun-related activities on the grounds that I could possibly burn into a fiery crisp and then shrivel into dust. Can you actually both burn and shrivel? I don't actually know if that's possible. I suppose I don't want to find out, or at least I don't want to find out by trying by myself. Now, it is, by my count, 14 minutes before we start the tea party with the Mad Tea Harlot. You're going to want to be a part of that. So, this is just me talking. I'm Jeff Mack, your host. I run Jeff Mack Events. We run Evil Expo, happening this January, and Gilt and Fanfare, whose in-person event is rescheduled due to, the pandemic. But the online event is happening right now, right here, and you are a part of it. Our Teatrix, Ms. Penelope Proper, has asked me to invite you all to come on by and grab yourselves a snack and a cup of tea. If you don't like tea, you can secretly have coffee. I'm just going to pretend it is tea. Maybe it's a tea flavored coffee. You never know. That's entirely possible. And very shortly, we will be joined by a brand new guest, the terrifying Dr. Tarawat from Toronto. I'm just going to take a moment to make sure that we are streaming properly. Can you hear me? Can you see me? And if so, I'm terribly sorry. Hello. Welcome, Clayton George. And hello, Lemon and Kara. Kara or Kara? Hello, everyone. Now, just to warn you, this is not going to be the most exciting 12 minutes of your life because I am only the warm-up act. I am here to greet you. I am kind of here to make sure that there's any gigantic technical fail that it happens while yours truly, that is the event promoter, is talking, and not while one of our valued guests is on. So if, for example, the sound wasn't working, or we weren't showing up on YouTube, we're showing up on YouTube, are we showing up on Facebook? Looks like we're showing up on Facebook. If anything was going horribly wrong, I figured it should go horribly wrong to me and not one of our guests. That's sort of my philosophy. Hello, Rebel Time Lady. Hello, everyone. Hey, anyone, if I get your name wrong, if I see you on the stream and I get your name wrong, mispronounce it, like Camry Lycan, feel free to let me know how to pronounce it. I am, as you can see, or may not be able to see, wearing my Evil Expo 2020 t-shirt. Evil Expo is the gathering for villains, monsters, dark lords, and those who favor villains and that ilk. I'm not going to spend too much time. Oh, I usually keep a chair here. I usually keep a cushion on my chair because I type for about 1 million hours a day. But while I'm actually dark lording, it's not as helpful. This cape that you see, I'm not much of a fashion model, but this cape behind which I'm now hiding, this is by Podling's Place, and I will do a shout out to Podling's Place later on after we've shown you some real entertainment. And honestly, just to fill a moment, if you don't know my work, I am the author of. Let me see if I have another copy. I do not have a copy of my first book. Fantastic. I don't have enough books here. This is my problem. But I'm the author of a bunch of books. You are always welcome to check them out. Look, if you've got a credit card, figure you're going to be in credit card debt anyway. Why not stop by Amazon and spend, say, $1 million on buying, 13,000 copies of this book. This is Villains, Villainy, and Villain Punk. Monstrous Microfictions by Jeff Mack. I know, my last name looks like it should be pronounced Mach or Mach. Someone at Ellis Island had a sense of humor some 120 years ago, and we've never figured out how to fix it. much as I've never really figured out how to make a book stand up on a stand. This is my latest book, I Hate Your Time Machine. It's full of short stories. The art is by the amazing Dustin Peterson. And just by looking at this book, you can tell that it's a good book. I mean, that's not actually true, but if I can implant in your mind the suggestion that by seeing this book, you know that it's good and you're going to enjoy reading it, I certainly will do so. Furthermore, every time you buy one of my books, you do not get one of these great bookmarks that I had intended to give out when people bought my books only. The publisher that I was working with didn't actually place it in bookstores and just put it on Amazon. So I've got all these bookmarks. You'll have to see me in person at some point to get them. All right. So, hey, everybody. Oh, is that who Rebel Time Lady is? Oh, this is exciting. Now, we're left with this perplexing puzzle. What does a warm-up act do while I wait for everyone to enter the studio? First, I'm going to surreptitiously look on Facebook and see if anything is exploding. At least one thing has exploded. I apparently did not send Chelsea the right link. One moment. I am now sending Chelsea a link, and very shortly we will be joined by the amazing, the one and only Chelsea Goodwin, star of stage, screen, wrestling, and the show In Goth We Trust. I'm also going to send this link out over here. This is me carefully copy and pasting the link to StreamYard to make sure that everybody has it, just in case they don't, because otherwise I'll just be sitting here talking. All right, so now, as you guys might note, as a Dark Lord, I'm approximately 70 trillion years old. I'm going to bring Chelsea on, and then I'm going to tell a joke while I'm doing that. Looks like Chelsea might be taking a moment to get ready. Oh, she's here. I will tell a joke whilst Chelsea gets ready. I'll add Chelsea to the stream. So I was trying to think of what kind of joke I could tell that would be one and completely inoffensive. And it came to me like this. Two bipedal carbon-based beings walk into some sort of establishment of some kind and order, using some system of monetary transaction, some sort of non-durable good, such as a food or beverage. The robot or bartending being or beings or whoever else is taking their order brings them their non-specified, non-durable edible and says something witty, to which someone else replies something completely ridiculous, and everyone laughs. There. I've now told a completely inoffensive joke. How do you guys feel? Chelsea, can we hear your mic? Is your mic up? Kara, yes, we will have some people other than Evil Inc., although I'm excited to see how many people other than Evil Inc. are here. Chelsea, is your mic working?
I believe it is. Are you hearing me?
Wait a second. Would you say that again?
It should be. Are you hearing me?
I am. So, having used computers for about 35 years of my life, I am apparently unaware of this simple lesson. If you don't turn your speakers on, you won't have sound. Oh, good heavens. Chelsea, how are you today?
Oh, all right, I suppose. Rusty and I were enjoying a visit from our daughter, who is just headed back to the horrors of New York City.
Oh, goodness. Do you have any jokes you'd like to tell?
Actually, I do. This one happens to be British, and that I first heard it from a British person over in the UK. So this lady and his wife, or these two non-binary primary partners, are going into the Royal Albert Hall in order to see a concert, and there's this bloke sprawled across 3 chairs. So they say, "Excuse me, but would you please sit up so that we may sit here? See, these are our seats." And he just says, "Ugh!" No, really, I must insist. These are our tickets. Would you please sit up so that. Ugh! Well, very well. I shall have to call for an usher. Usher, usher. The usher comes over. Sir, would you please sit up so that these two people may sit in their proper seats? Well, if you're not going to sit up, I shall have to go for a bobby. The usher runs out. Acknowledgement, Dr. To what?
Dr. Arawat.
Greetings.
Dr. Tarawat, greetings. So the usher runs out, comes back with a bobby. The bobby says, "See here, you really must sit up and allow these people to sit in their seats." Very well. Well, who are you anyway? Well, where did you come from? The balcony.
Wow. I am extra excited because we are joined for the very first time at any Jeff Mack event, to my knowledge, by Toronto's greatest supervillain, the one and only Dr. Tarawat. Doctor, welcome, welcome.
Greetings. Thank you, Jeff March and Dark Lord, and thank you, Chelsea, for having me along on your tea party. I've brought my mug.
Oh, it is actually the Tea Harlot's tea party. Chelsea.
Oh, is the Tea Harlot not here yet?
She is not yet here. That's all right, though. She will be.
Ah, well, all the same. It is wonderful to be here. Thank you all, and hello to all of you who are in the chat. It is good to see you.
I will ask the tea lady when she arrives to give a special moment for you to introduce yourself to those of us who haven't seen you before, although it appears that you seem to have brought with you, if I'm peering off into the distance, I am thinking great thoughts of worldly equations and how to make the universe mine, and not sort of peering nearsightedly at the screen looking at the comments. You seem to have brought a huge crowd with you. Wow.
Indeed. We here at Evil Incorporated have ourselves a following of brave citizens who are waiting with bated breath for our new world to come to fruition. And they have come along to see us here at this tea party.
Goodness. Well, I had best sit up straighter. Would you say that the United States is ahead of or behind Toronto itself? Not that Toronto is all of Canada.
In what regard?
in the field of preparing the world for world domination.
It's a funny thing. Of all the people that I thought I would have to fight for world domination, Robert Ford, our mayor some years back, certainly gave me a run for my money for being the greatest supervillain in the Toronto metropolitan area. So that was a bit of a thing. Going up against the United States, though, I mean, I don't want to get too political, but there's a certain Cheeto-dusted individual who is very much proving to be just the worst kind of supervillain, really. Just no vision with what he's doing, no objective, just chaos and insanity all over the place. I despise that kind of behavior.
Well, you have my personal assurance that when I myself decide to stop writing books long enough to start conquering something, I will intend to be a supervillain of tremendous vision, which is difficult considering that I wear bifocals, but tremendous metaphorical vision and extraordinary capitude. I have quite a lot of cape.
Well, I'm hoping at some point in the near future, perhaps your current chrysalis may open and reveal a Dark Lord that has marginally better eyesight.
Well, and on that note, let me allow the Mad Harlot T-Trix. Actually, I'm going to zoom in on the T-Trix for now, using the power of the solo layout. Hello, my lady. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, beautiful people at Gilt and Fanfare. Mr. Evil Lord himself, Jeff Mark. How are you? It's so lovely to take tea with everyone today.
I figure that we'll give you this broad view for a bit, and then we'll go back to a group view so that we can all sort of party together.
This is wonderful. You know, it's always wonderful to take tea by yourself, but you know, the way things always are, sometimes it's much more fun to have other people involved than to do it all yourself, you know?
I quite agree. I think tea parties are more fun with other people, and this is when it comes to socially distant tea parties. I think I can think of no tea hostess I would rather have than you. I might ask a special boon. Might we allow the good Dr. Tarawat to introduce himself once I take us to the four-person screen, as I don't know if many of our own audience is familiar with his work. Is that all right, my lady? Is that okay with you?
Absolutely. The more the better.
Very well. All
I
right.
feel totally selfish. I have all these things I want to share them with. I hope everyone brought your own tea and crumpets.
I have olives. And
Olives.
But of course you do.
Olives are good.
and I have this coffee-flavored tea. All right. And now we will go back to Beatles-style psychedelia vision. I'm going to turn the whole proceedings over to the tea lady, but first let me ask him, Dr. Tarawat, since you have done us the honor of reaching out to us and gracing our show at the last minute, making it decidedly more wonderfully villainous, would you tell us a bit about yourself?
Oh, certainly. Yes, I, as you have said, am Dr. Tarawat, Toronto, Ontario, Canada's greatest supervillain and evil genius. I am attempting to, slowly over time, build a large organization known as Evil Incorporated so that we may conquer the world and fix it, by God. And just the mess gets bigger every day. But here we are. I am honored to be here with you guys over at Gilt and Fanfare and Evil Expo and what have you. There's not a lot of sort of villainous gatherings or content that doesn't involve a tremendous amount of explosions or laser fire. I've got a plasma caster just over here, just in case the situation should call for it. But I am honored to be here. I'm very much an Orange Pico kind of guy myself. Very, very basic as far as teas go, but such as it is. And oh, thank you. And I must say, your outfit looks absolutely wonderful. I wish that I was there to enjoy some of the lovely cakes and things that you have on display.
We should make that so. We should make that happen.
You're breaking up my...
Am I?
Goodness.
Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Unfortunately, our esteemed hostess seems to be breaking up just a little bit.
Oh. Well, I will. I'll go yell at the hamsters who are supposed to be running the internet. So I'll be right back. My lady, would you like to tell us a bit about the Mad Harlot Tea Society? Can you hear us okay?
Would you like to tell about the Mad Harlot Tea?
I would love to tell you about the Mad Harlot Tea Society. Well, for one thing, I am Miss Penelope Cropper, the Tea Tricks of Long Island, although very often I am the Tea Tricks of all things villainy and evil. Today it is the middle of the day, so the fangs, of course, are tucked under. There's only some day walking you can do. That being stated, the Mad Harlot Tea Society is a provocative tea society for gatherings of power. We love to gather, rule the world, as well as, we share it with the men some days, especially if they're naughty. But we get together, we uphold each other, we enjoy tea, we take tea, and we're a little bit on the untraditional side, if you know what I mean.
What's untraditional about
you? I know, you're all scared.
I'm intimidated. I'm worried that I'm going to eat my olives with the wrong fork, especially since I don't have a fork.
Indeed. No, wait, no, that one.
Is this the wrong fork, or is this the wrong fork, or is possibly this the wrong fork? I can't tell. Um,
For the folks that are from our
I can't
evil community, they know that I commonly wear things like vests and cravats, and I must say I feel tremendously underdressed today.
no, you look fabulous.
Thank you.
The tea lady has a certain habit of being so fabulous in her attire that the rest of us just can't keep up.
I know. There's a lot of frills, and I believe she's literally wearing a hat on a hat, so it is hard to keep up.
Whoa, wait a minute. I need to see that. Hold on a second. Oh. Oh my goodness. If that's not a hat on a hat, it's something other. It's some other marvelous thing.
It's so many things on the hat, and unfortunately, but at least for me, her image has frozen.
Yes, it does seem like our fair tea lady seems to have frozen.
Hmm.
Now, I would just like to remind any members of the audience that we appreciate high-spirited hijinks around here as much as anyone else, but the last person who used a freeze ray upon the Mad Harlot was made into tea, a very painful process which involved first being turned into a plant, then being shredded for one's leaves, then being planted in the ground, then being slowly raised up through photosynthesis and the normal process of plants growing, only to have the leaves torn off and made into tea again. So whoever has done that, oh my goodness. What in the world is that, Dr. Terawat?
This is a plasma caster. I'm just getting ready to deal with anybody that might come around here to harm us with a similar device. I just need to engage the power cell. Sorry. My apologies. I figured I would
No, that's fine.
take a moment while we're all waiting.
I'm just going to take a quick moment to see that no one has called me on my phone to say, Jeff, you did something wrong, and that's why the stream isn't working. I think
You
that
did
Our
this.
Lady
It's you.
just I think that Our Lady has just lost her internet, but I can't tell for sure.
Right.
She's coming back.
Oh, good. Good. Excellent.
Yes. Maybe. Well, we have a tea lady, but no video. Now it appears that someone has used an invisibility spell. This is really,
Was there?
Is anyone else thinking of a Kiss song at this moment? I really am. I'm just going to type it in the comments while we wait for the tea lady. As usual, I'm checking the chat to make sure that, I don't know if there's anything that I can do. We might just have to hold the show for the moment.
That's quite all right. Just a bit of technical difficulty, unfortunately. These sorts of things happen. You know what? I should add a section for this to some of the panels and seminars that I gift that on how to be a supervillain whenever I do go to conventions and events. And that is certain things like make sure that when you're laughing maniacally to offer yourself enough breath between evil laughs so that you don't get lightheaded and fall over. Make sure to scoop with your hands and stand a certain way so you don't strain your lower back. And also things like, test your equipment. Don't be one of those villains that doesn't test your equipment before evil machinations sort of situation. Like you don't want your ray gun blowing up in your hands again when you go out to rob a bank or something. So these sorts of things, if you want to, broadcast to the whole world your threatening sort of business and, to give the world your ultimatum for whatever it is that you want in return for its safety, like millions of dollars or world domination and such, you need to make sure that the, things are working, though it does appear that she is suffering some manner of sabotage, and I do hope that that is resolved.
Indeed, as far as I can tell, the faraway realm in which she dwells may be under some sort of villainous attack, or
Maybe under siege.
some sort of attack by heroes. I'm not.
The forces of justice.
I thought perhaps she had been captured by the coffee consortium.
That's a group? No, of course it is. Where do you think all the coffee memes on Facebook come from?
I write most of the coffee memes on Facebook. Wait a minute. I really do. Oh dear. Is that me? Have I been the coffee consortium the whole time? I feel horrified. I mean, I'm personally in favor of coffee, but usually when I commit villainy, I like to know about it, although as Chelsea can... Oh, my goodness. The Mad Tea Harlot has been transformed into some stern yet powerful masculine figure.
She's taken refuge in another gentleman's beard. Whoop, and she's gone. We called her out and she ran away.
So, everyone at home, what are you all drinking right now? I myself am drinking just a little bit. Don't worry, this is not actually the noxious substance known as a Slurpee. You know, it's not an actual 7-Eleven product. This is perfectly fine, healthy 64 ounces of gin.
If that's the amount that you drink, I can't imagine what your bathroom breaks must be like.
No, this is not. This isn't what I drink. This is what I do when I'm preparing to drink. You know,
It's your pre-drinking.
We have been joined by the Baron Eduardo Estevez, esteemed guest.
Otherwise, mundanely known as Mike Kogan.
Welcome, welcome. Mike is one of our VIPs and was cordially invited to the tea party. Mike, if you'd rather be Baron.
Baron to be fine.
Baron. Now, I would never say anything to inflame the existing United States / Canada. How do we put this? Challenge of relations, wherein most of the United States is unable to locate Canada and are therefore suspicious of it. But since we allowed this rogue Torontonian onto the show, the Mad Tea Harlot's stream seems to have exploded.
I promise you those things are not related.
Probably not.
I'm just Googling.
Probably, mostly, not entirely. I don't know if you heard recently on the news. It was actually pretty funny. The Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, was giving a press conference, and they were like, so, you know, all of this stuff is going down in the United States. What do you think about that? And he sat there and paused for 21 seconds trying to think of exactly how to politically say everything's crazy, but I can't just say he's a freaking lunatic on air. Like, just sat there like, how do I say this? How do I say this? And then eventually he was like, it's bad. Ah, she's back.
All right, my lady. Welcome, welcome. My lady, I take full responsibility for the internet. All of it, both its creation and its current.
I thought that was
You could be right about that. Well, dearest tea lady, I have been a little
What tea are
hyperactive.
you drinking?
Me personally. All right. I'll just go back to the other view for just a moment. In fact, I will attempt to put this on me for just a moment. This is 64 ounces of gin with an eyedropper's worth of Earl Grey.
So it is Saturday. That's
Exactly. It is
Tough to hear
definitely
you, but
5
we're gonna
o'clock
work it out.
somewhere.
oh goodness.
My lady, would you prefer this view or would you like the 5-person view?
Well, I wish we were all supposed to be.
Well, then I'll split the screen up, and then anytime you want me to go back to just you, just send a holler my way.
So I just had someone off camera ask me why my pinky isn't up. Does anybody know why we don't put our pinkies up during tea?
With the pinky out.
And that's because they're putting your pinky out is pretentious.
Hmm.
Very bougie type thing to do. You don't want to be that pretentious. So
Yes, of
pinkies
course.
in, not pinkies out. Pinkies out if you want people to think you're a snotty person. If you want people to think you're more down to earth, no matter how much money you have.
So most definitely pinkies out then.
So
I myself am always correct in everything that I do.
we
Pardon me
have two
while I
very
just
special tea
inhale these olives.
tasting today. Okay. We have this tea, this pink lemonade from
Yep. Looks like she froze.
Oh dear.
My hands were up.
Cheese
It wasn't me this time.
and Spice Market and Waiting on.
Her volume is also very low.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I think we need to find someone to blame.
No.
We have a Canadian right here.
Hey, now hush you.
My mother is actually watching the stream and has reminded me that we have relatives in Toronto.
Snippet.
So she says I can't blame Canada too much.
Hey, I'm representing the Latino community here. I'm actually Puerto Rican. I know I don't look it, but I am.
I was gonna say, are you though? Like, wait.
I was born and raised there. I left there when I was 18.
Wow, fantastic.
And now I'm joining you from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. How is that this time of year?
Hot, muggy, at least the last couple of days. We had some pretty bad thunderstorms and a lot of people around lost power for a while, but we're doing okay. And
That's good.
unfortunately, I went out for a bit to drop a few things off at our local business and come back, and there are peaceful protesters lining the main highways. So,
As well, there should be, I believe. And that, yeah, I was going to say, like, in Canada, here in Toronto, we've got almost identical weather over the last little while. The temperatures really picked up. It's gotten very warm, very muggy, and there's been a number of electrical storms out here, all of which I've been blamed for by my community. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, every time I test equipment, people get fussy. But as it is, thankfully, the protesting here in Toronto has been peaceful. And the chief of police actually recently came out and sat down with everybody and had like a nice big moment where it was very respectful. So I'm glad for that much.
yeah, I'm about 45 minutes to an hour north of Philadelphia.
Ooh.
And the office where I used to work, it was about a mile from where they were having their, riots. So it was a pretty scary thing when I'm watching the news and I know exactly where they are and exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that can be really scary.
Scary stuff, yeah.
When you see like scary things happening on the news and you recognize exactly where it is, it can be quite frightening at times like this. But be that as it may, I think that, you know, as horrifying as all of this is, I believe it to be necessary for positive change.
Very much agreed. I just hope something comes out of it.
Oh, of course. I mean, nothing worth doing in history ever came about quietly or without some degree of violence, unfortunately, but it is human nature.
Well, I've written the second Dark Lord book, so I figure if I can encourage as many people as possible to join the forces of evil, because I'm really tired of seeing the sort of evil that we're seeing in our everyday lives. And if I might say, I'm not apolitical, of course. I vote now and as always for Great Cthulhu. May he come forth and devour us all with great haste. But I'm tired of the banality of essentially all of our politicians. It's not that I expect politicians to be able to work miracles. I mean, that's what we have dark gods for. But
Mhm.
I'd like to see, if we're going to have horrible and or terrifying governments, can't they be exciting, horrible, terrifying governments? Like if you're going to
Right.
have a government that's going to rule by fear and intimidation, or a government that doesn't know what to do in the face of something terrifying, can't it at least be, say, firing random lightning bolts at, I don't know, large buildings or something, as
Yeah.
opposed to just normal issuing proclamations that make us all sort of
Just disappointed.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
Like it's the whole situation is just tremendously disappointing. That's one of the things that we talk about in our Villain 101 panel that we do at live events. It's sort of like a seminar on how to be a supervillain. And that's the thing is you can be a street level supervillain, you can be a city level supervillain, you can be provincial, you can be state, you can be national, international. It really all depends on how big your scope is. But in many cases, the difference between just a jerk and a supervillain is presentation. Like, where's the shooting aimless lightning bolts at property? Like, where's the property damage? Where's the crazy ideas of and also, how dare he be the president to say that he wants to put the military in space? How dare he do something so cool and so stupid at the same time?
Well, as you pointed out, with villainy, you cannot have good villainy of any level whatsoever if you don't have the appropriate goons, minions, grunts, etc., to wield those lightning and innators that may crop up every once in a while.
No, precisely. The difference between your average everyday criminal and a villain is your presentation, the costumes that you're wearing, your monologuing, your maniacal laughter, your property destruction, like all of it.
Oh, so, don't forget the appropriate tea.
Exactly. Like where is all of that with the current administration in the United States? He is thus far the most boring and disappointing villain I've ever laid witness to. How dare he?
He doesn't even have a cat to pet.
No, he does. It's just dead and it wears it on his head.
Calico.
I've certainly had some terrible villains in my life, I've had some terribly banal villains in my life. I don't know. I'm as much in favor of satire as anyone else, but a lot of my antagonists seem to sort of throw a meme into the universe and tell a couple of lies and run away. And
yeah,
I'd like them to sort of get on air and make some big, huge pronouncements and tell some gigantic, exciting whoppers. The Dark Lord Jeff Mack has just eaten half of the moon and sold the other half of it to aliens, space aliens, obviously.
no, exactly.
Right? This whole,
Dr. Terawatt has dug a gigantic pit that goes to nowhere in specific and has started pushing dissenting individuals into its gaping maw. Like there's a headline that I want to read.
Heck, that's something I'd like to witness in person, although preferably from outside of the pit, if possible.
It's funny because when we first started, so over the years I've been doing panels and things at conventions, and one of them is called Building a Better World, where we talk about the things that I'd like to do when we take over the world here at Evil Incorporated. And a lot of people would ask me, like, what are we going to do about, the people that just won't change, the people that don't want to get on board with the brave new world? And I said, well, I don't know. Like, I don't have a polite answer for what we're going to do with all the people that just tremendously fail our new society. I guess we'll just dig a big hole and throw them in. And a lot of people kind of went, I don't know if I like that. But then recently, like maybe a year, 2 years ago, I was at Con Bravo and I was like, I guess we could throw them in the pit. And everyone just started chanting, the pit, the pit. And I was like, what happened to all of you in the last few years? Like, what's going on? All of a sudden, everybody's on board with the idea of just throwing all of our problems into a great big gaping hole. And that's another thing. the definition of a villain, not only through writing and literature, but just in society in general, the definition of a villain is a person who wants to change our status quo. And I see folks like us who want to make the world a better place, genuinely a better place. We are villains. And as such, we would like to see a better world. Thank you. The chat's going off about the pit. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. This is, this is probably going to be my new thing, Next time I go on stage, I'm going to start chanting, "The pit, the pit, the pit."
To rename the panel "The Tea Party of Evil."
Dr. Terrell, what is your, I know I just followed you on YouTube, on Twitter last night. What is your Twitter account again?
Right, yes, of course. Over on Twitter, we are at, I believe it's at Dr. Terawatt. Yes, it is. It's at Dr. Terawatt, fully spelt out. If you would like to check out our Twitch, we stream on Twitch during the pandemic. It's every night from 7 till 10 p.m. Eastern time. Though we normally just did weekdays, but we've picked up weekends as well to help entertain the brave citizens during a trying time such as these. If you would like to find links for all of this content, right now going across the bottom of the screen, you'll see it's www.evilink.co is sort of the center for all of our machinations and evil business that we get up to.
I would be applauding that, but I'm busily live tweeting this.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I did spread the link to this video on YouTube all over the internet to see if we could get as many people in here as we could.
People and other monsters. Well, Chelsea, have you been up to any exciting villainy lately?
Depends on how one defines villainy. I have been encouraging people to read by distributing free books throughout the Catskills.
Free books?
That's good.
My Larson part.
No.
If knowledge is indeed considered power, then handing out books for free is like handing out weapons. Good on you.
Well, yes, but I want to get paid for my weapons. This is excellent weaponry. This is all manner of words which are contagious.
Yep, I have the Diary of the Dark Lord. Not to be too embarrassing, but it sits on the side vanity of the toilet, and I read a few entries every time.
I know that enchants me. That is one of the most wonderful things I've heard all day.
Yep. I'm about halfway through. I've found it extremely entertaining, and oh so true in so many cases. I've actually used a few of the diary entries with some of my gaming friends.
Oh, how cool!
Oh, very nice.
So I look forward to the continuing reading of it.
Oh, well, don't forget to read the ending. If I recall correctly, I definitely put some words there.
Yep. I actually picked up the book from you at Evil Expo.
You'll have to forgive me. I want to say something witty, but mostly I'm looking at this through. Everyone is about this big on the little StreamYard screen, so I fear that what I can mostly see about people is their hats, which means that Dr. Terawatt is completely invisible to me, in fact.
Oh, no.
No hat, can't see you.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever need to escape your gaze.
How are we doing with the tea lady? Did we lose her permanently?
When last I looked, the fabulous tea lady was working with the amazing Robbie, the man who's our head of medical and who has been basically taking care of as many technical difficulties as humanly possible, is working with her right now. And so
their tea party was going on one earth over.
do you think they might be having, say, a more exciting tea party at some other point? Should we be jealous?
interdimensional communications can be a bit sketchy at times.
I am actually quietly looking at the schedule to see if we might be able to steal a little more time with the good Dr. Terrabot a little later.
Certainly.
If someone else would just throw something entertaining into the ether, I'm going to stare at my computer screen.
Well, yes. As I said, I do live streams each evening, but it did dawn on me yesterday that instead of streaming just games and stuff like that, we could do one of our panels that we normally have at live events and whatnot. I could just as easily put it up into our stream system and launch it from there.
Oh, that would be cool. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah.
We have quite a schedule today. In fact, just for the viewing audience, after the tea party, we do have a brief interview directly with Dr. Terralot. And following that, we're going to be doing an interview with the Steam villain band, V is for Villains. Right after that, in fact, Doctor, if you want to sneak back on around 4:15, it looks like we've got a bit of an open spot between 4:15 and 5 when we get Victor Sierra, France's premier Steam Goth band.
Mm-hmm.
And then there will be a discussion between the artists Jay Moores and Rusty Gilligan, and then Feline and Strange, and then our dance party. And, I heard a popping noise. Could that be? It might just be, aha! It is once again
Whoa.
It's a beard. Look out.
It is the powerful beard of the
She's hiding in his beard again. Watch it.
Silence.
I will just move over there. One moment. I'm still working out a few of the kinks.
Certainly.
Learning StreamYard. Let me. One moment. Aha! Well, my goodness,
Duck! It's a beard!
that is a marvelous beard. I'm going to make a quick banner for the Mad Tea Society. So, Baron, how has your time during the pandemic gone? How have you been doing during?
Well, like so many other Americans, I lost my primary job. I was a medical practitioner. For the last 27 years, I have been building people. Yes, I make people for a living.
Goodness.
I am an orthotist and prosthetist, not to be confused with anything else. I do artificial limbs and braces. So I'm one of the guys that when you see somebody on TV running with an artificial limb, or a small kid, or basically anybody who's got an artificial limb of any kind, whether it's a very old 1950s style to a bionic hand, I've pretty much done just about everything. So if you have questions about artificial limbs, you're welcome to ask. I used to teach it at Rutgers University.
Nice.
I actually do have a question about that. When I was a kid, well, teenager, like everybody, I loved watching the 695 Man and the Bionic Woman, those shows. And now the words bionic is being used to describe artificial limbs that artisans such as yourself are creating in real life. Could you briefly just what exactly is meant by bionic, and how does a bionic hand, for example, actually grasp things?
Okay, actually.
And does it have any transhuman properties, or is it limited to what a conventional human hand can do?
Actually, the last bionic hand I made has 32 different grip patterns, is Bluetooth controlled, has 4 automatic grip features built right into the hand with an accelerometer and a tiltometer. So you can basically move your hand in a very specific motion and it will change the grip pattern automatically. And if you want to do an unusual grip pattern to, let's say you want to grab a steak knife with the artificial hand, and you want to put it into a cutting position, it's not one of your normal things, you can use your cell phone, flip through your different grip patterns, press the button, and your hand will automatically go into that grip.
That
and
is
will open and close. So, but I wanted to actually educate everyone who's listening on the difference between a cybernetic item and a bionic item, because we call anything that's prosthetically related these days, we call it bionic this, bionic that, but actually, technically, it's not true. It's more cybernetics. Cybernetics is an artificial device that is non-invasive. In other words, it's got sensors in it that can read the millivolts on the exterior of your skin, and depending upon which sensor goes off, it'll open the hand, close the hand, so on and so forth. That's more of a cybernetic device. A bionic device, technically speaking, would have electrodes that actually get embedded into the skin, or would be somehow invasive into the skin in order for the body to then be able to have more nerve control and take care of having your hand or your leg or anything else like that work. I have seen a huge variety of devices. 99% of them are all cybernetic, but I have actually seen a few experimental bionic devices, which actually have embedded electrodes and respond much quicker.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, it's really neat technology. You would be very, very surprised to know that we have very advanced technologies out there. The reason you don't see them is because they're only available through the military once you've been discharged. So the Veterans Administration, they have federal responsibilities to not deny any of the advanced technology, whereas the insurance companies out there that you have privately, their shareholders want you to deny anything that's expensive. So a bionic arm from, say, below the elbow down runs somewhere on the order of about $80,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's all got onboard computer technology, both in the hand, the wrist unit. I mean, even through Bluetooth, you can actually have your wrist rotate as well, in addition to, opening and closing and changing grip positions. So it's pretty cool. With legs, we've got bionic knees, although technically they're not bionic, they're cybernetic, but they have sensors in them and a computer system in them that actually registers the ground 1,000 times per second. And what that does is it actually prepares the hydraulics that are in them for your next step. So that instead of you having to adapt to the way one of the older knee systems work, what's called a mechanical knee, in this case, you're able to have the microprocessor controlled knee adapt to you. And that's a fantastic thing. Now, the way our federal government has it working, like Medicare and such, if you're young and you're capable of being active, you get some of these microprocessor controlled knees. However, if you're elderly, then like over the age of 65, and I've attended seminars where the doctors of the Medicare have actually stood in front of an audience of orthotists and prosthetists and said, sorry, what are they going to use this high-tech equipment for? Get up and change the channel on the TV? Oh, you should have seen our livid faces at that one. It is a backwards technology. We have feet that are made of carbon fiber. They're lightweight, weigh less than a pound, and you would expect that would be the kind of foot that we would put on some of our elderly to be able to move around better. Instead, it's the opposite. We put a brick or a foot, a big heavy rubber foot that has very little capability on it for an elderly person because it's much less expensive.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, quite. Oh, I could spend hours just talking about prosthetic stuff, both in its design and creation, design and the business side of things, which it's another thing hopefully will change when our hopefully Medicare for all or something like that will happen. Maybe we'll have more opportunities open because every prosthetic component that's out there has we'll call it a modifier that has to be added to it And that modifier is based on a physical test that we have to give every amputee. And it's about a 20, what's the right wording for it? There are 20 points that we have to go through with them, and how they walk and stairs and sitting and standing and changing place and stuff like that. So the more you can do, the better components you get. The less you can do, well, that's more your elderly issues and the less advanced componentry you can get. But I see that we have our tea lady back.
Oh yes,
I'd love to hear from her.
I keep kissing you.
my lady, you're back.
Well, actually, I prefer to be front, but that's just semantics.
Before anything can go wonky again, would you please tell us about that marvelous hat?
Oh, thank
Where
you.
you got it, who made it? You know, it's so beautiful.
I make all of my hats. They start with a rather expensive base. It is an actual wool hat made in Italy. And then I built upon it. My grandmother was a professional hat maker, and this was her art form, and she transferred it to me, and I took it up with relish and passion. This is one of 27 hats, and the collection grows every day because this is my catharsis. I love to sit down and make a hat, and it's how I plan all of my outfits. If you've ever seen me walking around one of the conventions or such, you see that go out 5 feet, and all of my costumes start with a hat and the concept of a hat, and then they fall in line behind the hat.
I think it's
I call
wonderful.
this one my peacock. Now, can you find the spider? Since the mascot of the Mad Harlot Tea Society is a spider, and in all of our hats, no matter if it's my hat or one of my harlot's hats, there are spiders hidden in them. So I believe that there's one right in the back. You can probably see.
There it is.
There it is.
Yay!
Somewhere there's 2 others, but sometimes they're very hidden. You really have to get up close and personal and find them.
I love the spiders. It's a great thing. I actually picked one up for a hat I'll eventually make.
Nice. Well, you know why that spiders are the Mad Harlot's mascot. And she has a name, actually. Our primary spider, her name is Clementine. And she's a fluffy jumping spider. She's purple and black, and she wears a little hat, and she's quite magical.
That's very cute.
But the reason why is because spiders are like women. They're a little scary and completely necessary. We need many hands to do much work, and we'll kill you if we need to.
I do like this quite a great deal.
And we're very misunderstood creatures.
I think I need some more gin.
Well, you know what I'd like to do someday at one of the evil conventions. I would love to do a tea and absinthe party.
I would be good for that.
Sign me up right now.
Sign you. You're signed. You're signed, my love. Were you able to hear the teas that I went over that I brought with me today? Because I thought they were very special for what we were doing. Particularly this one, the one from Williamsburg. Is the first tea imported to the United States, and it's a man's tea. Because I knew I was going to have a bunch of gentlemen in my tea party today, so I wanted to make sure I had something just for you. And it literally smells like a campfire, combination of black tea, and it's quite delicious. I imagine that this is what Jason Momoa tastes like.
My wife would get a kick out of that one. That's funny.
A tall cup of Jason Momoa.
That's right. I think that's what I'm going to call this tea. I'm going to call it the Momoa Special. Nom 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 nom.
Oh, good heavens!
I absolutely love your drinkware that you've got there. It does look very wonderful. Is that your own collection?
This is part of my own collection, yes. I do have a collection because we do throw our own tea parties here on Long Island. And so when we go to other people's, like when we do one for Jeff, wherever the venue is, supplies. But when we do them here, we have our own supply. We do have about 37 antique teapots and a collection of about 100 cups and saucers because, we lose them. People just go and they're gone. But we try to save the really super antique ones like this set. This is a very old set. I do have a hat, not this one, that has a cup and saucer on it from 1947. So I love the presentation. I think that's everything. Tea is supposed to be an event. It's supposed to be something that breaks up the day and is special, brings a little light into our lives, and it's a little bit of ritual that everybody needs. So it should be special, it should be beautiful, it should be decadent, it should be all of the things that makes the rest of the ugly world go away.
Not unlike yourself, I find.
Well, thank you.
You're very welcome. And I wholly agree that having small rituals like this in the middle of the day to sort of break up the monotony and bring some fresh air into whatever it is that you're doing is most important.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, when you get a bunch of women together, we have a tendency to be a little bit naughty when we get to put you guys in the garage. So it's always a spot of fun. And the guys who come in and do things like photography and stuff like that, they're always so surprised at how naughty we can actually be. I think Jeff had that surprise during the Evil Expo when he came in on my Dark Alice tea party, and we were all being rather raunchy.
Well,
shocked, I could tell you.
Yes, I saw that. You blushed. It was terrible. It's always interesting when you watch the evil Lord blush.
And that is a thing that we brought up recently, was that, villainy in and of itself was very specifically those who wish to change things, to sort of disrupt the status quo. And bringing this sort of joy to the world, I feel, especially at a time like this, is most villainous. And I commend you for that.
It's funny because I was just having this conversation with my mother. I'm doing a little panel discussion and seminar tomorrow at 1:00 on sex and the villains and why we find villains so sexy, why they have sex appeal. And I've done some research on this over the years, and I have always been attracted to the concept of the villain since, and I can tell you the exact moment it happened. I was 6 years old, and I went to see Sleeping Beauty in the big movie theater with the chandeliers and the red carpets and the whole nine yards.
Yes.
Right before my little sister was born. And I remember being so enamored with the character of Maleficent for very adult reasons for a 6-year-old child, because she got things done, she made plans, she was active, and Sleeping Beauty slept through her whole story. I mean, what heroine sleeps through their story? I mean, what a lazy little bitch, I mean, there she was, sleeping away, But Maleficent, she had purpose and she had drive. Granted, she went about it the wrong way and failed, but she was an independent woman. She was powerful in her own right. She was a leader, and all of these things were characteristics that I admired as a child, not some sleeping blonde chick, So, right. And I remember right there being in love with the concept of the villain. And, from there,
Yes.
I got into a lot of theater and was completely typecast from the moment I started theater. I was either the bitch or the slut, one or the other, and I loved every moment of it.
Yes.
But the Wicked Witch, I played the Wicked Witch of the West. I've, played a lot of, very nefarious characters along the way. And I've since the moment I was a child and I watched my very first Dracula, I have loved vampires.
Wonderful.
For their power, their strength, their stealth, their sensuality. And, that has always been something that has fascinated me from the time I was a child. And I realized that there are so many people who are attracted to the villain because they always seem to have a purpose, and they're very focused in their purpose. And we're going to talk about this tomorrow in my seminar, about how drive and ambition are sexual traits, or things that people are attracted to. And so therefore they're often written that way and I'm repeating what I'm going to be saying tomorrow, so I probably should, but it's a great overview about how, we have been over the course of many centuries, being taught that those things are those traits come with the concept of sin, and those things are supposed to be sinful and bad. So things that are attractive have a tendency to be historically seen as evil. And
I agree with you wholeheartedly so far. This is fantastic.
So you take things like Shakespeare and you look at some of the great antagonists of Shakespeare, like Othello or even Hamlet. Hamlet himself was the antagonist of his own story. These are sexy individuals. Women wanted them, and they were leaders of their own right, and people followed them. So this is a historical aspect dating back from predates the Bible and the concept of the sensual snake way, way, way farther.
Oh, precisely. It's one of those that like confidence and the ability to take action in any given situation is seen as an attractive trait in people, because like you want to be with somebody who believes in what they're doing and who knows what they're doing, is confident in themselves and their actions, and takes action. And that is, yeah, like, and that's the thing, like at least from a writer's standpoint, Batman is not the protagonist in any of his stories, because in every comic, the protagonist, very specifically by definition, is the person who has a stated objective and attempts to do something. So they're like, I'm going to rob this bank, or I'm going to blow up the Daily Planet, or whatever, and then Batman jumps in, punches them in the teeth, and stops them like a jerk. So
what's so interesting, if we're going to look at this in a literary standpoint, is that every protagonist is the antagonist's antagonist. Every protagonist is the antagonist's antagonist. So everyone is a bad guy for someone.
Yes, correct. From that particular standpoint, in terms of a literary thing, yes. The antagonist, at least from like a writer's definition, is the person who attempts to stop the stated objective of the protagonist. And the protagonist is merely the individual who states an objective at the beginning of the story or the issue or the episode. So
you're a classic villain.
Yeah, well, precisely. And then that's and I love that in its own right, that there's so many people I know who are drawn and attracted to villains for that specific reason, that they have that charisma and that they have that confidence and that drive that a lot of the heroes who are propped up as being the good guys simply don't possess.
Absolutely. And here they are. They've got us monologuing.
I think I keep pointing out as well, Batman is an excellent example of this. All of the diversity is among the villains.
Yep.
Strong, powerful women like Catwoman, villain. Any LGBT characters until the late 1970s, the old movie code, we could only be portrayed as villains. It was actually a code violation to have an LGBT hero. So all of our characters were automatically villains,
bad guys.
One of the things I have always...
And differently able people were so often villains. Look at the Dick Tracy villains. They're all mumbles, the fellow with the speech impediment, and so on.
Yeah, if you're a villain, you're allowed to be a freak. And I mean that in the freak show kind of way, that you're allowed to be different. You were allowed to be more
precisely.
You were allowed to look different, act different, feel different, dress different. One of the things that I have always found very fascinating, as far as if we're going to look at this from a more feminine construct, is that your feminine villains are all of the educated women. Harley Quinn was a doctor. Poison Ivy was a doctor. You have all of the female villains have always been so educated, so powerful in thought process. And as even some of the other, Dr. Doom, Doc Ock, you take some of your major comic book villains and all you see are educated individuals. Now, in order to be that educated, you have to go through a lot. I know, I did it.
Mhm.
So it's amazing that you have all the time, you often see your hero as being a blundering, uneducated, kind of chivalrous Yahoo, and yet you have your villains or the people who are deep thinkers, philosophers, all the things that most people would aspire to are the villains.
Yep.
How does that happen?
Well, I'll actually I could explain that very simply. One of the reasons why all of our villains end up being educated people is because the people who take the time and the effort to educate themselves, not only in a specific scientific area, but also to broaden their perspective on the world at large, always come to the same conclusion, and that is change must happen. And then some rich Yahoo, as you say, comes along with all of his funny gizmos and gadgets, all likely invented and built and put together by one of the people that he beats up every week, comes in and ruins the whole Shazam. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, if this many people who are educated are coming to the same conclusion, and that is that the structure of our world is broken at large, then maybe some of the heroes should be paying more attention.
I absolutely agree. And we see this historically throughout. I mean, my perfect example of that is it has always been, from a childhood standpoint, Superman. I remember watching Superman and reading the comics. My uncle had a Superman #1 that I remember reading as a child. And, it was one of those things where, like, but he's like an alien. And, he doesn't really even know who we are as people. And how does he know what to do for this person who didn't like this and is trying to enact change here?
Mm-hmm.
And although it was a childlike brain that thought of these things, and it was much more simplistic at the time, I remember feeling that Superman might not be the greater good for everyone. So you see a lot of these heroes that kind of rush in. There's a film theory. I don't know if you're familiar with it, that I absolutely love, on the Karate Kid. Have you seen this? That Daniel's son was actually the antagonist, and Johnny was actually the good guy. If you haven't seen this film theory, you need to put it in your search bar from YouTube and look and watch, because it makes so much more sense in the context of what is occurring than how it's portrayed.
That is actually a fascinating thought.
It's amazing. It's amazing when you go through it, about how, Johnny was not trying to start trouble. He was trying to de-escalate, and that Daniel escalated because, he needed to prove something. It's such a fascinating look at how all of this went down. As well, let's look at some more classic 80s movies. Let's look at Biff, one of my absolute favorite modern antagonists of all time. Favorite antagonist of all time from modern movie. I love, and Tom, he did such an amazing job with that character. But Biff is a very complex character. He is not really an antagonist so much as he is a product of his upbringing and generation. And so would he be different had there hadn't been antagonistical dealings and bullying from McFly? So, you have to look at the precipitating action that causes the villain to become a villain. Even Syndrome. Let's look at that.
Oh, Syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Just talking
that takes me back. Let me tell you. Actually, as a quick thing, it did make me laugh that they decided to come out with the sequel to the Incredibles film 16 years. It was originally planned to release exactly 16 years after the first movie. So people were like, "Hey, you guys, they got a sequel to the Incredibles movie," and the whole community was like, "Too late. 16 years too late."
I thought the sequel was very good, though. I have to say, I wasn't expecting it to be that good.
Yeah, it was a tremendous movie, but I completely agree. Syndrome as a character just wanted to do good. He had a genius intellect, was building all of these wonderful gadgets, could have easily been of assistance, but was snubbed, pushed aside, brushed off, and that led him to his current path.
Absolutely. And it was all for ego. So you have this protagonist, Mr. Incredible,
Mhm.
who basically, through his own ego and lack of self-confidence, almost destroyed the world. Now, granted, that character, thankfully, Disney was able to construct that he was self-aware of that.
Mhm.
And that was really brought into the fourfold towards the end of the movie, which I really admired, I have to say.
Very good.
But what I mean, obviously there was no story if Mr. Incredible hadn't been a dickhead. But this is supposed to be the main character, the family man, the absolute hero, who was the cause of all the destruction, technically through his own action. So this brings us back full to the front of the circle of every protagonist is the antagonist for an antagonist.
That's right.
I like that a lot better than when I first started writing villains. People would say to me, well, every villain is the hero of his own story. And I would go around saying, I'm not some lunk-headed idiot who blindly follows the dictates of society and punches those who don't. I have to have my own set of motivations and goals, and I have no desire to be considered a hero by your ridiculous and sometimes terrible standards of what a hero is. I'm not the hero of my own story. I am the villain of my own story, and I will gladly be heroes of my own story given half a chance, or even, say, 1/3 of a chance.
I hope you gentlemen are with me tomorrow at 1:00 so we can talk about this some more, because I really can't wait to explore this a little bit further.
Are you inviting us all back, my lady?
Oh, absolutely, because I know that tea time is just about over.
It is.
So-
Although we're going to attempt, I'm going to offer Dr. Tarawat
Yes.
his own interview at 4:15, in that V for Villains will be showing up. Well, Nick from V for Villains will be showing
Yes.
up. Excuse me. There's no one named Nick. Mr. Antagonism. I never get that right. Will be showing up around 3.
Correct.
But right after that,
Mr.
if you'd like to make a spectacular reappearance, Dr. Tarawat, we'd be honored to have you.
Under normal circumstances, I would, and I was very excited to do exactly that, but I have been informed by my brave citizens that I do have other things I need to do this afternoon, not the least of which is try to fix the trigger on the plasma caster and a few other things before our broadcast this evening.
Yes.
However, I did just want to sort of share a story with our wonderful hostess who is with us this afternoon. That when I was a kid, originally, foolishly, I thought that the good guy was the one that wanted to help people the most. And one of the things that I wanted to do as a child, if you asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, my answer was I wanted to be a superhero because I wanted to save people. And I didn't get it, I think, when I was a kid, but I was watching my first sort of like introduction to villainy as a child was watching the cartoon show, The Pinky and the Brain.
Oh,
I was just gonna say
love
that.
that show.
Yes. And like many supervillains or villains in general across children's media, Brain was just a bad guy for the sake of being a bad guy. Like Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget or No Heart from the Care Bears. He was just a character who was evil just because. Like there wasn't a reason behind it, seemingly. But then finally, on an episode, somebody asked Brain, what is your deal? Why are you trying to take over the world all the time? Why are you trying to conquer the planet? And he looked at them and said, because I know I can make it a better place.
I remember that episode.
And it shook me as a child. It just like it got right to my core. I was like, what do you mean? I thought he was the bad guy. Like I sat here and enjoyed watching him lose all the way up to this point. And as a kid, I was like, oh no. And so every time I watched another episode of Pinky and the Brain, I just went on and on about how I was like just cheering for him to take over the world because he could fix it. Like everyone he tried to take the world from was some version of a bumbling idiot. And he kept around Pinky, not because Pinky was of tremendous assistance, but because he loved his friend and like had him with him. Like Brain was the supervillain that I aspired to be from childhood.
I totally understand that. I totally understand that.
Yes, so I got into it then as I was a teenager and then into young adult, developed my persona, and I've been trying to conquer the world ever since.
Well, you've
we're
been
right
doing
there.
it. You're down to the size of a lima bean.
I am going to I'm going to take the powers of the assembled villainy, if I might, and use a summoning spell to bring a supervillain to this very stream.
Oh.
Voila! Ah!
Oh!
Oh, hi!
Oh my God!
Gentlemen, I need
Mr.
to get
Agitator.
making plague maps.
In the flesh.
Oh, my
Hi, friends. How are you?
Oh, we're doing well this afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. You all look lovely and ready to go.
Have you come to join us for tea?
I have some coffee, but I don't know. I like tea. But I need
It
that
was
caffeine,
you!
man.
I mean, we
We've
were
got
going
pink
to
lemonade or Jason Momoa.
What was that?
We have pink lemonade tea or Jason Momoa.
Ooh, I'd have some
Raspberry
Jason Momoa.
sangria.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we were going to just sort of do
I'm double tasting my tea.
Chelsea and myself interviewing Mr. Agitator, but if Mr. Agitator doesn't mind, we
Uh-huh.
could just have I can zoom in on him a bit so that we can all see the glory that is Mr. Agitator.
Oh, hi.
But
A
you know,
lot of me.
would you like us to do just a direct interview, or would you like
It's
us
up to you guys.
chatting
It's your
and then-
party.
all I ask then is that this tea party throw in some shameless plugs for Vias for Villains. And Dr. Terrellbot, since it looks like you won't be joining us later today, although I
Indeed.
think you might be back tomorrow, depending on your schedule. Feel free to throw in a couple more shameless plugs for your own. Everyone throw in some shameless plugs. We'll just put in extra shameless plugs for Mr. Agitator, since this is his special time.
Of course.
Oh, it's my special time.
Anyone who has not listened to Vias for Villains, you should listen to Vias for Villains, and Dr. Terrellbot in particular. I don't know your musical tastes, but if you haven't heard Vias for Villains, especially if you like Dr. Steele, I'm not saying they're exactly musically
Oh,
similar,
Dr. Steele.
but
They're great at Evil Expo.
Vias for Villains is one of the greatest villainous bands alive.
Gentlemen, have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you.
What are we
You
going
as
to do
well?
tonight?
It was an absolute pleasure seeing you. Thank you.
We look forward to having tea with you again tomorrow.
Indeed, my lady.
Yay!
I will
No
also be
tea,
signing off to let you finish your interview. Thank you very much for having me.
Baron, it's been a pleasure to have you with us. And Dr.
Bye,
Terrellbot,
friends.
feel free to stick around if you'd like.
Yes, I can certainly stick around for a bit.
I'm
My machinations don't pick up for another few minutes, so I've got some time.
Cool.
And of course,
Is our wonderful tea lady still with us, or is that just her picture frozen?
I believe that may be her exiting image.
Excellent.
I shall quite there we go.
There we are.
Well, Mr. Agitator, welcome,
Yes.
welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I have no complaints. I'm sitting here in the studio. We've been working on some villainy all day and all night, late night, making music, recording stuff. Can't complain.
Sure you can. I won't stop you. Go ahead. Feel free.
I can complain, but nobody cares. So,
Who would listen, though?
no one would listen.
That's why you
No
got to
one
build
wants
like
to
a robot
complain,
wife or
just keep
something.
over the city.
Build a robot wife. All
Yes.
right. I'll work on that.
We're villains. We don't complain. We just take over the city.
So many things I could build, I could have a robot do that would be important in the world. The last one is probably touching me and having sex with me at night.
A
I don't think they
robot
need that.
spouse or partner of some function.
Yeah,
Well, that is to me, I think, the most unrealistic thing that I witnessed when sort of watching and or playing bits and pieces of a sort of narrative storytelling interactive thing called Detroit Become Human. Where
I played it. I loved it.
Yeah, where there's all these robots that look indistinguishable from human beings and they mix in with
Right.
society. And it's a big allegory for
Right.
racism. But the least realistic thing about that entire story was that people would treat those robots poorly. I was like, have you seen how much love someone gives their freaking Tesla? And that's a car. Imagine you spent that much money on a thing that walked around and looked like an attractive person that you liked and did stuff for you and talked to you. Like, you have any idea how nice we would be to them? Like, that would be the end of the human race.
Robots, they can't be cheap, man. Those people robots, you got to pay a lot for them.
Oh, exactly.
Like, I bought things for $200, and I'm like, no, don't touch that.
Yeah, like the second somebody shoved your robot, it doesn't matter if you sleep with it or not. If they shoved your robot, you'd be like, hey, stop that. I paid good money for this robot. You
beating this robot.
Yeah, you get out of here.
Like AI when they were melting all the robots on stage while Ministry was playing. It was awesome. It was metal as hell, but
wait a minute.
I don't think that would happen.
Am I the only one who actually has a sentient robot wife? Are you guys?
No.
Where'd you get that?
This? Am I the only one who actually?
That?
I mean, they find you. They are sentient robots. I mean, I can't afford a robot.
They find you.
Yeah, like,
nightmares
robots are hunter killer things, you know. Of course.
Here at an Evil Incorporated, we have developed an AI system called ERIS, ERIS, for emotionally responsive intelligence system, and she is sort of unequivocally my robot wife, with whom helps me run things here at the lab. So, but yeah, it's one of those.
You guys do that. I've got a real girlfriend, and I like her, so I'm good with that one.
And if you need to complain and no one will listen, write music about it.
That's the truth, because she isn't listening. That's not going to happen. After a while, you can go complain, but she'll be like, okay, that's enough. Shut up. Like, oh, all right, I'll put on the mask and the hat and I'll dance. You know, it's fine. It's fine. We got this. We got this. So how has everybody's morning been other than extremely creepy like it is right now?
It's actually not been too bad. I'm definitely respecting how nice the weather is today, despite the other climates at large. Things have been going well.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's been real warm, and I like that. We're actually talking about the fucking weather. This is happening. It's like, how's the weather?
Because it is right now the last thing that we can talk about that is in any way, shape, or form decent at this point.
All right, fine. I'm taking it all off. We're done here.
You can't.
That's all I've got left.
Mr. Agitator, for those of us not familiar with the music of V is for Villains, could you tell us a little bit more about your music?
Yeah, sure. So we are a supervillain themed industrial electronic rock carnival extravaganza. Whew. No, seriously. I don't really put too much thought into like what genre we play or how it is. I don't like to box myself into any thought process by putting myself in a position to say, well, is that industrial enough, or is that like punk enough, or is that? I hate that sort of mindset when you're trying to write music. To me, my number one focus is always, let's try to, that is the biggest gulp I've ever seen. Man, I was like, he's like, oh, I'm going to take a sip. Hold on, give me this barrel of soda. I love it. I need a barrel of coffee before I'm alive. So, yeah, I don't like to put myself into any corner when it comes to writing. So, to me, I just want to write a good song. That's my number one basis. I would do a lot of producing and a lot of projects for other bands. You know, they pull me in to engineer for them or help them with their album or help them with their thought process. And, you know, the number one thing I'd always try to tell them in those sessions was, okay, no amount of mixing or mastering can fix a bad song. A bad song is a bad song. And, you know, you have to have a great song. We're still listening to music that was recorded in a can 50 years ago because they're great songs, you know? So recording technology, recording quality, all of that's important, but it's not the end all be all. The most important thing is to write a great song. You know, I used to do engineering for bands, and I would record their stuff and we'd play it back in the studio, and they'd come sit in the console room with me, and I'd be like, okay, so let's hear how that session went. And I would play it and they'd be like, that's not us. We don't sound like that. And I'd be like, no, that's what you sound like.
I assure you, that is you.
I assure you, that's you. And they'd be like, They'd be like, no, that doesn't sound anything like us. I'd be like, no, you've just been playing so loud in your basement you can't hear yourself. That's what you sound like. Oh no, what are we going to do about that? Like, practice, rehearse, understand your faults and your flaws, and get better. I mean, that was the same. I did the same thing. I had one of those aha moments when I was around 17. It was our second recording session in the studio. We were paying a lot of money to go to a big studio. We all saved up. We were pitching in, and we're like, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to make our next 4-track demo, combine it with the first 4-track. The first one we did got a lot of exposure. It was getting played on the radio. We were like, oh, shit's happening, so let's keep going. So we did that other 4-track demo, and I was like, this is terrible. This is terrible. I was like, what's going on? I would ask the engineer, what is this? And he'd be like, that's you. And I'd be like, no, that can't be me. And then I listened to it, I was like, it's me. I suck. I need to work on not sucking.
Unfortunately, that is indeed me.
Unfortunately, it's me. So, I put a lot more time into my craft and said, like, but maybe before I'm spending thousands on recording sessions, maybe I should learn what I'm doing. And that served me well. So that was always advice I gave to other bands, to give you an answer to a question you didn't ask. That's that.
That's a good answer. I mean, the first time I ever recorded any of my music, I had not done that whole. No one had acquainted me with that whole. You hear yourself through your. I don't know exactly how it works. You probably know much better. Through the bones of your skull and such. The way you sound to you does not sound the same to anyone who is literally
very true.
Skull. And
absolutely.
So,
very true.
I still actually, to this day, this is actually a secret even Chelsea doesn't know. I have not yet been able to find a way to get my guitar to sound at all okay when I record from home. And this may be because I have the wrong microphone. And this may just be because I'm a really terrible guitarist. I mean, to be honest, I kind of am a terrible guitarist. I was shocked. But it's okay. I'm now a songwriter, and my goal in life later is to become extremely powerful and blackmail other bands into playing my songs.
Cool. I think it's doable.
I don't think anyone is.
I got a gun in the back. I'll just go get it, and I'll show up at the show and be like, "You're playing this song. You're playing this song." We can do that.
Man. Oh,
I get arrested tomorrow.
I'll be like, Mr. Agitator, I wrote you guys a song. I hope you like it. And if you don't play it, I'm going to Photoshop a picture without your mask on it so everyone will know what you look like.
Oh, shit. No, we can't have that.
Crumbs, they got me.
I'll play it. You got me. You got me. I'll run around with my pants off, but I can't take off my mask. So I feel you. I got this. No, I feel like there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, and I feel like that's the number one aha thing that I always hear is I don't sound like that. How is that my voice? And I feel like as a singing recording artist, especially, you spend half of your career and half of your training just understanding what you sound like when you make a sound, what you sound, how to mimic that sound when you record it. When you're like, that's when I feel like you're able to, as a singer that's recording artist, get real momentum in your work, is when you're able to go, oh yeah, when I go, it sounds like that, not like what I think it sounds like, Yeah. And I think once you master that ability, then you start to see your tracking and your recording going faster and faster and faster until you get to this place where you're like, no, I understand my machine. I know how it works. I know what it's good at, and I know what it's not good at. Well,
I mean, just recently, I've been streaming on Twitch, doing stuff like that for a couple of years now, and I only just this last week switched from a condenser mic to a dynamic mic here, so that I'm not picking up every blessed noise in the universe, because I don't have a proper sound booth that I'm recording in here. Like, I've got some insulation foam, but not enough, right? But now that I'm here, like,
right.
and I've got the audio like coming back on myself, so I can hear myself a little bit. I know where my tones are, like where I am in terms of how the mic is picking me up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's never too late to learn that. Like, you need to be sure to know where it is and
when you're
piece it
using a
together.
360-degree cardioid microphone, it's gonna pick up a needle drop down the street.
Yep.
You're gonna be sitting there tracking, and it's gonna be like and then you're gonna hear a boom, cars driving by and people talking, and you're like,
oh yeah,
most
so many
powerful mic I've ever used.
So many people were like, is there sirens in your neighborhood? And I was like, well, of course it's sirens. I live in a terrible neighborhood. This neighborhood is so stabby, and there's sirens all the time.
Stabby.
And that's all people could hear whenever we were doing a show. They're like, are those sirens in the game that you're playing, or are those real sirens? And I'm like, they are unfortunately real.
Real. No, it was a smart move to switch to a dynamic. It's got a radius of a cone.
Well, because
so it picks up exactly, woo! That's it.
I've got a lot of personal expertise with regards to like writing and performance and physics, but like audio engineering and video engineering, and there's like so many levels of expertise that I'm just not versed in. So like teaching myself all of this stuff and like just Googling like what kind of microphone do people use, and then there's a video of a guy being like, so there's several different kinds of mics that people use. Here's the difference between a few of them. Like, don't use a shotgun mic. Those are designed to be put on a camera, and those are designed to be used outdoors. Like,
pretty sure that's a 360-degree condenser microphone, a cardioid. I'm pretty sure.
The one that he's got up there.
I'm pretty sure that's yours, Jeff.
It's my brand new mic. I haven't tried it yet because I thought there'd be enough technical difficulties this weekend. Now I'm worried I bought the wrong mic, but that's all right.
Well, I
think that's probably the right one.
I can see from here when you're holding it up, like just inside, if you look inside the cage that's on it, if you see two little discs that are sitting in there.
I do.
Yeah, that's a condenser. That's a condenser mic.
Is that
so that's a mic that'll pick up a lot of noise. Now the benefit is you are in a room that's surrounded by books and curtains and other things that will eat ambient sound. So you have sort of like a bit of a like unintentional sound room that you're built into, which is fantastic.
Well, right now I'm using this guy. That's why I sound probably not the best, but I'm on a
really
I'm just using AirPods.
Those watch out, he can't hear you. He's got AirPods in.
As a fun fact, well, I'm not making any promises as lots of exciting things are going to happen twixt now in January. It's still our goal to have Evil Expo this January.
Mm-hmm.
If we do that, it is our new goal to make sure that we have the money to bring Dr. Terawat in from Toronto, and if so, Mr. Agitator would in fact, I believe, did we sign that contract? If we didn't, I hope I will sign the contract. Mr. Agitator. Mr. Agitator will actually be running the sound for the stage you are likeliest to be on, Dr. Terawat.
Yes, I will.
Ooh.
Yes.
I'll be there to make sure that your audio needs are met. I think I have a few recordings I still need to send to some people from Evil Expo.
Good.
Shit. But I can record your sound. I know. They emailed me like a month, like 2 months ago. They were like, whatever happened to those recordings? I was like, shut up. No, I didn't say that. That didn't really happen. But they were like, whatever happened to those recordings? And I was just like, yeah, I think they're on a hard drive somewhere. I got to find them. So I'm going to do that. But yes, we can record audio. We like to do live sound. That's a lot of fun. We bring lights and video and razzmatazz and all that jazz.
If you're running an in-person convention, sometime after we figure out how the heck to do that without everybody getting sick, if you're running an in-person convention, not only is Vias for Villains an amazing band that you really need to hire, but their sound and light work is just gorgeous. I have worked with quite a lot of sound and light experts, and they are, how do I say this? They are tirelessly incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Agitator is the only person on this entire earth against whom I would not like to run some kind of endurance race, because I've the only other human being I've ever met who has the same kind of energy that I seem to have at events. And I'm not trying to put myself up. I'm saying that I'm wacky. I'm a shark. I'm obsessive. I'm a workaholic. All I do is this stuff. All I do is work. Whereas, for example, Mr. Agitator has a life and a girlfriend and like presumably other things that he does. This is all I ever do. Yet Mr. Agitator keeps up with and maybe outpaces me at conventions, which makes me say, wow, I have no idea what it would be like if he stopped having a good life. But I want him to have as good a life as possible, so that all the fun things in life will slow him down, so that he.
Well, thank you. Honestly, it means a lot to me that you were happy with our work. You know, to me, I feel like we've gotten to a place now where when somebody takes a contract for a convention or for a live event to do all the sound or just to do, you know, a band or any of that stuff, there's always this strange attitude that walks through the door with a lot of these guys where it's like, you know, I can't do that, or I can't do that, or I won't do this unless ... or you know what I mean? Like they spend the whole weekend trying to upsell you. It completely ruins the event. They're, you know, sound guys can be very sharky and very sensitive. So if you ever go up to a sound guy and you give him a critique or a criticism, this needs to be louder or that needs to be softer, then they're immediately just like, well, I'm the sound guy, get out of here. You know, like it's true. They always do that. And then they're like, yeah, maybe that is a little loud later. But like, you know, I hate that thing. You know, I enjoy the combat aspect of what we do. I like going into these things knowing that the moment we hit the ground, we're going to be running the entire time. I like knowing that we're there to work, we're there to entertain, we're there to help people figure out problems. And, you know, to me, that's the number one enjoyable aspect of what we do. The whole weekend is like a gigantic puzzle, and you're just trying to make every piece fit like Tetris, just as calmly and as precisely as you can. And I think the number one thing that you can do in those situations is when artists come to you and they're like, oh my God, but I've got a didgeridoo that's played with distortion. You're like, well, I got this didgeridoo mic. We're going to make that didgeridoo work. You know,
that's right.
Like, and it's just my AirPods that I'm holding up to it. But, you know, we make it work. That's all you can do, man. But I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you.
Seriously, you know, honestly, making it work is huge. Like when I got started doing events, I've seen a lot of events that are great events that are very calm and very sedate, and you can have a fantastic, quiet little event where you have just quiet panels and quiet discussions and quiet conversations, and then you can have like a wacky festival that is some sort of hybrid music, culture, art, crazy show for wacky, freaky, weirdo people. And that would be the kind of people that we like to do events for. And for shows like that, while I'd like to feel that we are really experienced and do pretty well at putting on a great show, there's going to be just lightning bolts of the unexpected happening all the time.
Always.
Dr. Tarawat, I can assure you, a let us say unique experience.
Thank you. I'm glad that I was able to bring our villainous expertise to the table.
Mr. Agitator, may I just throw in one more plug for Dr. Tarawat?
Yeah, please.
Dr. Tarawat, with your permission, what I'd like to do at some point is introduce you to Chelsea Goodwin, who is the hostess of a radio show called In Goth We Trust. And I bet she would love to have you on her show. Runs at 10:15 on WIOX Radio. I listen at WIOXradio.org. 10 p.m. Wednesdays and Thursdays. And while I cannot speak for her, I suspect she would love to have you on her show at some point. You'll know.
I most certainly would.
Thank you.
Hello.
It would be wonderful to be on your radio show if you'd like to have me out. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or talk about topics as they come.
A little of both. I love promoting villainy, of course.
Good. Rub my hands together.
Mr. Adams, we have a request from the audience at the next B is for Villains show. They expect to see a didgeridoo. So.
Oh, shit. Boyo.
You've
I can
raised
work
the
on that.
bar.
I can do it. I'll figure it out.
Also, my entire performance at Evil Expo is 2 hours of me just going like this, almost in tune, but almost in time, but not quite.
Truly evil.
So I expect you to mic this perfectly.
It's like
It was
trying
2 hours?
to it's like trying to dance to some elevator music that has no discernible beat or rhythm. You just kind of move around a bit. Like it's intriguing but awful to watch. Like
Justice Prevails plays the didgeridoo. So, Mr. Antagonist, it's official. We get to mic a didgeridoo at Evil Expo.
All right, I'm in, man.
Congratulations.
I'm in. I will didgeridoo the shit out of that didgeridoo. I'll didgeridoodle it. You can quote me on that. I'm going to prison for putting my dick in a didgeridoo at that show. I hope you know that. I'm going to didgeridoodle it.
I'm gonna didgeridoo this.
I'm going to jail. Yeah.
So, as I was about to say, would you
That's audience punishment. I'm sorry. My head's still there. I'm like, you fucking asked for this. You know? They're like, no.
Everybody in the back is screaming no. Everyone in the front few rows is screaming yes.
Everyone's crying. I'm like, you wanted this. You watch. I just talked about assaulting 300 people. All right, I might as well just cancel myself right now. I'm off Facebook. I'm off Twitter. I'm gone, you know? I'm gone. Go ahead, Jeff. Stop me before I say anything else incriminating and stupid.
So I'm going to pull up a note that Justice Prevails of Disgraceland has joined us in the watching stream.
Ooh.
And so I'm going to just post a link to her show, which was last night. Look up Justice Prevails and her new show, Disgraceland! ! I haven't seen the new show, so my hope is that it's not, say, entirely Jeff Mack is a terrible disgrace. But I'm endorsing the show sight unseen because Justice Prevails is amazing. If I can throw a question out to the villains in the audience, which is all of us, which is, how do you get your artistic inspiration?
How do I get my artistic inspiration?
You in particular, although I'll take that answer from anyone.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll run with it. I mean, I think it depends. To me, I feel like we're storytellers primarily. So, you know, if something interests me or I have a thought, I look at all of our songs on every album as like a little Twilight Zone episode.
Yes.
You know, so they're like their own little short, creepy tale of terror. You know, and like for instance, we have a song called "The Black Swan Love Song." And, you know, it's definitely about a black swan event between two lovers where one of them gets cut, the other one bleeds. Why would that happen? They're like stigmatic lovers. I don't know. That's just an interesting thought to me. What would it be like if is usually where I go. Usually I'm either motivated by what would it be if, or how would that work if? You know, like Sad Hit Song is the story of a pop singer that writes a hit song and, you know, it overtakes his life and that's all he gets to play and it's all he gets to hear and it's all he gets to talk about. So he commits suicide in the middle of the show during the happiest song ever written, you know?
Wow.
So, you know, I like to think story-wise. I totally see storyboards in my mind when I write songs. Like, it's all right there. It's all, you know, very visual in my head. Either that or I'm pissed off. It's like one of the two. You know? Or I'm just like, you pissed me off. Here's a song. Dun, 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 dun. But only that one when I'm angry. Dun, 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 dun. I'm mad, you know.
Oh, of course.
Like yeah.
I mean, if I could also answer that question, I mean, obviously, like the shortest and easiest answer to like where I get my artistic inspiration for supervillainy is like hatred. But in like to get more into it, to expand on that more, would be some like when when I was younger, it was that like I want to see the world be a better place kind of situation, and getting angry at that and seeing how I could fix it. And it boiled down to like, if I can't actually get on my feet and change the world and make it a better place, then I want to tell a story about a person who does. Because ever since I was a kid, I've always loved telling stories. I've always loved entertaining people, seeing people light up, seeing them laugh, seeing them smile. So we just started doing that here, and it's expanded and built upon that more and more over time. But like, really, it does on its most basic level stems from being angry. But a lot of my inspiration these days comes from listening to music. Like, I put on a piece of music, either with lyrics, oftentimes without, and I'll just see where that takes my imagination. Like, what does this scene feel like? Like, if this music was to a particular story, what would that story be? Like, what do you see when you close your eyes? Where does it take you? And then build on that, and then with just starting with that little piece of either like the climax of a story or the middle of a story, then go, okay, so then where would this story begin? Like, if this music brings my imagination to, you know, these characters fighting out in a castle somewhere, how do we get there? How does that start? What is the music for those scenes like? Like, where does it lead into this? And then this story in particular, how does that fit into the broader narrative that we're trying to tell? Like, and then expand and expand and expand on that. So yeah.
I love it.
Thank you. No, then that's where a lot of my storytelling comes from, is like listening to music and then being like, okay, cool. So then it's like someone handing you like a keystone, effectively, just like a little piece of something, and being like, okay, build. And then you make and make and make on top of that. But it always has to start with that little spark, right? And I get that every time from music.
Wow.
Very cool.
Thank you.
I don't actually know where I get inspiration from. Especially since, for me, the last 3 months, I said at the beginning of the quarantine, I said, all right, well, I've now been happily divorced for almost 3 years. My job already involved being inside. I've never been an outside person, and a lot of my side job, a lot of my actual income, thankfully, during a time when we're not able to put on in-person events, is through my long-term marketing consultations, which sort of exploded in a world where all of a sudden everyone was looking for someone who did marketing consultations via Skype or Zoom, which I do. And I literally just said, all right, it's time for me to write the next book. How am I going to do that? I don't know what my creative process looked like at all. I remember pacing around the beginning of the pandemic. I splurged and bought a $90 miniature pool table on Amazon, because pool was the one thing I knew I wasn't going to be able to do for a long time. I haven't actually played it once since the pandemic started, not a full game. I just walked around it time after time, and every time I didn't know what to write next, I went in the other room and started walking around until eventually I came back, and sometimes 10 minutes had passed, sometimes an hour, and I came back and I just started writing. I don't know what my process looks like anymore. I'm sorry, that's less of a helpful suggestion. I can't see that being useful for anyone.
But when you were walking around, was there just like an aha moment? Was there a moment where you were like, that's it, that's the idea, I gotta run with this?
I was always poking around thinking, there is something that I need to do. I don't know what it is, but there's something I need to satisfy these conditions. What would satisfy these conditions to make the story that I want to write? I knew where I wanted to go. I knew where I wanted to be. I just wasn't sure how I was going to get there. And
so let me ask you, do you start at the beginning, or do you start at what you feel is the most exciting part?
I always start at the climax.
Cool. I like
that. That is not like uncommon, at least from like a writer's standpoint. It's one of those situations where you're like, let's start at like the biggest, craziest, like, hanging onto the cliffside as you grab him and go, long live the king, and then throw him off the cliff. And you're just like, oh, that would be so rad. Now, what would make that scene like 100 times cooler? Like how do we build all the way up to that peak? Like how do we get there? The best way, right? Like,
How do we
I think with the
please?
Oh no, go ahead, Jeff.
I was
No, all I was saying was I think. No, go ahead, Jeff.
How do we take this way
What
over?
I was gonna say. Damn. Sorry, I had to do it. I'm so sorry.
one more time.
I'm sorry. I got expelled from class many times. I just want it out there. It's a true story. But go ahead.
Really, I will take an idea and I'll say, this is how I want to get there. And then I'll say, but wait, when we get there, how do I amp this up? How do I make sure this hasn't been done before? How do I take this to some crazy level that hasn't been done before?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a huge part of the process.
Yeah.
Well, and I had the honor at one point to sit down and take a class from Ty Templeton, a guy that did a bunch of writing for DC and Marvel over the 80s and 90s. Very cool guy. And one of the things he had us do a lot was just raise the stakes. He'd be like, write a very cool climax and a very short synopsis for a story and how we got there. And I go, okay, so it's like, write a story about the blankiest blank in the blank, which could be as big as the fastest man in the universe to as small as the fattest guy in the room. Like, write a story about that, give a brief synopsis, and then we'd go up and we'd present that in front of the class, and then he'd go, okay, now raise the stakes. Like, how can you make it bigger? Yeah, like,
Really,
how
that's
can you
what
make
they do
this
in the writing room, right?
more? Well, precisely. And it was a thing that I was explaining to our brave citizens just the other day on one of our live streams. It's that every story that gets written, especially for comics and television and film, has got one person who's leading it, and then a whole room full of people that are like, "Ooh, what about this?" And they would pitch an idea. Yeah, like,
and
what
his
if
father's evil?
Yeah, like, what if Vader was actually his dad? And someone was like, "That's a fucking genius idea. Let's do that." And then it goes like, yeah. And someone was like,
"Yeah, let's do that." Like, and she flies in space.
And that's the thing, like, a lot of those ideas will evolve and get amped up with the inclusion of a lot of other very talented, creative individuals. But raising the stakes is always something that comes up in a writing room where they sit down and go, cool, this is a cool idea. How can we raise those stakes? Like, how can we make it bigger, better, just more intense in that moment? Like, what can you do with that? And then someone will drop an idea like, what if Vader was actually his dad? And someone goes, oh, damn, we didn't actually talk about how we just said that Vader killed his dad. We never actually talked about that. And someone was like, well, technically you could say that he killed, quote unquote, his dad by becoming Vader. Right. And then someone's like, that's genius. Put that down. Like, that's an amazing idea.
Yeah, for better
because,
or
like,
worse.
No one like originally when George wrote the first, like, episode 4, A New Hope of Star Wars, like, Vader was not Luke's father. That was something that they came up with to raise the stakes during the writing of Empire Strikes Back, which was just fantastic.
I didn't know that.
Oh crap! I am being reminded by my human moderators that I do need to get out of here soon because the time check is getting up on 3:45, and I have some villainous things I need to get up to in the near future. So I do need to go. But I'm honored to have been here. I appreciate that you guys have taken the time to include me last minute like this.
It was fun chatting.
If you look in the chat, Doctor, you'll see I left the information about the radio show so you can get a hold of me.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. I'm going to pass that on to some of our henchfolk on this end, and we will get in contact with you whenever we are nearly able, which should be sometime in the near future.
And I am quietly ordering you a Vias for Villains CD. I'm making up an address somewhere in Toronto. And then I'll just have to tell Dr. Agitator, the actual address, or have you convey it to him. because I don't want you to get your address on air lest your enemies find you. But
I
yeah,
do need to keep the location of the Lair 4.0 a general secret. There are people out there who do mean us harm, so we will. I'll convey that information to you privately over the Book of Faces,
sounds
and
lovely.
we'll go from there. All right. Well, thank you very much for having me out. I'm going to grab that information, but I will see you folks later. Thanks again.
Sure.
See you later, Dr. T. Say hi to the women. Look at that dapper photo. I like that. He looks all like spiffy with his tie.
Have I literally mentioned
Oh,
people?
then there were three of us.
Then there were three. I mean, I can do all kinds of trippy things with this.
You got some really cool things there. I like it. I like
And
that one.
ta-da!
Oh.
Chelsea, do you suppose you could interrogate the good Mr. Antagonist? Well, how do I never get that right? How do I never get that?
Mr.
I've been
Agitator.
Mr. Antagonist. I've been Mr. Interrogator, Mr. Instigator, Mr. Violator, and Asshole. That's my favorite one is Asshole.
We're hearing it's easy to remember because we're hearing so much about outside agitators every day
That's true.
Hey,
They're all
just-
me.
that man is inside right now. I can tell from here.
It's a lie. I take the backdrop off. It's just a piece of paper. And I'm outside, really. My God. So,
of course, when I think of an agitator, I think
I
of
feel
the
so
agitator
lonely.
in an evil washing machine, but
Evil washing machine? Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, the
I'm just,
agitator.
sitting there doing my clothes. Just waiting for the next time I can commit villainy. It's kind of true, actually.
I am.
So
Please.
the first thing is just, unfortunately, we're not going to be having live shows for a while yet.
Right.
But you should probably keep telling people where they can get your music. Certainly, you have some YouTubes up. You have a YouTube channel, I believe.
We do. We have viasforvillains.com. You can find our merch store there. We currently have copies of Villains Never Die and of Murder in the Art. They are signed copies at the moment. We have a few of those left, but we'll probably run out of them soon. They have been kind of hot. They've been going pretty quick. So yeah, that's where you can find our merchandise at the moment. We are kind of keeping busy doing live shows online, doing pretty much whatever we can just to stay in the game, man. It's been really tough. If you're an independent artist right now, it is not your time. So, we're doing everything we can to weather the storm and survive so we can keep bringing music to you guys.
So after the Gilt and Fanfare that we're doing this weekend, what's your next show?
Show? Like live show?
Like
or...
online here. When's the next time people can can see you?
Well, it may be a couple of weeks. It may be a month. We haven't really decided yet. I know that the next thing that we're planning on doing, we may actually host ourselves, which would be just, we're talking about doing 3 days in a row where we play each album each night, where we play Evolve or Die on Friday, Murder in the Art on Saturday, and then Villains Never Die on Sunday. So, yeah, I'm kind of interested in it. I've never done a show where we just did one album straight through every song, and I thought that would be kind of a cool and different thing to do. So we may do that, actually.
I'm thinking eventually you could do that in a planetarium with lasers.
I love that, man. I love lasers. I just recorded a cover track of Frankie Goes to Hollywood Relax last night.
Really?
Yeah, and it's just I have laser beams in my head,
I love that song. Where would we hear that? Is that?
Oh, thank you. It's not out yet. I'm still working on it, but I tracked all the vocals last night, finished up most of the primary music. Fallon Flynn, who is my guitar player, is my brother. He's on his way to the studio right now, actually. What you see behind me, he's on his way right now. We're going to track that tune. So we're going to get that one in the bag. Get some guitar work done. He's a great guitar player. My brother's been, he was into music before I was. My brother showed me how to play keys. Like, he showed me the difference between high notes and low notes back in the day. He would actually have me when I was 14, 15, close my eyes, and he would play, and he'd play like, hi, is this a high note or is it a low note? Bing, bing, bing. And I'd be like, low? Be like, no, no, it's high. So, he's kind of like, he's been into music way longer than I have. He's on his way down here. He's going to throw guitar down. We call him One Take John because he just comes in and usually just shreds it in one take. He's talented that way.
That's so cool.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's a great player.
I just love the idea of a Frankie Goes to Hollywood cover. I was wondering just yesterday, just parenthetically, what happened to them? It's like they worked for a year and they seem to just disappear from the face of the earth.
I loved that music video, that original video that they did. I thought it was like one of the most fun videos. He's got like the tux on and he's like real like robotic in his movements, but he's also very fun.
The relaxed video and the Two Tribes video was just.
I love Two Tribes. That's a great track.
But then they just kind of, disappeared.
Yeah, as what happened with so many artists back in the day, right? Like the musical landscape would change, and then major labels would just decide, well, this doesn't have a place anymore. Everything's grunge now. It's not new wave. New wave's over. It's grunge now. So unless you're wearing, ripped jeans and flannels, you're out. And then for grunge, it was like, no, everything's new metal now. It's all new metal. So unless you're new metal, get out. It's rap rock now. Oh, no, get out. Now it's 70s revival time. You're not that, get out. Like that's just how the music industry, I think, operated for so many years. Is it was so like stifling. But I think with independent music being where it is now, there's much more room to kind of stay after your proverbial welcome has worn out. I feel like bands, because I was thinking the same thing last night while I was tracking this, and I was going, that's weird. Like, whatever, exactly what you're saying. What happened to these guys? It was pretty cool stuff, and then it just kind of disappeared. But I feel like, that's a lot of major labels, man. That's what they do. Once they decide you're done, they just shut you out.
The major labels don't even seem to have importance anymore. Not really.
There's really not. I think that if you want to reach a really, really wide audience, I think a major label can be very helpful for that. But I think the reality is you have to be prepared to not make decisions for yourself ever again. That's a trade-off is, yeah, sure, they're going to help me reach millions of people, but those millions of people are going to know me as Vanilla Ice forever, and so you got to ask yourself if that's what you want. I read a story once where Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails signed with TBT, and they, I guess in the meeting, were like, we're going to turn you into another Fine Young Cannibals. And it's like, oh, yeah, because that's what I want to do that. So that's where I've always had a problem. I had some label interest for digital indie back in the day, and every time I would talk to somebody, whether they were indies or a little bit higher, it was always just not my thing. I'm too much of a control freak. I like to do what I want to do. That's why I don't do day jobs, really, because I don't want to be told what to do by anybody. So it's kind of like, let me make what I want to make and get it out there. And if it finds an audience, great. And if it doesn't, then I made what I wanted to make and I said what I wanted to say, and that's important too.
So that's why you don't do day jobs. I don't do day jobs because if I get exposed to sunlight, I burst into flames. That's all.
Fair enough. That would be a bad reason. I just, I've been that way since I was a kid. When I was in school, I had a hard time. The times I would show up, I just was like, why are you telling me this? I don't want to know this. Teach me something I can use. Teach me how to play the stock market. I can use that. I don't want to learn with I don't give a shit. And then that would obviously lead to problem. Maybe I just had ADD and I didn't know it. But, I was there. I was doing what I could. Not my scene. So that's been in me since I was a kid, for sure. I was the banana in the ceiling fan kid. That was my aha moment.
You were the Wait, what is a banana in the ceiling fan kid?
I
You
think
take a
it's the
banana,
true.
you peel it, you hold it up to the ceiling fan, you watch the slices fly around the room.
I wish it was that sane. I wish it was. When I was about 8 or 9 years old was probably when the Mr. Agitator spark started, which was that need to just see something wahoo, like crazy moment. I didn't care what it was. Like, my brother and I, we came home from school, and I think I was like 8 or 9. He was probably around 11, 12, something like that. We came home from school, and in the house, my mother always had fruit. And we had this banana that had turned black and purple. You know how, like, when you touch it, it's just like, and we were like, ugh, it's the nasty banana, right? So, just the thought hit me, and like an impulse, I was like, and my brother saw me and was like, no. And I took that banana and I tossed it right up, and it went through the blade and came back down through the blade, and it hit the table and went, and he was like, oh my God, thank God you. And I grabbed it and went boom, and it hit. It was like, zip, 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 zip. And it was banana everywhere, and it was beautiful. And I was like, banana in the ceiling fan. Oh yeah, And I was watching it go, and it was the greatest moment of my life. And he was standing there, and he was just like,
You are a terrible influence.
but you know what? It was fun. And we were cleaning banana forever. Forever. An eternity of banana. But I don't regret it.
That's got to be generational. In my day, we didn't throw them in the ceiling fan. We just smoked them.
Smoking bananas, huh? Oh, shit.
It was the 60s.
We got to catch up.
That was the
It
60s.
was the 60s. Amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like life is a series of banana in the ceiling fan moments. There's that aha moment where you're like, oh, that would be a good idea. We should date. Wrong. Bad idea. I should start a band and become a musician. What were you thinking?
I'm just tweeting this. Don't mind me.
I'm minding you. I'm sitting here stewing right now. No, I'm kidding. I'm like one of those dolls. You just wind me up, and I just endlessly, I'll be screaming things for the next 10 hours by myself. In costume, of course. Yeah.
I would pay to see that.
Oh man, I feel sorry for you in that scenario. You don't want it. Nobody wants to see that. No, it's like the Mr. Agitator porn tape. Nobody wants it. They may say they want it. They don't want it. It's weird. It's weird and creepy. Man in a mask.
I'd like to see you
Please
guys
stop me.
do a Saturday morning cartoon. Like, remember the Beatles back in the day? Had the Saturday morning Beatles cartoon?
Right,
Same
yeah, the
thing,
Monkeys
only with
cartoon.
you guys.
Yeah, I would watch that. I would watch a V.S. for Villains cartoon. But I wouldn't want anything to do with it because I'd want to be surprised every week. Is that selfish? They'd be like, you got to do the voice. I'd be like, no. You hire somebody, or get one of those robots or something. They'd be like, I am Mr. Agitator. Like I just want to see it every weekend.
We can't
do
it like they did with the Beatles.
Would it be like Scooby-Doo? Would every week I'd be like, oh, zoinks, and like I'd solve some mystery or some weird shit like that. I don't know.
Except you guys are the villains, of course.
Oh, we're the best. Oh, surprise! We did it again.
Wait, you
Like at the end of every, yeah, we're the villains. At the end of every episode, I solved the mystery, and it was me. At the end of every episode, that's it.
That's actually a great idea. Can I steal that?
Sure, steal it as long as you write it for me and me alone, because I'll find you if you don't.
I'm gonna put it up on my blog and make millions of dollars.
Please do it.
On Jeff.
Yeah, it's like what is it? It's like a Scooby-Doo, and it's like it starts off and we're like, oh, we've got to solve this mystery. Who stole this from the bank? And it's like dun dun dun. At the end, it's like, oh, that's right, I did. That's where I got this new car and this date. It's every episode. Next week, it starts the exact same way. It's like, oh, well, this week we're gonna solve the mystery. Who threw the banana in the ceiling fan? Oh, that's right. I did it.
This is like the Alice Cooper song "Steven," only slightly happier.
I love Alice Cooper. So I think I'm going to cover Alice Cooper next.
I would love to hear you cover just about anything Alice has ever done, whether it's one of the good bits or one of the terrible bits. I don't care. Like you could cover. Actually, I'd love to hear you cover just the song "Alice Cooper Goes to Hell."
Okay.
Actually, oh my God, you would be perfect for that song. For
Okay.
violence on the stage, for being a brat, refusing to act your age.
That's me.
For all of the decent citizens you've enraged, you can go to hell. Wow. I would
that's me.
The heck out of that song.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm doing it.
Nice.
So what do you care about more, Jeff? Is it music or lyrics?
Lyrics. I'm a lyrics guy.
You're a lyricist. You're a man of words.
I am a man of words. I always love lyrics. When I am doing songwriting, or when I used to do songwriting, I would always start with the lyrics.
Very cool.
I always talk about not being a great musician, but I worked on it okay. Like, I don't know, I played guitar for an hour a day in high school. But most people I know who became musicians are like, yeah, I did something other than play guitar for 1 hour a day when I was in high school. And the rest of the time I was playing guitar. And I'm like, oh, I wasn't that passionate, really. Like, I
don't know about that. My brother was kind of like, he would just shrug and play. He would stand in our kitchen with his shirt off because he was, when you're a teenager, you've got you're usually at least decently built. So he would just stand there with his shirt off all day, just riffing. That's all he did. And even to this day, it's strange. Like I said, I'll go up to him and be like, "Hey, I need a part for this song," and he'll be like, "Okay," and he'll bite his lip and he'll go, and I'm like, "Oh, you son of a bitch! It took me 14 hours to write this," and he just was like, "Okay, is that good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, hate you."
Apparently, there's a story about how Todd Rundgren was called in to do the guitar parts for that 9-minute and 32-second song "Bad Out of Hell" for the first Bad Out of Hell album, and they played him the song, and he listened to the song, and they played it once or twice, and then he said, "All right, now start recording me," and he just laid down all the guitar, all the little screaming bits, all the little trills, all of it. Just went through the song one time, laid it all down, and said, "Okay, thank you," and walked out. And it was done. It was the one take. And
that's a pro, man. That's the way it should be. You go in and do what you can. There's nothing wrong with discovering it, right? Like, I feel like music is kind of like a dreamlike state, right? When you're writing music, you're a listener at the same time. So I feel like it puts you in the center of this very specific process when you're songwriting, where you're listening, but you're also creating. You're in the center of creating while you perceive. And it puts you in this very strange center where you're like, you've got to be honest with yourself as a listener while holding your integrity and your line as a songwriter and a storyteller. And that's I've never found anything quite like it. Songwriting to me is this puzzle. I used to write stories when I was a kid. Like, I would write book length stories with all these characters and ideas and things like that. And I never did anything with it. But, songwriting was such a specific puzzle that you have to solve, where it's like, what else do you have? Where it's like, okay, it's got to be 2 minutes and 30 seconds to 3 minutes. It has to rhyme. It has to make sense. It has to have a snappy title. It's got to be poppy. It's got to be dancey. But at the same time, you've got to get across the idea of a story while still staying in the frame time structure. And what I found with writing lyrics when you have music involved is that it puts you in this very interesting place where, as an editor, you have to be very selective with what words you use and how,
And
that's my gospel.
It's that damn third verse that always gets to me. It's like,
do you know why, Jeff? Because it doesn't need a third verse.
No.
It only needs 2.
No, see, you know what?
No, 2 verses. That's all you get. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Make it snap.
for great musicians, all you need is two verses to convey every bit of emotion through the sonics, through the performance, through everything. Um, I'm not terrible. I'm actually a pretty decent singer.
You are. I've seen you play and sing,
Although,
and you were good.
well, thank you.
It's the
But
truth.
like, I want that third verse because I want to tie up the song. I want it to go somewhere, and also
Mhm.
I pretty much always want it to go somewhere and not have it be the default, which is that this whole song is. I was really happy because I was really sad because I was really introspective because
Right.
I just found slash lost love, which is like
Right.
it's not the dozens or hundreds of my favorite songs end that way, and I've ended songs that way. It's just the one place I would like to not go if I can help it because it's the one place that
Right.
everybody always goes.
Yeah. It's like, what's more interesting than finding love? Ooh, I can't help it. I love someone I hate. Ooh, scary.
Who has a better story than Bran the Broken?
Nobody. That is the biggest gulp I've ever seen.
Thank you.
My God. No, I feel you, and don't mind me. I'm full of shit. I've totally written songs that have third verses. I think that I think once you start to think in terms of structure when you write, you're screwed, right? Like I think that, in all honesty, you just do whatever is best for the song, whatever's best for the song in the moment. If you're listening to it, you have to be able to listen and say, I don't like that, And if you have a moment where you're like, I don't like that, then why do you expect anybody else to like it? Or where you're like, I love this, but that part not so much. Well, then you got to do the work and you got to go to that part and tune it. You got to make it work or get rid of it, And I feel like it's all bullshit. We're making all of it up. It's all made up. You see this face? I made it up. So, when you take that response, then the entire songwriting structure is your playground. You can do whatever you want. And there's nobody to say whether it's right or wrong. Only you as the writer. Now, people can say, I hate this, and that's okay. We're not there to convince people to like us. We're there to share our art and our music with people and say, hey, if you care, this is where I am. Not, please like me. That's what influencers on Instagram are for. They're there to stand there and go like me. Please like me. I have a beach house and my man has a six-pack. Like me. I wear this brand makeup. Like me. I'm not an influencer. I don't give a shit about that. I just want to tell the best stories I can. And if it connects, it connects. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not my problem. My thing is to write it, get it out there, and see how they feel. But I honestly feel like as a songwriter, it's just whatever's best for that song in the moment, right? Like if it needs 10 verses, give it 10 verses. If it needs 10 choruses, give it 10 choruses. It doesn't matter, man. Some of the best Pink Floyd stuff was just flighty and like out there, and I loved it. So like, who's to argue any right way to write a song? I think that's kind of bullshit. I think it's just you write what you want. I'm
Carlos
sticking to it.
Santiago says, on point.
Oh, yeah, that's my father. Hi, Dad.
Oh.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh.
Are you proud? Okay, I am going to throw in one point about songwriting that you should never do, and that's the Mad at Dad song. Don't write Mad at Dad. Everybody in the late 90s wrote Mad at Dad, and it was terrible. You know what I'm saying? Those songs were like, John, Mad at Dad, for like 10 hours. The worst. We used to go to shows at the Metro in Chicago when we were teenagers. And, we would look up at that stage and think, one day, if I could just play the Metro. And we did many years later. But we would go there like every weekend. And we watched shows. And, man, I got to tell you, in that new metal rap rock phase, bands would get on stage. And 4 hours later, they would be entirely different bands. And they all played one song somehow. And we were like, I don't think I heard anybody. Not only did I not hear a band change, I didn't even hear a song change. Every single song was like, mad at dad, mad at dad, mad at dad. I just learned drums, bump, 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 bump. I just learned drums. You got a whole crowd standing there like, I think I like this. Why am I here? Oh, because I like my friends. That's why I showed up. But it was a crazy time. But yeah, I just don't write Mad at Dad because that song sucks.
I just got something that I never would have occurred to me before because you said that. And that's, I finally get the brilliance of the old, remember a Cartoon Network show called Adventure Time?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You had the half demon chick, and she wrote that song about being mad at her demon father because he ate her french fries. And I never got the joke of that until now. That's cool.
I love that. It's true though, because it's like, I'm just mad at Dad. Well, what did Dad do to you? He didn't give me my pony. I don't know. I'm just mad at him. Just that's what I am.
Like the entire grunge genre to me was. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about whatever Kurt Cobain went for, and I do have respect for these people for musicianship and artistry quite often, but the whole grunge genre was. I'm upset because my parents got a divorce. Wah!
Right. Yeah.
That was
everybody's parents got divorced.
What?
I said everybody's parents got divorced. Get over it.
I was like, really?
Yeah,
this is like a whole genre that's going on for.
Yeah. It was like, right. Grunge was very like, like that dude from Stone Temple Pilots endlessly, or that rock and roll voice, if you know what I'm talking about, where the singer would be like, I'm kind of like Creed, and they would get on stage and they'd be like, don't want no responsibility, don't want a job. I don't want to do things anymore. We'd be like, oh shit, it's another night of that. Just that guy singing over and over again about how he doesn't want to get a job and he just wants to wear flannels. Like I felt like, I was a kid when grunge hit, so I should have been really into it. But my father had the good sense to introduce me to real music, or better music at least. Stuff that was very, like Beatles, Billy Joel, Elton John, Frank Sinatra. Love Sinatra, he's great. Ray Charles, like he introduced us to so much stuff. He would throw in a little bit of Zeppelin here and there. He'd throw in a little, some stuff like the Doors every once in a while. But really, he raised us on kind of classics, and that I remember just being a kid in like 93, 94, and just listening to Harry Connick Jr.'s Blue Light, Red Light nonstop. It just really, man, hit me. Or listening to, Magical Mystery Tour on repeat. It was like just one of my favorite albums when I was a kid. Thought it was such a great album, and I feel like the art of the album has kind of gone away, and that happens, that happens when you go into a singles oriented Spotify style, everything is about how many plays a song is getting and how many clicks and how you can monetize on it. Then people start to kind of lose the art of the album, that whole story piece that tells one larger story. And I feel like, we've kind of gotten away from that a little bit. I think that's a little sad. But I think it's also kind of a misnomer to say that we got away from that recently. As, in the 90s, they were very single-centric also. In the early 2000s, very single-centric. So I think it's a progression that's been there for a while. But it does kind of make me sad that we've lost a little bit of structure with the album. It's like, people today, they just kind of want the hit single now. They want to hear the chorus now. And they don't want to. I've seen people that just scrub through a new song immediately. They just scrub through it. Boom. Like, get me to the good part. And it's like, well, maybe just listen to the damn song.
I've never seen that.
And I've seen it. And I weep as a songwriter. I weep for those people.
When I hear about the death of the album, which I would agree with, I kind of wonder, the album it's not like the album has been the core unit of music for the past 5,000 years.
Right.
If we're seeing the death of the album and we're seeing the death of the storytelling you see in that, I used to know how long it was. What is it, 22 and a half minutes per side on a piece of vinyl? If we're seeing that end, what was it like for the hundreds of years before that? Was the album a revolution in how we could tell stories as musicians, and is that going away, or what do you think's going on?
I mean, I would guess that prior to the album, really what you had were sonatas, and you had operas, you had full orchestral pieces. And I think that Prochekvi was, Dance of the Nights, Romeo and Juliet was a whole piece, an entire score, which is brilliant if you haven't listened to it. I think that, I think that to some regard, to me these days, the closest thing that I get to a storytelling unit as an album are film scores. I think you can pretty much pick out any film score on the market, whether it be modern or older, and it's an entire album that tells an entire piece that thematically has to express certain emotions to portray what's happening on screen. But when you take it out of the context of a film and you just listen to it as its own piece, it says a lot. Usually it's usually very inspiring. So where it's going in the future, if I had to put my money on something, I would say that songs are going to become even more soundbite than they are. I think in the future, most hit songs are going to be about a minute. I think they're going to get everything across in a minute to keep up with those scrubbing speeds, to make sure that, you get like one verse and two choruses, and the verse sits in between somewhere, or a bridge, and then it's like, bam, get it in, it's got a slam, and then it's over.
That's a little.
And if you like it, put it on repeat. What's that?
That's horrifying.
It's horrifying to me, absolutely.
I mean,
especially when you consider it.
I'd actually like to. Do you mind if I hit that for a second? Because that struck a nerve.
Please do.
I remember the first time, and the show was Sally Jesse Raphael, and this was the 90s, when I was asked to do a TV interview.
Yeah.
And I kept trying to answer questions. And even before you go out there, I have people telling me, people from the studio, look, your answers should be sound bites. You should be able to say it in 2 sentences. And I'm like,
right.
What this does is rob context, meaning,
Yep,
mood, content. Not everything can be boiled down to a couple of quick sound bites. Right. And what you're doing is you're reducing the amount of information that can be conveyed.
Right.
You're reducing the content that can be conveyed. And it almost becomes like George Orwell saw that coming with Newspeak.
Oh, yeah.
Where you reduce people's vocabulary, reduce the attention span, reduce everything to short, simple slogans. And in doing that, you're eliminating critical thinking. And that's dangerous.
I agree with that.
That's very, very dangerous. Yeah. It almost becomes. Do you remember Get Smart?
I remember Get Smart.
Oh, absolutely. I'm talking on my shoe right now.
Funniest bit ever. Do you remember Larry Storch as the Groovy Guru? And he had his band, the Sacred Cows, that were going to lay Chaos's message on the youth of America.
I do not remember.
There with the cow horns on their head and these Holstein suits going, kill, 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 thrill, 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 make a scene, bump off a dean, chaos roll. And it's like, that's funny. But I'm frightened by how everything with these so quick, so short, not even the patience for a 3-minute single, just the hook.
Yep.
How much subliminal messaging are you just getting directly brainwashed with?
Right.
No critical thinking at all going on.
Well, and I would venture to guess that when we hit the point where the song is a minute, you're going to be hearing songs that are basically advertisements. That would be my guess. And it's sad, and I think, come on, most modern singles, most of them are basically, boom, I want to get high, snap, boom, I want to get drunk, snap, boom, I want to get laid, snap, boom, I want to have fun, snap. That's most music. It's in a 4/4-120, and you're just going, I'm talking over lyrics like this, and I'm going to the store to get some milk, and I'm checking the time because I'm bored, but I'm talking and I'm going to say anything more. Hey, I just wrote a hit song. Hey, I hate my life. Like, that's 99% of what you hear pop up nowadays. It's like, oh, just throw a drum beat. It's cheap to produce. Just make it, get it out there. You know, if it hits, it hits it. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
I'm not
But,
insisting
you know,
everybody should be Cole Porter, but I mean, but you see what I
I
mean?
am. No.
Mr. Antagonist, your song is now trending on social media.
Oh, really?
Yep, it's now a multi-million-dollar hit.
Cool.
Fortunately,
Cool.
apparently YouTube has stolen all the money.
Sounds
So
about right. Yeah.
yeah, but
That sounds right.
oh, sorry. Now you apparently you're caught up in some sort of scandal. You have been canceled.
Yep.
Oh,
Also sounds right.
to a desert island, and no one knows what happened to you.
Well, I didn't become Mr. Agitator so I could stay safe.
I love that.
I didn't do that to avoid controversy, so I don't know.
Mr. Agitator,
My answer to that is I don't give a shit. I'm all good.
you have a technically we scheduled you to 4:15, but if you have a few more minutes to stick around, I think we'd love to talk to you some more if you're okay with that.
I can stick for a minute.
I was actually going to ask if you and Chelsea wanted to talk for a little bit, as
Sure.
I need to take a very quick break to stretch and put more gin into this big gulp container here.
Please do.
I
You
will-
got to get Jen in that big gulp.
I will be right back.
I mean,
I'm chatting.
I think that was fascinating too, what you were saying, because honestly, I mean, people like Lady Gaga, if she comes out with a new album, I listen to it, pay attention to it.
Right.
Billie Eilish made it past all my filters, and I've loved everything that she's done so far. I listen to the whole album, and I get into the album.
Well, there's definitely some thought there for sure.
But for the most part, I don't even know what's going on in popular music, because I do a radio show and I'm finding new independent do-it-yourself artists, mostly in a goth or goth related genre, such as yourself.
Right.
It's like when you're talking about the idea of a concept album where the whole album tells a story. One of the albums of that type, where the whole album tells this whole story like a rock opera, the sort of thing like Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The last example I've heard of that in recent years was Steam Powered Giraffes, The Vice Quadrant.
Right.
You know, a double album space opera.
Right. Absolutely.
But you have, in convention culture, everybody knows Steam Powered Giraffe, and everybody is familiar with this. I don't think it's even hitting the major label commercial outlets. They're not even aware we exist.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think it's, definitely not the kind of stuff that would cross over into clubs. In my opinion, we played with them quite a few times at different conventions. And any time that I caught the show, I was just, okay, I can see why people at the cons enjoy this. I'm not a big fan of sitting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, I feel like most club atmosphere is less about theatricality and more about entertaining people in the moment and playing stuff that they know and they like. And you know what I mean? Not that, like I said, I'm not trying to say that it was a bad show. It wasn't. I just feel like, definitely not club crossover. That's for sure. So that would probably be part of it. I don't know. But they're not really a band per se. I mean, I know we're not really a band in the sense that, I write most of the music and all that stuff. But when we get on stage, we're a band. There are usually anywhere from 3 to 5 of us, and we play like a band, traditional. And I think that most of the time with what they're doing, I don't know if that's the world for it, but they've done extremely well in conventions. So I'm sure they're probably not sweating it. But I don't know. I agree with what you're saying. Like, it's kind of tough to cross into both, honestly, to be able to do both. because they're both such drastically different worlds with different, technical needs and different ideologies. I feel like the way that I approach club shows is sometimes not how I approach conventions. I feel like sometimes we kind of design that show a little bit differently.
That is interesting because your convention shows are very theatrical.
Thank you.
And
we try to make our club shows theatrical too, but we err on the side of like, most of the time in a club, you're not going to leave the stage as much and run into the crowd and dance with them and do crazy things. You will sometimes, but not as much as you will in a convention, just because their mindset is already in that space. They want to participate. They want to have fun. I feel like most conventions, when you walk out there, 99% of the time, the people that are in the room have decided that they're going to have a good time no matter what. And you're just taking them on that journey. If you're actually good at it, like, we are like Steam Powered Giraffe, if you're actually good at it, then they go with you on that journey and they have a great time and their minds are blown. I feel like in clubs, in bars and clubs, you have a very different mentality where the crowd is very much like, well, what do you do to win me over? So you have to approach it in the manner of you're going to have a good time whether you like it or not. Because most of them are, hardcore adults that don't want to be bothered. They're there to drink and hit on someone. And so it's true. So you got to like convince them why they're having a good time almost. And there's a very specific art form to that. You don't want to just run out there and be like, you're having fun, right? No, you got to kind of like little by little reel them in and disarm them with humor and show them that you're not there necessarily to convince them to like you. It's kind of weird in that high school way.
That's,
even though I never went to high school, but
that's a little interesting because like being 60 years old and married for 30 years, I don't really frequent clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And when I did, I don't go in spaces I don't go into heterosexual clubs because I have absolutely no legitimate business being there unless it is because I was hired to be on stage and entertain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's happened on occasion, but to do stand up or to play lounge music or something, but it's
okay.
But I mean,
feel you.
It's just the mating rituals of other people repulse me. You know what I mean?
I'm going to make that into a bumper sticker. I'm going to put that on my car. The mating rituals of others repulse me. Because it's so true. No, I don't know. I feel like, man, it's funny to me that like we've done so many different clubs around the country. We've played so many different places. We've really done thousands of shows at this point. And I feel like, conventions are their own animal and they're very accepting in some ways. I feel like, clubs are their own animal. They're very accepting in some ways. I've had so much, anytime that we've done a gay club or we've gone to gay clubs to promote, it's been the most fun and just the most accepting, warm people. Straight clubs, I feel like, nowadays, I feel like the differentiation I've really felt in the last 5 to 10 years, the border and that drop. Like, I don't feel like I've gone to many straight clubs and been like, oh, this is clearly a straight club. Thank God. I feel like I've gone to a lot of clubs and they're pretty open and accepting to most people that come through the door. That was not the case 10 years ago. Around 2010, you'd go into a lot of clubs and they would just be like, no, this is a gay club specifically. You're straight. Or this is a straight club specifically. We don't want gay people around here. And that was pretty unfortunate. I feel like definitely in the last 10 years, the name calling has completely changed. And that's a great thing. I remember when I very first put on this costume and I used to go to clubs, a lot of the straight clubs specifically, it was just every gay name under the book. They'd be like, look at that guy. And while I was going home with their girlfriend, they were like, he's gay. And I was like, yeah, it's your girlfriend. Bye. I'm going to take her with me. But you can go home with your friend. but like, you know, people had a weird kind of childish mentality about things that they don't understand, you know. And I feel like that was a big part of back in the day why I put the mask and the hat on and went out there, was to, you know, basically put it in people's faces and say, yeah, this is it. What are you going to do about it? You know, I'm not going anywhere. You can't make me go anywhere.
Do you think you're ever? This is like an unrelated topic, but I've been wanting to ask you this. Do you think you're going to throw a real curveball sometime, like do a Sinatra-style traditional pop song or a country song or something?
Sure, absolutely. I would love that. You know, a lot of songs that I've been choosing lately are songs that I feel like are pushing my range, because I want to learn more and I want to evolve. I don't want to ever stay still. I could absolutely see picking up some classics and some standards. You know, that would be a lot of fun. And, you know, I definitely wouldn't say rule it out. My only rules so far in choosing covers has been that we have to keep it to the original song. It can't be too off. It has to rock. Number two, we got to listen to it and go, I love this. I want to play this live. And it's got to sound like Villains by the time we're done with it. It has to sound like it could have been a part of our catalog. Like, those things are important to me. But I feel like you can translate any song to that, because we have orchestral pieces that are on albums. We have Goodnight Life, it's a straight orchestral piece that I wrote. We have March of the Villains, which is a straight orchestral piece. So, you know, yeah, I feel like a Sinatra song, man, when I was 17. Oh, I'd love to do that. It'd be amazing. It'd be an amazing track. I don't know if it's within my range, but that's why we're learning, right?
You have amazing chops, man. You have what, a 2-octave
Thank
range,
you.
2.5, something like that?
Sure. I'm not musically inclined. I don't know how to read music, write music. I just know how to write it, like, by hearing and playing. But so if you ask me, like, where I sit, am I a tenor, am I soprano, I would have no idea. I'd say you tell me.
Mr. Agitator, wasn't it when you were about 17 that you that you literally had your back broken?
Yeah, I was actually 15.
15.
I broke my back. I ended up, you know, pretty much paralyzed for a good year. I could barely stand or walk. I was in intense pain, really intense pain. You know, my father was in the military and he took me to the VA to get looked at. And they, you know, they did the best that they could with what they had, I think. And they treated it the best way they knew how. And then they referred me to a specialist. And basically all they did for 3 years was just put me on a cocktail of drugs that I probably shouldn't have been on. And that, you know, didn't do anything to help me walk again. Then I started getting steroid injections and I could stand up straight. So then at that point, I started writing songs, you know. I don't know where, I don't know how. I had a keyboard that I bought and I just would hammer it out, you know. And I would take it to my father and he would listen to it and he'd go, I like that, but you need to think this way and change this. Oh, okay. So, you know, he was always a musician. He was a singer and a songwriter, and he's a damn good one. So I respected his opinion a lot. And I still do. If ever I write something or I cover something, I always send it to Dad first. Send it to Dad because I know he's going to tell me the straight. He's going to write me back and go, you're fucking that part up, or that part's good, but think about it like this. You know, so I really respect his opinion, and I think he formed a lot of my musical ideology. You know, and he's a part of the team, man. You know, my father's been a part of the team since we were kids. He was always making graphics. He sets up our websites. You know, he's a huge force and influence. He's done a lot of our graphics work. If you like any of the album covers, he made all of them.
Ew.
You know, he did it. So, you know, that's my father for you in a nutshell. And I'm sure I'll probably call him right after this and be like, hey, Dad, how you doing? You know, because that's how we do it. But yeah, I broke my back. I had spinal surgery. Then when I turned 21, I had a tumor on my lung. I don't know how or why. I've never smoked a day in my life. And they ended up taking about 40% of my left lung. So I had to recover from that. Then I went on tour about 7 months later. Well, actually, I went on tour about 3 months later. And then after that, I did a full U.S. tour about 7 months after that. And then 2013, I broke my back in the middle of a show and my knee at the same time. The stage collapsed while I was playing a convention at a hotel. snapped my knee, broke my back. So I combat crawled to the front of the stage, and we have this all on video. It really happened. I combat crawled to the front of the stage, and I sang like 8 more songs before paramedics pulled me off, strapped me up, wheeled me out. Then about 2 months after that, I had spinal and knee surgery at the same time, and then I started retraining, and then I was playing Nightmare on Chicago Street in Elgin. About 3 months after that, we were headlining the stage. So yeah, it's been crazy and intense. I could probably go on and on about injuries all day. Broken teeth and bodies and bones. That's part
Are
of
you going to
it.
be writing an autobiography?
That's always the question. I think if I were a better writer, I would probably do it. I probably have to hire somebody to do it because I'm not very good. I can tell them what I've done in my life, but I don't know if I'm a good novelist or writer. Never really tried. Could write it all as a song. I hired Jeff. Hey, Jeff, you want to write my autobiography?
Hey, no problem. Right now, fictional or otherwise.
Yeah, we'll tell the truth. It's much more interesting. I ran from the police once in my costume. That really happened. I always tell people that story. It really happened. I was having a beer at the Metro in Chicago in my costume. I'm just hanging out at the bar, chilling. This kid came up to me and he recognized me because secret identities are bullshit. They're entire bullshit. So this kid walked up to me. Everybody would be like, Bruce Wayne's Batman. I knew it. No, this kid walked right up to me and was just like, hey, are you the lead singer of Digital Mindy? And I was like, yeah, I am.
Digital Mindy?
And he was just, Digital Mindy. It was my first band from when I was 15 to 25. And right before I started Villains, Digital Mindy transitioned into V is for Villains. So there's a whole album or two out there of other music. The very last song we wrote as Digital Mindy was Meet Mr. Agitator, which is where I got the name. But I was sitting there, I'm having a beer in the bar, and this kid comes up to me and he says, hey, my God, you're a singer of Digital Mindy, man. Can I get a picture and like introduce you to my friends and stuff? And I was like, yeah, sure. And we had kind of grown a little bit in local Chicago. We weren't very well known nationally, but they knew us. They knew who we were over here. So I was like, yeah, of course. And he was like, what's up with the costume and stuff? I was like, oh, I don't know. I'm just having a beer and it's Friday. So I'm down there and I'm talking.
I'm looking up various variations on Digital Mindy and Broken Back.
He's like, I'm trying to figure out where the hell you came from. But the truth is, back then especially, I didn't like to talk about my broken back as much. I felt like it made me weak, but I was wrong. It's part of my strength.
No.
Yeah.
Huge strength. It's a huge comeback.
Thank you. But I used to try to keep it under wraps. I was always kind of ashamed of it. Like, man, I don't want people to know that I'm a cripple. Like I use a cane sometimes. I have a hard time walking at times. I ended up, so I'm walking with this kid and we're down the street and I'm like chatting with him. I'm like, yeah, I'll go take pictures with you guys and talk to you guys. Awesome. So I get there and they're all hanging out in a car across the street. Like there's like this kind of like hot dog shop back there and they got like some interconnecting like back fences, alley kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm talking to these kids and they have like, we're going to take pictures with you and stuff. They're drinking and they're like, hey, do you want a drink? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I had a beer in the bar. And as I was standing there thinking, wait a second, why are you guys drinking in the car in the alley when the bar is right there? How old are you guys? The moment the thought entered my head, how old are you guys? I heard boop, boop, and there was a cop car pulling up behind us. And I was like, oh my God, this is my life. Of course, they're going to see me in a sex pervert costume standing in an alley with a bunch of kids that are drinking. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. I'm going to prison. I'm going to die there. And this kid is looking at me in my costume, and I'm like, I'm Mr. Agitator. And he's standing there, and he's like, yeah, I wonder what he's going to say to those cops. He's going to mouth off or some shit. And I looked at the kid, and I was like, I can't get arrested. And I bolted. I just started running. I was running, and I was laughing, and I was like, and these cops were like, hey, and they started chasing me, and I looked back, and there were cops, and I was like, oh, shit. But I was actually in way better shape, so I was able to, like, just jump a trash can and a fence, and I was like, bye! And I saw a cab pulling up, and I just, like, totally bolted right in front of these people that were hailing this cab, and I slid in, and I was like, sorry! and I closed the door, and the cab driver looked back and saw me, and he was like, "Oh shit! Oh god! Oh shit!" And I was like, "Drive now!" And so he started driving, and I was like, "Keep going, man! I swear to God, I'm gonna give you a decent tip." And I was looking out for cops, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm getting arrested!" Ooh. And then I saw him like question these kids, and they were like handcuffing them. And my friend that came with me, who I kidnapped, was across the street, and he was smoking, and was like, "Holy shit!" Yeah, I kidnapped him. There's a funny story behind that too. But like, we pulled around, and I waited for the cops to leave, and I was behind the cabbie, and I was just like, "It's okay. We're in this together. We're in this together." And he pulled up, and I threw him some cash, and I was like, "Here you go. Here's a big tip. It's like $50 or something." And he didn't even have to take me anywhere. How fun is that? And then I waited for them to leave, and I got out, and I walked up to my friend. I was like, "Hey, what's up?" And he was like, "What the fuck just happened?" And I was like, "That's what happens sometimes when you hang out with us. All right, go buy me a drink." And that's when I ran from the police.
So you've always been some sort of ne'er-do-well.
Don't ask my exes about it.
You're not exactly big on because I became a villain, not that I think this is the time to go deeply into the story, but I became a villain because I was in a place where people were calling me a villain. People I'd never met were calling me a villain over things that I had never heard had happened. Like far
I hate that.
anything one might have heard. I was being called a villain for stuff that I literally didn't know had happened anywhere to anyone. And I was like, either come out and do like one of these big, angry, no, this is all lies things. But then at the time, that would have been making a particular kind of statement of politics. And I was already starting to get a little sick of politics in that way.
Well, it's a tough position because when you fight the argument, then immediately people are like, "You're just saying that because ... though they were never even there and they have no idea what's going on." I understand, yeah. It's almost like you can't defend yourself.
You can't defend yourself without making it a bigger story. And
that's right. It's sad.
I eventually decided to leap to villainy and be like, you know what? I cannot find a good way of explaining why so much of this stuff is fiction. So I'm going to jump straight into a world of fiction and let people engage with me there, because at least in this world, we're on a level playing field. I have no idea what stories they're going to tell because they come from random imagination. They have no idea what stories I'm going to tell because they come from random imagination. And
all I'm going to say, Jeff, is, get in the villain hot tub, baby. It's warm. It's so warm.
And besides, that was so 2017. We're literally in a different universe now.
It's true. It's true. The world's exploding.
I mean, you're in Chicago, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I've been asking everybody this. What's going on in Chicago? I mean, is there are there fire outside your window or?
It's crazy. We've been watching a lot of stuff happening and unfolding around us, and it's been a crazy time in the city. A lot of destruction, a lot of chaos, but then again, a lot of peaceful protesting, a lot of people standing up to injustice. I tend to like to focus a little bit more on that now. When before what I was seeing was more the chaos and the devastation, which I'll say again, I don't support rioting, and I don't support violence, but I do support peaceful protesting, and I do support justice, and I do support people. Mr. Agitator on my shoulder. I do support people standing up to injustice. That's a pretty powerful message that's being sent, and I think that it's foolish to ignore it. But having said that, I'm safe. People around me are safe. And I think that unless you're a big part of that problem, you're going to be safe too. That's at least the hope. You keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best. When the storm passes, you hope that you could just begin to clean up and heal, and you hope that others will heal with you. So yeah, it's been like that over here, and I mean I get it, I understand. We are living in kind of a crazy time. We're living in a different era, and you're right. 2017 feels like 10 worlds ago now. It feels like 10 lifetimes ago. And going back to what Jeff has said, I don't think that I know anybody that has escaped online persecution of some kind.
That's
I've been in the middle of online things. That's exactly that. You're like, I don't know where this is coming from. Either I don't know where this is coming from, or on the flip side, that's not what happened. That's not the way it happened. And that's a difficult point to come across, because everybody likes to show up for the "you're guilty" party. Nobody likes to show up for the "holy shit, I was wrong about you" party. And that's just how it is. We live in a society, and we live in an age where your every move is scrutinized, your every word is hung upon, and somebody is out there that hates you just because you are you, while preaching that they're the most tolerant people that exist.
yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm honestly wondering too. That was a beautiful statement, by the way. I'm honestly starting to wonder. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter because
Mhm.
I'm married. I have a job. Actually, I have
Sure.
several jobs. I have a life.
You don't like to waste your time in the pits of hell.
I have a life, right?
Yeah.
And I can't help but wonder, though, is there quite as much of the phony social justice warrior stuff now that there's real social injustice that's like bam in your face with real blood and real violence and real deaths and real horror? Are they maybe stop looking for the next celebrity to cancel or boycott and maybe a little
I
more
don't think
focus
so.
on something real?
I think that the reality is the fake people, honestly, they didn't go for you for anything other than personal reasons. I found that in my time and in my experience, the people that went after me, people didn't know what it was like behind the scenes. Those are people that felt wronged because I had to let them go. Those are people that felt wronged because I just decided not to personally connect with them anymore. An ex that went after me because I ended the relationship, and then tried to say in retrospect, all of these terrible things happened. Well, not really. None of those things happened. And of course, you won't use my name because it didn't. It's slander and libel if you do. You can't prove it because it never existed. I understand being hurt because things didn't go your way, and I would never want to hurt anybody I care about. But at the same time, I'm a human being with wants and needs and feelings too, and I've got to make decisions for myself. Sometimes when you make business decisions, sometimes when you make personal decisions that people don't like because it doesn't include them, they decide you're a target. Now Jeff's a target because he decided to do this with his business and I don't like it. Now Nick's a target because he wronged me because I didn't get what I wanted from him. So in that vein, now you're a target. So I don't think that this revolution really affects those people because they have nothing to gain from this revolution. If they had personal gain in the picture, everyone would be a villain. Everyone would be a target. We've gotten in this weird place where people have learned that destroying someone online can be currency. And people always say, well, why would someone falsely accuse? And I agree that you've got to listen to every accusation. You have to listen to people that could have been hurt. That's an important thing in our society because we kept our eyes shut for way too long and we let a lot of shit go. You got to listen to people. However, you also have to investigate, and you've got to be able to determine whether what they're telling you is true. And when people say, well, why would somebody lie? Why wouldn't they? That's a fast track for them to gain popularity, which then becomes money, which then becomes influence. That's why people lie about certain things, because they see it as, well, I'm going to disparage Jeff in order to elevate my career. I'm going to destroy Vias for Villains and make them bad guys in this situation because that gets me sympathy likes and that gets me sympathy shares. And that gets me sympathy money down the line. And people, bless their hearts, they're just trying to help. You know, people want to jump to the aid of those who cry, I got hurt. You know, and I understand that because I'm the same way. You want to help those people. They want to be helpful. They want to help, you know, make sure that someone's not getting abused or hurt or used. However, unless you know the full story, you know, are you really helping? You know, and I think it's a responsibility to do the due diligence.
I think well, that's an interesting thing about diligence, because in 2017, of course, the battle cry was always believe the victim.
Yeah.
And then somebody in a very high profile mainstream political election situation is accused, and now it's and the same people, exactly the same people,
Right.
saying there's no evidence, this woman is a known
Right.
liar. And it's like,
Right.
no, wait a minute.
Right.
I don't care what we decide the standard is, but you can't change up like that.
Right. You got to do the
If
due
you change up
diligence.
like that, then the person that you destroyed under the old rules,
Right.
you owe something if you're going to change the rules and give somebody else a free pass.
But that's the selective memory. That's the selective memory of these people. They decide what's right and wrong. They decide, which makes them vigilante mob justice mentality. They decide, you don't get to decide. And if you try to decide the other way, then you're an enemy too, and you're destroyed before you even have a chance to say, maybe you don't know the whole story. And I agree with that. Look, I agree that we have to listen to potential victims. I really do. And we don't look at somebody and say, well, you're not a victim, you're a liar. Well, you got to figure out what's up, you know. But on the same respect, you know, we've let a lot of scumbags go. We've got to let a lot of people that have really, really hurt people out there go. But I come from a time where you were innocent until you were proven guilty. And you were proven guilty in a court of law, not on Facebook and not on Twitter. Somebody disliking you on Twitter doesn't make you guilty, you know. Somebody passing rumors and conjecture doesn't make you guilty. Prove that the person was guilty. Well, he's too powerful to touch. He's got too much money. Bullshit. Harvey Weinstein's sitting in jail because Harvey Weinstein was guilty. And they did the job. They proved the man was guilty. It was known for years, and they let him go. Then they cracked down on his ass, and they got him exactly where he belongs, in prison, you know. And nobody that you know is going to outreach the long arm of justice. If they are truly guilty, take them to court, win the battle, put them away. Because you can say whatever bad things you want about somebody on the internet, but you're part of the problem if you don't take them out there and use that horrible experience as a way to stop them from hurting other people. You know, saying bad things and canceling somebody online doesn't stop the problem if they're actually an abuser and actually somebody that hurts people.
Right. That's because I can see that I can see that Victor Sierra is getting ready to come on, which is great.
Absolutely.
If I can tie these thoughts together, I think
Yes.
we're not seeing a reduction of what I'll just call them keyboard warriors, because I think any side
Keyboard warriors.
People who are keyboard warriors who talk big behind keyboards but don't have an actual way of making things better, don't have an actual plan, just like getting behind the anonymity of being, you know, invisible and getting out there and starting trouble. Those people have nothing to gain being part of a protest or a riot or anything else. They have everything to gain by getting on Twitter and saying, you know, the riots are good, the riots are bad in the most eloquent way they can, and not themselves having any skin in the game.
But what they don't realize is that, you know, they may be benefiting somebody's bad agenda without even realizing it. They think they're helping. You may be actually hurting by aiding and abetting in the agenda of someone who's lying, or somebody who's has their own personal agenda that you're helping them commit, you know? I was in a situation where I had to make a statement once and say, look, you're hearing some things about me. They're not true, but my door is open. Ask me anything you want. I'm an open book because I don't have anything to hide. And it went away, and it, should, because there was nothing to talk about, really. But my answer to that, anytime somebody has an issue with me or my band or my brand or the way we do anything, all they have to do is talk to me. I will listen. I may not always agree, but I will listen, and I will always posit the other side of where I'm coming from. Now, if somebody talks to me, I can be convinced. I can change my stance just like anybody else. I'm a person. I'm not an agenda-prone machine, So I always encouraged anybody, look, if you have an issue with something that you've heard about me, talk to me. You may be surprised by what I have to say, And I had many, many people come to me that were hearing one thing, and I said, no. This is what's really going on, but you decide for yourself. I'm not going to beg you to follow me. I'm not going to beg you to listen to my music. You either listen to it or you don't. And if you decide that it's not for you right now, hey, man, cheerio. Good for you. But I'm going to tell you the truth that you're not getting. Some things that you hear about me may be true. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes just like everybody else. But you're definitely not hearing everything, And when you hear everything, context especially, context being the key word, anyone can take lines of anything somebody says or somebody writes and chop off phrases and make it appear to be one thing that it is not, So once you get the full context and the full scope of some of these things, it makes a lot more sense. It becomes crystal clear.
Very, and I think that a tweet is very similar to what we were saying about sound bites.
Right.
Because tweets are these very brief little cryptic things.
Yeah,
and again,
it's like an immediate shotgun thought. Boom.
It's not a real conversation where you actually... Right. Context is what our society is losing.
Right.
Not everything can be a
sound bite.
Some things have to be a paragraph. Some things have to be a whole page.
I agree 100%. We end up in these situations where, there's no rebuttal. It's just, this is it, boom. And if you try to say, well, no, it's actually, then you get a whole lot of, no, you're abusing me by not respecting everything I said the way I said it. Yeah, okay, but, none of us are right about everything all the time. I'm able to admit when I'm wrong. Are you? Is the question. And if you're not, then this is not a conversation. This is just you waiting for your chance to drop your statement on me. Then we're not really talking about anything. We're both just making statements. And when you're doing that, that's public relations. That's PR. That's spin. Then we're not really having a conversation to convince each other. We're trying to convince all of them. See, and I don't know. I don't dig that. Not my thing.
Well, in this specific case with Jeff here, initially I wasn't getting conversation. All I was getting was threats.
Right. Exactly. Well, the question, most of my experience in situations like that, it would always boil down to me going, yeah, but well, what happened? Or like, well, what did you see? Well, nothing. My cousin's friend told me that his nephew said this. And I'm like, who the fuck is that? I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I could say that about you. I could be like, well, my cousin's friend's aunt said that Jeff stole that big gulp cup.
I did. I stole this cup. I stole this
cup. Comes out on the news tomorrow.
In Chicago.
Local man arrested for stealing big gulp cup. I'm like, oh shit. I didn't even know that was a thing. I would be amazed. Then I'd bail you out because it's so funny.
Mr. Agitator, I want to talk more on this subject. I think we should talk more for the book that I want to write with Chelsea, or that Chelsea wants to write with me. That Chelsea
Sounds
and I
good.
want to write. We have 2.5 minutes before I put on Victor Sierra. So
very cool.
Is there some self-promotion you'd like to throw out there for the band?
I always like shameless self-promotion.
Where can we find your stuff?
It's me, Dr. Agitator. No. I am Mr. Agitator of V is for Villains, lead singer, songwriter. You can find our music at visforvillains.com.
Woo. And you can get the
We
band.
have 2 albums up right now, actual physical CDs that will ship to you. Those CDs are signed by the entire band.
Woot. V is for
That's
Villains. Amazing band. You should go listen to them. Check them out on YouTube. Go to their website. Buy all of their albums. Mr. Agitator, it's been a pleasure and an honor having you with us. I'm not
The
actually.
pleasure was all mine.
Aw.
And please talk to me off, later about doing another appearance on In Goth We Trust. Please, we want you back.
I would love to. Anytime, my love. Anytime.
And I'm not actually going to fade you out. I'm just going to fade Victor Sierra in. Voila.
Fade him in.
Ta-da.
Hello.
Hey.
Greetings, Victor Sierra. We love you all. I will quietly change over to all the Victor Sierra branding. Mr. Agitator from V is for Villains, we love you. Thank you for being a part of the show.
Goodbye, my friends.
Goodbye. Have
Goodbye,
a wonderful
Mr.
day.
Agitator.
Bye-bye.
Let's see.
Hello. Hello, world.
Hello. We will let me center the screen on you guys. That's not centering the screen. One moment. That's a little better.
Yes, that's quite better, Jeff. I
Marvelous.
think we are ready. Are you, Jeff and Chelsea?
We're ready. Huzzah!
We're ready!
Hello, world. Hello, Gilt and Fanfare.
Hello.
Hello, Jeff and Chelsea. Hello, all of you, all over the planet. We are Victor Sierra. Welcome to our universe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Sierra.
Lights other ways. Who knows what the future brings? Prison being such a war, where the blast we're waiting for. Exhausted by sleepless nights, having waged so many fights. Look for a new quantum leap, but we must keep on digging deep. From the twilight zone, we'll build a street. No one wants to hear. It's only the same. We will change the rules of the game. The rules of the game. Like strangers rolling down the street. Visitors from the twilight zone. The twilight zone. There's a hope in this and of yours. Endlessly hungry, strangers rolling by the stone. Visitors from the twilight show. The strangers rolling by the stone. Visitors from the twilight show. Twilight show. I am the convent, lady of the hills, filled with the heart, but just told me
Our flight is falling out of ship, and that's my conundrum. It's your life is full of danger. My name's Commander Ball.
over the clouds of bridal in 1971. And our segment is very devoted, and our time is going on. A spurt of red barons flying. I spoke in the north of France. Measures that must be taken according to the circumstance.
It's the whole of the airship.
Victoria!
It's the whole of the airship.
Victoria! Waiting for sun fell. With the tears of the cargo and fish must be drawn from hell. A storm cloud explodes the pressure and I'm balancing on the run. The situation getting critical. This battle does not war.
It's the whole of the airship.
Victoria!
It's the whole of the airship.
Victoria! We're trying to save our plane. She's slowly crashing and the pressures are closing in. I try to remember, don't you think? Come on, at the thousand times. And the truth disappears everything towards a different universe.
It's the whole of the airship. It's the whole of the airship.
It's the pole of the ocean,
Terraria.
it's the pole of the ocean.
Terraria.
Woo! Guys, could you?
Yes, I can hear some applause from the ether. Thank you. This one is called Angels
Pick up the
Roll
volume a
Down the
bit.
Night.
Volume a little higher.
That is another way. Our life is hard. Angers over sunset boulevard. I said the star, glory nothing but a dream. The moon catches you in its dream. Angels, the roll of the night, rainmaker, more alive. Lovers remain in the blind, and meanwhile, on the line, the season of a fool, and hope is low. Let's expect it on the Thursday. Better burn you on the wrong side of the street. This is not a place for conceit. Angel, roll of the night, rainmakers, more in love. Lovers remain in the blind, and meanwhile, on the line. Break the law, lunatics wait for the storm. No one knows which way the wind blows. Preachers want your soul, fanatics wait for that call. Who knows where the blood river flows? The season of a king and haggard race. Revolutionary just a good way. let us snitch. I'm aware of every trick. Whatever have you picked? Angels, roll up the night, roll out the rainmakers, pouring light. Lovers, remain in the blind, roll out the fire, and meanwhile, all the light. Angels, roll out the night, rainmakers, pouring light. Lovers, remain in the light, and meanwhile, all the light.
Next song could be the song, or can be the song for the day after. Static on the radio.
We crash standing like a stone in the streets of Sin City. Relief to be safe and sound in dense clouds of bigger fumes. Abandoning the airship, we made our way to safety under fire. Training in the ballroom, factories, ghosts and bonfires. Each one holds a broken glass, standing still in the moonlight, petrified in the golden years. Eyes full of their desires and distress. And catch nothing more than static on the radio. Because of friends, we wanna in the no-go zone. Sometimes in the gloomy night, there smells of blue on a girl in the alien language. Signs being shot in the dark, and the listeners dead, deleted, unknowable, close to us. We can catch nothing more than static on the radio. We are the free. We wanna in the no-go zone.
Then
Uh-oh. I don't know what happened, but we seem to have lost Victor Sierra's stream. Uh, I am hoping that they notice and come back on. Hello, everyone. You are watching Gilt and Fanfare Online. I am your host, Jeff Mack. Co-host Chelsea Goodwin of In Goth We Trust is taking a break, and one moment, here we go.
We can catch nothing more than studying on the radio. With all the praise, we water in the rubber show. We can catch nothing more than studying on the radio. With all the praise, we water in the rubber show.
Okay. Commander Bob will sing the next song. The next song. We don't live in a happy world. This is not paradise. And especially now, we can say that we live on quiet days. Isn't it? Yes, we live in quiet days. And the next song is about that. As unquiet days.
Merci.
Thoughts, lack perspective, they bring the loss of grief, switch feelings for those that love to hurt. Solitude is a path. Find that target for the wrong. Calling to the people I want to hide. Waiting and quiet day. Unquiet moments on our life. Screen words from the other side, then gone down for the ride, fall into murder. People that love to hate, waiting on quiet days. Quiet moments of our song. Waiting on quiet days, on quiet moments of our song. A quiet day. A quiet day. Of our Thunder for conspiracy. That's why I imagine it isn't the dawn. There's not too high. Waiting and quiet day and quiet moment. And quiet day and quiet moment of our and quiet day and quiet moment of our waiting.
Thank you.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Let's talk about the next song. The next song is in Spanish. And okay, can you imagine a hot summer night? Yes,
Me naked?
and a place you don't know, and time is not flowing in the usual way. So the next song is El Calor, the heat.
Se estropean los juegos malditos. La sangre sale por las orejas mientras bailan de ciegos. Ay, ay, novios perdidos, buscando muñecas sin huella, acercándose a los hornos, escupen flechas de impotencia. Ay, entre las olas de calor, tiemblan de frío los fieles, las virtudes al dolor se mezclan a todos los debates.
Feel the hit. Can you feel the hit? You can feel the hit. It's so hot in here. Can you feel the hit? It's getting hot in here. And I know you can sweat.
Se acabará con un sonido liberador. El recuerdo permanente. Pero yo sé que se acabará. Ya no soy liberador, adecuado, permanecerá hasta que le huya el caos. Salidas visibles, tampoco no imaginé. Sin ventanas y sin corredores, un espacio tampoco siempre. Pero yo sé que se acabará. Sonido liberador, permanecerá hasta que
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really proud and honored to introduce Mr. Big Machine. Yes, he will sing Dragon Island, especially written for him by Command Bob. So, Mr. Big Machine, Dragon Island, yeah.
The honor is mine to be introduced.
Ships are falling out of mind. Of the island, On an island. And the activities are waiting on docks. Where you hang on an island.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you understand why we call him Big Machine?
Thank you, Rodas.
Our Big Machine.
Thank you all.
Next song is Black Steam. In the dawn, the hydrogen queen moves on, leading all the trees gone a long time ago. Our clocks set up to whatever time basis, to point of the purpose, to anywhere else flow. The sun rises in the west. We are ready to do our best. Black, black steam black, black, black as night. The wind hums, as the skin, as the land disappears. Shout of death puts us back on the track. The anomaly opens sky, and we're on the other side. Never changing the timing, and the sun is shining around its ring. Black, black sea, black. Black as night, the wind howls as the skin, as the land disappears.
Integrate our new parameters, flowing into our computers. A few seconds shift in history. Here's another non-routine.
In the West, we are volunteers for a new quest. Black, black team black, black, black as night. The wind hums as the skin, as the land disappears. Oh, black, black team black, black, black as night. The wind hums as the skin, as the land
Oh, thank you, everybody. On machine, synth, and computers, Mr. Big Machine. Victor Shearer, lead singer, the legendary converted prince.
Amazing! Stylish and so swaggy and sometimes sexy. And I think I'm coming. Oh my god! Come in the bomb!
Yes! This is the last song for tonight, guys. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, everybody all
Thank
over
you
the planet.
very much.
We love you all!
See you soon in real life and stay safe.
And
It's cool.
Get naked.
Bridge to nowhere.
Where's the fool? Sky is grey, and the hunters are looking far away. Nothing waits with the brains in face of pain of heroes on your way. Time that has come more than more to clean the kingdom. On that bridge to nowhere. On that bridge to nowhere. Its wings, resting wings, moving the gravity. Holy advocation, heading for an unknown destination. On the bridge to nowhere. On the bridge to nowhere.
wire.
On every tuna way. On every tuna way.
Thank you. Good night or good afternoon or good evening, depending on your time zone.
We love you guys.
And we love you too.
We miss you.
It has been a pleasure and an enchantment to have you with us. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you
coming in
too.
all the way from
Thank you for the
Paris.
support, Jeff.
Have
Thank
a
you very
wonderful
much.
night. Sleep well, everyone. That was Victor Sierra.
Thank you. Thank
Find
you.
that
Have a good night.
victorsierra.net.
Thank you. And
Victor
Chelsea, next time I will reveal to you the title of our next album. I promise. Next time.
Oh,
Awesome.
I'm
See you
very
guys.
excited.
See you soon.
Good night, guys.
Stay safe.
I don't know about you, Chelsea, but I feel very loved right now.
So do I.
I do
They're
not.
fantastic. They're such a fantastic band. They really are.
They really are. I do not think I have a branding banner for Jay Moores and Rusty Gilligan, who are our next guests. So I'll put up our friend the Skull Lady. And, just this quiet little overlay. And to everyone out there, hello. Thank you for tuning in to Gilt and Fanfare, an online Halloween circus dream. We just saw Victor Sierra live from Paris. We now have the artists and creators Rusty Gilligan and Jay Moore coming in live to you from various parts of the world. Oh, Chelsea, how are you doing? Are you enjoying the show?
Tremendously. It's always wonderful to have Victor Sierra. And later on, we're also having Felina and Strange.
Yep.
And having international acts, having people coming, so we have some contact with what's happening with steampunk in France and in Germany and in Europe. It's actually refreshing, especially to know that we're connected to the rest of the world, because we've been feeling increasingly isolated in our own, American thing, and then literally isolated in our homes for months by the quarantine. And it's just great to have some contact with the rest of the world a little bit. You know what I mean?
It's not unlike what I've been saying, that we need these communities, that without these communities, we're missing an essential part of our lives.
And it's important that, what the politicians do is one thing, but it's always been more important what culture and subcultures can do to cross literal national boundaries and create communities that are outside of the boundaries of nationalism and that are truly international communities. And that's certainly been true of steampunk as an international art movement. And that it's become increasingly more important to realize that art, and of all types of art, of course, but art and music and culture such as steampunk, such as goth, to reach beyond outside of politics or the political world and national divisions, and just have that level of communication that goes all the way around the world rather than breaking out of our isolation. It's desperately important to break out of our isolation.
You know, as humans, or in our case, demi-humans, we really need each other. Even if it's not always in direct contact, it's just sometimes knowing that we are not the only weird people in existence, that we are not in that way alone.
Exactly. And I was noticing that Victor Sierra, for an example, they bring things. They're a unique act, and at the same time, I can hear some European pop influences from the 80s and 90s that's in their music, in their rhythms. And it's almost refreshing that they have such a uniquely European sound in a truly international genre, and it brings something into steampunk to mix it up a little bit, rhythm-wise and genre-wise even. And this particular time, I was more impressed with just what a fun musician the Big Machine is. I mean,
did I enter
such
this at the wrong time?
Wonderful. Welcome.
Hi, I didn't mean to come in here. I thought it was testing.
Oh, Christine, I'm sorry. This is the real link. I thought you were coming in. I thought you were coming in to bring a little extra class to the joint, because much as Chelsea is lovely and I have a great cloak, we've got a couple of minutes before Jay and Rusty come by. And I thought you were coming by to give the audience a little bit of variety and maybe tell us a bit about your dance party later. I don't know. I didn't mean to bring you in unannounced, though.
Yeah, Robert asked me to test with him, and I clicked a button, and I thought I was going into the test studio, and I actually came here. So
this is
hello.
No, well, I don't. Well, I can pull you back out of the stream if you'd like. But if you want to say a quick word about tonight's dance party, please feel free.
Sure. Well, it's a combination of gothic, industrial, 80s new wave, new romantic, and just underground cult classics that I like to spin in clubs. And it's enjoyable for almost any alt scene member, regardless of what section of the alt scene you're in. And it's going on at 8:15. And it's kind of not done yet, but
That's okay. I promise I will magically temporarily disappear and will reappear very soon.
Awesome. Also, I have COVID hair. I was unable to get to my hairdresser before all this stuff happened, and so I actually have my natural hair hard. So I'm using a filter to make it purple.
Christine, you look amazing. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
I'll see you again. We'll see you again soon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Rusty, can you hear us? Okay?
I can hear you fine.
There may be an
echo. I don't know. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no echo on your end, no echo on mine. And I will I'm going to just create a quick banner. Rusty, would you like to introduce yourself, or would you like to have our experienced radio host Chelsea ask you about who you are and what you do?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Oh, would you like to introduce yourself, or would you like to have our experienced radio host Chelsea ask you?
Just ask them. Ask me. That's fine. That's a little more proper, I guess.
Chelsea, can you ask Rusty to tell us more about themselves?
So, Rusty, please tell us who you are and what you do.
I am.
Well, I've been a comic book artist and a film artist for many years, and my studio produces comics and trading card sets as well. I've worked on a number of different films over the years, including some very popular ones, and that's about it. Right now, we're working on a brand new set.
So I'm going to ask you in a minute. Do you have your? I can't see your picture right now. Do you have your books with you? And will you? Could you hold a couple of them up, show some examples of what you do?
On my end, oh, I wish I had known. Nobody said anything. I'm in the studio right now.
That's okay. No, this is. We're all figuring this out as we go along.
Okay.
This is. Trust me, I had not expected to be starting to do events via the internet for years, if ever. So this is quite new for me. No, it's more like if you happen to have any of your books lying around, we'd be glad to take a look at them and promote them. That's all.
Yeah, that's, we just wanted to, we wanted to give you a chance to, advertise them a little bit, but that's okay. So
just recently redid our studio, so everything is in boxes all over the place.
Trust me, I understand.
For some reason, I'm seeing you and I'm not seeing Rusty. Is that something that's going on with the feed, or?
That this is Rusty, but first who's coming in a moment is Jay.
There we go. I was going to say, the only person on screen was Jeff. That's better.
Hello.
Hey, that's much better.
And I see something about Victoria, or is it Victor Sierra?
Victor Sierra, that was the band that preceded you. I don't know if you saw them. They're from France. They're a really great, European steampunk kind of dance track. They're wonderful.
That's kind of cool.
I did get to listen to him. I was rocking to him while I was doing some artwork.
So, hey, what do you? Rusty was talking about his graphic novel work, and what have you been doing?
A little bit of everything. I've been working with Rusty on a bunch of projects. We've done a couple card sets together through his publication, which have been a lot of fun. I've been doing work for Dynamite, a couple other card companies. I've also done a lot of indie comics with a couple different people. And actually right now, my main series, Autumn Gray, that I wrote and did all the art myself. We just launched the Indiegogo campaign for issue 8.
I remember checking out Autumn Gray a while ago. Wonderful work. Weren't you on with Mike Davis on his Lovecraft Easing show a while back?
I was not, but I should be. Gosh darn it.
You really should. I will actually talk to him about that, because somebody that was on Mike Davis's, the Lovecraft Easing, mentioned you by name and was talking about Autumn Gray. It was like Pete Rollick or somebody was raving about how great Autumn Gray was, and that's why I checked it out initially. They were right.
Awesome. I'm glad someone else was talking about it. That's very good to hear, because I'm always talking about it, and it's just I wonder if that continues on. So
I like your aesthetic. I like the feel of Autumn Gray. There's like a tone. There's an overall tone that Autumn Gray has. I could say it's a little bit dark or it's a little bit gothic, but it's not like the same thing that everybody else in the genre is doing. You have your own look and your own even emotional feel that you generate with.
Well, thank you.
You see what I mean?
I do. Well, to be honest, when I started Autumn Gray, I wasn't in the comic scene, so I wasn't influenced by other comics when I started doing it. Most of my influences were things like Don Bluth movies and Tim Burton, and there's actually a lot of different kinds of films that I saw kind of resonated with me, that kind of got me involved in writing the story this way.
Let me jump in on two very quick things. I'm going to just pull out of the stream for 5 minutes to stretch because having gotten Rusty's name wrong, I want to repopulate my brain. And I want to check, it sounds like we're getting feedback from someone. Is anyone hearing feedback on your end? Does anyone possibly have a volume up high? I put in my headphones. It could be. I put in my headphones to see if it was me.
Yeah, I got headphones somewhere around here too. Have you figured out who it is?
I haven't, but try the headphones and see if that works.
All right, so you're gonna watch me climb around behind my computer now. Ooh, there's my shirt. Look at that.
This is the most exciting moment of my day.
Well, it's a nice shirt.
Rusty, how about you? Are you hearing feedback, Rusty?
Nothing. I don't hear anything special going on.
Okay, it might have been Day. Okay, I will be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm still on the computer. I got to switch this over on my settings, so bear with me here. But Rusty, while I'm setting this up, why don't you tell me about the pulp set that's still active on Indiegogo?
We started doing a set called Sexy Scary Space, and it's based on pulp magazine covers from, well, in this case, from the late 1800s all the way through the 1950s. It started out as a 9-card set, and then on Indiegogo, we kept using it as a adding 3 cards and 3 cards and 3 cards through creative means. First, we had contests and then certain goals. We've, pardon me, we've included some big stars in the set. And we've had some really good luck with it. It's on Indiegogo right now.
Yeah, it's still booming. It's
Jay was a huge part of this set. Jay's artwork is beautiful, and it appeared on a couple of cards as well as the sketch cards for the set.
Oh, where'd Rusty go? Oh, there he is.
But he's muted. There you go.
Wow, that was weird.
It's like bloop, gone.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing. I will be looking for that. I love pulp covers. My favorite.
Well, these were great. These were beautiful pulp covers. Fantastic artists from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Usually not even recognized for their work. Some of them slowly moved into the early comics. So this set really should appeal not only to art lovers, but also to comic lovers and pulp magazine lovers as well.
It's a shame that before Warhol, serious or academic art and what was considered commercial art, like pulp magazine covers and posters, album art, and so forth, was not even really considered art. It was like a different, and yet, just me personally, the covers on Weird Tales magazines from the late 20s through the mid 40s is some of the best art that America ever produced.
Right.
And as you say, it's almost anonymous as to who is even doing this stuff.
Right. There was some fantastic artists. Unfortunately, a lot of the names, a lot of the credits have been lost to time. Some historians have picked up a number of the names that have appeared, but it's hard to tell because one artist might start something, another artist might finish it. It's not as purposeful as comics were, noting who was the penciler, the inker, the colorist. A lot of times they would just credit one name. And if you were exclusive to a company and you decided to pick up artwork for another, you might work under a pen name, and that pen name might even be lost to time, which is pretty much what happened with a lot of Marvel and DC artists back in the 50s and 60s. They would work under a pen name for another company, and people would actually think the pen name was the real artist, and the real artist's name was lost to time.
Yeah, and this card set that Rusty put together, it actually encompasses a lot of the different types of pulp covers from that era. And then he also got a whole bunch of artists from all over the place. He's got people overseas, everywhere, that have just made their own versions of modern pulp, which is really fun because it's such a huge variety of stuff. You got aliens, you got damsels in distress, you got like crazy astronaut stuff, you got monsters. Right. It's all over the place. The card set was so much fun because like you could almost do anything with it.
Right. I tried to make it very open-ended. Just before this set, we did a Wizard of Oz trading card set, and that encompassed everything that was Wizard of Oz before the famous film in the 30s. And I had brought in a number of artists from all over, comic artists, sketch card artists, commercial artists. Jay was one of the artists, and he did some beautiful work on not only some of the sketch cards, but also on some of the base cards as well. That set was really successful, and it went over very big.
It did. It was actually some of the first times that you and I worked on
right
projects together. We've kind of like created this whole style where, you know, I'll do the hand drawing and then he does his beautiful inking work on it, and then I punch it up with some color, and we just it's a really unique look. We're actually looking forward to doing some future like children's books. We have a couple of comic ideas. We got way more ideas than we have time for, but yeah. We've really like found like a nice blend of our two styles together.
And we just recently did a card that's a charity card for to benefit a charity for COVID-19.
Yes, so there is a COVID-19 card, which is very contagious.
Yes, the safe way to catch the virus.
That's right.
So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah. So we have that going on Indiegogo. So if you can type in "sexy scary space" or even Oz the early years. Those are the two titles of the card sets that the Oz one's still on Indiegogo, right, Rusty? So people can still order it.
That's right.
Yep. So if you're interested in those card sets, there's all kinds of perks and fun things in there, and who knows, you could end up with one of my pieces, and I'm sorry if you do, because there's tons of great artists out there. You could get stuck with one of mine, you know.
I love your stuff. I was thinking when you're talking about doing the COVID-19 thing, about given the kind of things that you do, I would love to see you guys do more of that sort of thing, because like the COVID-19 thing is like the World War II poster art and Depression era poster art, you know, the WPA posters and World War II propaganda posters and stuff.
I wish I had a way of sharing the picture with you.
Yeah, if my printer wasn't so lousy, I'd start popping things out and be like, "Look at this! Look at this! Look at that!" But
I would love to see you guys doing that kind of what do you call it? Public art?
Well, I don't know. What'd you call it, Rusty? It's
what, the virus card?
Yeah.
I would say I would. This is more of a, even though it's a trading card, it's more of a commercial art project at this point.
It's like it's a fundraiser card, is basically what it is.
Right. Yeah, that's about the best way to put it, I guess. The idea behind it is we have I guess it's a little bit more fantasy looking appearance of the virus itself, the virus piece itself. It's brightly colored. It has a quarantine logo across it, like a police tape banner. And each one of them, there's only 100 made. Each one of them is in a hard plastic sleeve with a virus sticker enclosing the card into the plastic, and then they come with a certificate of authenticity.
And they have been wiped down, so
yeah, wiped down, sprayed, not touched by human hands.
Yep. So we have those on Indiegogo, and again, like we started talking about before, I was putting my headset on and stuff. I've just started my campaign on my new issue of my comic series, Autumn Gray. Now, I'm actually interested in getting some feedback from Jeff when he gets back on, because unlike most people that I talk to who have read the whole series, he has just read the new issue. So I'm very interested in seeing how he felt, jumping into the story on issue 8 instead of starting at an earlier point.
That's an interesting idea, because you had me at issue 1.
So issue 1, fun fact there. I'm saying fun fact way too much. Issue 1 was actually the first comic I ever made. So issue 1, I feel like I personally, as a comic book artist, have traveled leaps and bounds from that. So a lot of times people pick up issue 1, and I'm always like, I kind of want you to pick up maybe issue 6 or 7. Just because I don't think you can get a good feel as to what is really happening until you get a little further into the story. Because I was so green when I started. It was the comic itself has kind of turned into a bit of a personal journey. Like you're kind of following my journey into the comic world as you read it. But so I intentionally made issue 6. I gave a little cheat sheet at the beginning of. So if somebody's interested in just testing the waters of Autumn Gray, they can start with issue 6 without being completely lost. And then, of course, you get addicted and you have to go back and read 1 through 5.
I can see that too. I would love to see it adapted as as like an anime series.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I would like pretty much every person that writes a story, we all fantasize a movie or a TV series or an animated series or stop motion, anything, just all these different ideas. And you're like, oh, so-and-so would do the voice of this character. And that, it's kind of the standard, but yeah, I would love to see a animated version of this. Something I'd like to still catch the feel and look of the comic. Hey, hi Jeff.
Hey, I'm gonna see if I can get a proper screen share on that one image real quick. Apparently, sometimes this crashes on Chrome. So,
so you, Jeff, I understand, have read the entire Autumn Gray series. No, you're just coming in at issue 8.
He came in at issue 8. Yes.
What was that like? I started at 1 and worked my way through, so I'm just curious. What was that like?
Well, reading just issue 8. Actually, let me just pull back from full screen. Reading just issue 8 was really quite surprising, honestly. I suppose I almost read it in the spirit of. I think I almost read it in the spirit of seeing it as a whole thing unto itself, and it was. I don't want to give away any spoilers, and I'm not sure exactly what is a spoiler, but it certainly seemed like there was a great deal of manipulation going on, and I felt quite worried for at least one of the people that I saw as a protagonist. Let me see if I can share that one image. 1 second.
Oh, there's the quarantine card. There it is.
Hey, cool.
That
Very
is,
cool.
that is the COVID-19 quarantine image.
That's right. So you
I
take
love
that
the way
home, and you can't take it out of the package for 2 weeks.
I love the way you rendered the virus with a little bit of that old school pulp, like exploding planet kind of feel.
Yep. That's like, I mean, the beautiful inking work was Rusty. I just punched it up with some colors for him.
His color work is fantastic. I do colors, but nothing like what he does. He gave it a real fantasy tint, which is what it needed. I already had the background designed out and put into place before his colors came along. When his colors came along, I actually adjusted to be a little bit more of a smoky gray. Sometimes you can get colors from somebody, and when you're about to put together the final project, you have to you play with the colors and you play with the hues a little bit. But in this case, I adapted the whole design around his work because it was just so damn good.
Oh, stop it.
Well, it really popped. That's the good thing about it. We've actually done a couple of things together, and the pieces have really popped. So it's nice to find somebody that you can work with who's very adaptable. As you can see in Autumn Gray, his fantasy work is incredible. And oh yeah, that's the card that we did for.
That was the first one we did together, where I did the drawing, he did the inking, and then I did the coloring. That is the promo card that came out even before the set came out for The Wizard of Oz.
I love it.
The Oz trading card set was phenomenal. His work on the cards that he did was amazing. Let me see if I can find one of the images real quick, and I can share it with you. He's got some beautiful stuff in the set. Let me see here.
I don't have them. I mailed them in. So
his sketch cards are his sketch card work was amazing. Let me see. I have giant files, so I have to find some way of getting. Let me see.
I keep wishing you guys would do a tarot set.
What's that?
I would love to see you guys do a tarot set. I would like to see your take on the tarot.
Yeah, I would. It's on my to-do list to do a tarot set. It's it's just one of those things. I'm like, oh man, there's so many cards though, and I'm a completionist. Like if I get started, I got to get the whole deck done.
Well, it's only 78. You usually do 100 at a time.
That's right. No problem.
Yeah. I actually was working on I was actually working on a tarot set a while back, and it had cats on every card, and each depiction was a cat. But then I went online and I was looking for some references for some different cat breeds, and it was like a cat explosion. There's like 100 cat tarot decks.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna say I remember a couple famous cat tarot decks back when I was in art college.
So I just said, forget it. I said it would have been a great idea, but
we'll figure out something cool.
Yeah, the best laid plans, etc.
Yep. Well, I just realized we've talked about Autumn Gray, but we haven't actually discussed anything about what it's about. For people listening, if they'd like to know, it's basically a dark urban fantasy. It takes place in the 90s because I didn't want to deal with cell phones, because I feel like the instant connection via cell phones would have kind of eaten away at the getting lost in the woods vibe of Autumn Gray. So the story itself takes place in the woods of New Hampshire, up in the mountains, basically where fairies and monsters have gone to hide. They're not allowed to be around us anymore, which is why we never see them. And basically there's kind of a war going on, and they're hunting each other down. And the story is about a girl that gets involved unwillingly and what happens to her and the people around her in a town called Green Glen, up in New Hampshire. But it's definitely a down the rabbit hole story. It starts out cute, like she had an imaginary friend growing up, which is actually really something. But no one ever saw it except her. And it's got cute things like the homeless guy under the bridge is really a troll, stuff like that. But it definitely goes down the dark rabbit hole, and I don't want to spoil. I did spoil the troll. If you've only read issue 1, I'm sorry.
That's the beautiful thing about it, though, is how you start out kind of cute and charming, and then you just get progressively darker.
It does.
And there's a pace at which you do that. It's not like you spring everything out like a jump scare. You read for a while, and read.
I do a lot of world building. I like let the world grow on you, that kind of thing. I'm all about pacing. I mean, I've done comic work with people before where they try to cram 30 pages worth of comic in 10 pages, and I feel like I'm trying to squeeze it all in there. And I'm like, there's a pacing that needs to happen. There needs to be some breathing room. The reader's just gonna. I don't know. I'm the same way with movies. Like, there's movies that just everything just happens so rapidly, and you never, and at least I never feel a connection.
Yeah, that's really a lost art right now. Is storytelling ability when it comes to scripting. My biggest problem with films today, especially anything to do with comic book or superhero TV, is there's very little characterization that goes on. I feel like characters jump right from their origin story into their current story. There's very little backstory. They use flashbacks a little too much. And a lot of times the audience has to play catch up. And I think that kind of takes away a little bit from, the enjoyment of it. Some of the best writers in history have done some amazing characterization. Alfred Hitchcock, Agatha Christie, even Stephen King in his early career did a lot of characterization, even though he's let it fall off in his recent stuff. I saw a lot of that with Jay's Autumn Gray. He really pushes the characters, and you inch along with them rather than take major steps, which is something that I think fantasy loses out on a lot. You can't take leaps like that.
And what I love is you're kind of growing up with her, because she starts out as a completely innocent, for all practical purposes, child.
Mm-hmm.
And the more she sees of reality and the more reality she's exposed to,
it just kind of tears her down. Yep.
You're kind of losing a certain kind of, I'm not sure what the right word is, because it's not exactly innocence and it's not exactly ignorance. It's like some point where those two things like intersect and they're like almost the same thing, and that you're losing that with the character, and that's
right. Yeah,
it's a piece of discovery. I think that's the way I saw it. It was like the character has, all kids have something about them. There's an imagination quality. There's the growing up. It's like he brought his character to a point where she's discovering something. You're discovering something right along with her, as if you're looking over her shoulder.
Right. I've written various novels and screenplays and stuff, stage plays actually. But I always have a character or a couple characters which are essentially my vehicle. Like they're taking you, the viewer or the reader or whatever, into the story. And in this one, I definitely wanted the reader to only know basically what the character knows as everything starts to happen to her. And it almost turns into like you're traveling with her, and then you're trying to as you're reading it and things happen to her. I'm keeping it vague enough so people can find out when they read the story, but bad things happen, and you kind of like you change from traveling with her to almost wanting to steer her away from what's happening. Like you want to take the wheel instead of letting, like, because you're like, no, we're going the wrong way. We're going the wrong way. And that's about where it is by issue 8. You're definitely going the wrong way.
I love that you mentioned Hitchcock because I see something, of that in your pacing. I love your pace.
Well,
I love
you.
the pace at which you tell the story.
It's great to hear because when you're the writer and the artist, the pacing of creating it is so slow compared to the pace of reading it that you really do lose touch with the pace of reading it when you're the creator. That's why like getting this kind of feedback from you is great. A lot of times, you sell comics to people and they come back for another one. You know they like it, but you don't often hear like how they really feel about it. But actually, lately, I guess because everyone's bottled up in their houses and stuff, everyone's getting a little more chatty about reading things. But yeah, it's great to hear that the pacing is doing what I wanted it to do. I do have, I know it's not like screen sharing, but I do have the book that is currently in the Indiegogo. Ooh, there's a physical copy right there.
Cool.
So this is issue 8 of Autumn Gray. It's 36 pages because I'm a sucker for extra long issues. I guess I have lots of issues. But but so this is issue 8.
Could you hold that up to the camera again? That just...
It's kind of weird because it's not like a mirror image. So when I go left, it goes right. But
Of course. No, I just wanted people that haven't seen it already to see that cover because it's a magnificent cover.
well, thank you. Actually, in the Indiegogo campaign, this is the standard cover, but there is a special variant cover that's only going to be available on the Indiegogo, and I'm only going to make enough copies for the people who order it, so it's going to be extremely exclusive. It's actually a cover that Rusty and I have been working on together. I'm going to be revealing it soon. It's still in progress, but it's really, really a neat idea, and I think it's going to look awesome. Right now it's in Rusty's court. He's finishing up the inking, and then I'll take it back and do the coloring, and then we'll show everybody. But yeah, there is an exclusive cover. So if you're into like collecting the rares, it's probably going to be the rarest of the Autumn Gray things out there. I do have fans that like have collected the Free Comic Book Day issues that I released way back in the day, and they keep them because like I had only made 50 of those, and they don't exist anymore. So this is definitely one of those kind of things. So that's issue 8. I have single issues for 6 and 7, but issues 1 through 5 I've actually put into a nice big old trade. It's about 210 pages. It's 1 through 5 plus some extra issues like the Free Comic Book Day comic and other things. And the big difference is when I put it into the trade book, I colored it. All the original comics are all in black and white. And one thing I figured, color makes it more exciting, but I didn't want the colors to take over because the black and white has kind of a quality to it that I didn't want to lose.
Would you show, open any page at random just to show the camera what your artwork is?
So, I mean, I think this is like an issue 3 here. But I kept the colors extremely muted, so it still has that black and white feel to it. Flip to something maybe with some monsters. There we go.
That is just such beautiful work.
So this is issues 1 through 5, which is available on the Indiegogo. Of course, Indiegogo is mostly about issue 8, but there are plenty of add-ons. You can add either digital or physical versions of issues 1 through 7. There's also fun things like T-shirts. There's sketch cards, bookmarks. There's a little bit of everything on there. So, feel free to check it out. Once you click one of the perks, deciding whether you want the comic or you want the series or you just want to help out, add-ons will pop up after you click. And then there you're going to see all kinds of things. I have a whole series of fairies that cosplay as superheroes that I sell at conventions. It's kind of weird, but you definitely can check it out there. You'll see it. Let's see, what else do we have? I have some other comics that are going to be available as add-ons on there as well, and I'm constantly updating with perks that are only for a limited time. Right now, the perk that we have on there is a free hand-drawn sketch card done by me. So if you order the book, you click the perk for the sketch card, and I'm going to draw an original artwork on a 2.5 by 3.5 inch card that gets sent out with the book for you. So you'll have an original artwork of one of the characters from the book. But that ends on. I'm not sure what day it actually ends on. I think it might be Tuesday, and then it'll switch to a different perk. But the early perks I find are the most exciting ones. But there'll be a couple specials as we go through the holidays. When we get to the 4th of July, there's going to be a special. So it's one of those things where you should just keep checking it out. When you see something you want, click it, because it's going to disappear in a little while.
Cool.
And since we don't have conventions to shop at, it's definitely a way you can get this stuff, because I have fans that have been waiting for issue 8. It's been quite a while since I got around to doing it, because I've been so busy working on other projects that they're eager for it. So as soon as I put this up, they're demanding the issue. So that's always a great thing.
I'm so surprised that you said that you didn't really have a background of being into comics, because
I read Calvin and Hobbes, Garfield, Far Side. Those are my comics growing up. I didn't collect comic books. I have a couple series that I'm really into now. I'm reading them all the time now, but when I started, I was just not really influenced. I knew what they are. I looked at them on occasion, but I didn't really collect any of them.
I keep wanting to compare you with early Neil Gaiman. Like
Okay.
Sam and Aaron Gaiman. I really do.
I won't argue.
And I don't even know if you should. Maybe what's so perfect is that you haven't been influenced by anything else.
Well, that's one thing I find interesting, because once I released issue 1, the first time I sold my comic to anyone other than friends and family, I was invited to a free comic book day event, which, since I didn't collect comics, I didn't even know what that was. But I had my little cardboard box. I got a nice autumn colored tablecloth. And I had I printed on foam board, like autumn gray, and I had it in a little stand next to me, and I sold out of comics at that thing. I had a box, I think, of maybe 25 comics, and it was just a little free comic book day thing, and I caught the bug. So I sold out that box of comics, and I was like, all right, I got to make issue 2, and I got to find other places to sell these. Next thing you knew, I was starting to book Comic-Cons all over New England, and it just kind of grew from there. Then I met people at Comic-Cons like Rusty, tons of other people. They're all part of the convention family, which right now, since conventions are no-go, it's kind of like, this is how we're doing them right now. But I did manage Jeff's show that he had in January, right before everything shut down, the Evil Expo. I did manage to go there, and I did pick up this guy, which is one of the characters from my comic. This is Simon. Hey there.
Hi, Simon. It's good to see you again, man.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. Hey, Rusty.
Hello.
So anyway, as soon as these conventions start up again, I'm going to be the big star at the thing. I'm gonna be huge, and I'll be in camera. Here, I'll come over here. Hi.
Wow, he's got a bigger honker than I do.
It's not a honker. It's my wind resistance, so I can be fast. But yeah, I'm in the comic. I'm pretty much the star. It should just be called Simon. But, I guess they want to surprise you all with me.
Demanding first billing. Wow.
Well, yeah, I am the highest paid actor in the comic, so. What? Don't make me come over there and get you. All right, I'm going to go back over there. See ya.
Great to see you again.
Yeah, so he's my new toy for the shows. Unfortunately, I don't have any shows for him to play around at, so he hangs out here in my studio. He waves to people on camera.
That's an awesome prop. I love stuff like that.
Yep. For Rusty's comic, he actually has a whole suit that he recruits somebody to wear at his conventions.
Yep. It's based on my Mac in Trouble comic book. Mac is a 7 foot tall black and white cat. And it's funny because people walk up to Mac and they hug him, and he gives them little things like free cards, photos. We had a whole thing worked out for this year, but unfortunately, all the shows got canceled. I
Save it for next
literally,
year.
yeah, I hope to. Only had last year. I had 25 appearances. This year, I was slimming down so that we could do some special stuff. I've only done one show this year, 100%.
Yep.
In January,
I've had
that was
two. I had one in January and one at the beginning of February, and that was it.
Wow. Yeah, I was going to do. I had some nice shows in Pennsylvania here, in Jersey. I had one in New York, and then I had the Big Wizard show. I had another large show that I was going to, but everything got slid down, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make the Wizard show in January when they they canceled it and then they rescheduled. So
right.
I don't know if I'm going to make that one. This would have been my 8th year in a row there.
Well, they got to have you. You're like the wizard.
Yeah. We'll see about that, I guess. But it would have been nice anyway to at least be able to, to be able to show up again. I don't know if the crowds are going to be there, though. I hope so.
Yeah, until the social distancing thing is basically until they have a antidote, a vaccine for it.
Yeah,
we're going to see a crowd for a while.
Right.
Most
I feel like. Oh, good. I'm sorry.
It looks like the goal at this point is to get to where we can have groups of no more than 250 people, because that way they can keep. That's the only way to keep everybody 6 feet apart.
Right. It's tough. I mean, I know a lot of almost everything is canceled so far. There's a couple that are still hanging on, thinking, hoping that their show's going to happen, because I understand for a lot of the people that put on the events, that is their source of income. And
Right.
It's like, if it doesn't happen, they're not making any money. And it's tough, because I don't know how you can even apply for a bailout of any kind with that kind of a income,
I had a couple of promoters that were pushing. One show that I was doing it was a medium show. And they said, well, we'll do it in March. We have to cancel because of blah, blah, blah. And then they go, we're going to be doing it in July. And then they get a note and they say, oh, I'm sorry, we have to cancel because even though the show itself can go on, the site where they're doing the show canceled. So they're just sitting, they're talking from deep inside a big empty. And they're like, well, we had to cancel again. We're going to do it in October. And then I just recently got an email saying, well, we can't do it in October now either.
Right. It's next year at best at this point.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm not worried about it because I have to say, doing shows is very hard. A lot of people think, Oh,
It's
it's such an
exhausting.
honor. Oh my God, it's so exhausting.
It is.
It's such an honor to be there as a guest. Jay and I have been guests at shows. It's
That's a
such an honor
fabulous
to be
style.
there.
Sorry, I have to say, Jeff, that is that is the way to get through a 3-day event for you, isn't it?
Definitely hydrate. This is 60. Don't worry, there's no 7-Eleven products in here. Not that I'm boycotting 7-Eleven, just everything from 7-Eleven is generally unhealthy. This is 100% pure artisanal medicinal gin.
There you go.
I don't think it's going to be necessarily a vaccine if we're going to bring shows back. I mean, I'm not an epidemiologist, but I've heard the argument of if we haven't got a cure for the virus of the common cold, we don't necessarily know that we're going to get exactly a virus for COVID that will let us do shows.
They need to have a way to. It's at least going to be a way to treat it for people that are going to
A way to treat
be
it
more
and
susceptible
mitigate
to
it,
it.
yeah.
Right.
Just like,
The problem, I think, the problem when it comes to the industry is we have 3 levels of collectors. We have the very, very young kids, and obviously they go, with the aid of their parents or with the permission of their parents. So a lot of them are subject to the parents' will. Then we've got the medium range, the ones who do all the cosplay and on and on and on. And then we've got the older collectors, the ones who've been collecting since the 60s and 70s, and they're in a higher age group. And it's hard because the ones in the middle have become very political, and the ones in the middle are the parents of the ones on the bottom, and the ones at the top are more susceptible to the virus. So it's kind of a thinning of the herd when it comes to something like this. It's hard to bring in anyone. I've seen older people say, I'm not going out until next year. And they load up on, all the remedies, and, they're wiping everything down, and they've got the mask on, and on and on and on. The people who wear masks inside their own cars with the windows up, that kind of thing. So
That
I don't
would be me. That would be me.
That would be a lot of people. So
I just
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
60 and I have a
what
chronic
vaccine
lung
is it.
disease. My wife is 78, so we do the whole schmear.
I just don't know if a vaccine is what's going to bring people back. I think it's security and trust.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah.
A lot of times when we go to shows, the left side and the right side of our table touches our neighbors' tables. It's like a long row. There's sometimes, some of the bigger shows are like that. And, aside from the fact that who's behind the table, you're in close proximity to the ones next to you, but people have to come up to your table. They're so used to shaking hands, shoulder to shoulder with other cosplayers or stars to get pictures.
Yeah,
I think the whole face of the industry on a public level is changing.
Right. Well,
we'll see.
Even in the healthiest of times, 90% of the people who left the convention would get what we lovingly call con crud. I mean, you got a blend of whatever. It's like the kids go to school and they get whatever any kid in the class has.
Right.
It's that kind of a thing, except on a massive scale.
It's hard because a lot of people will, there is such a thing, what people call con crud. There is such a thing as overexposure to human contact. People used to get what we call con crud now when they went to baseball and football games or concerts.
Yep.
You can't help it. Everybody brings something to the table. Unfortunately, they bring a tiny germ with them, and it multiplies quick. And there is such a thing as herd immunity. You go to a concert and 20 people, let's say, have a cold, and all 100,000 of you at the concert venue, or 50,000 of you, out of that, maybe 10 people get the cold, and then they're immune to it the next time, but who knows if they're carrying it to somebody else. And then pretty soon, everybody's either got it or everybody is either immune to it, and then they move on. This thing came out of nowhere and just blew everyone away. And I think the people are so scared because of the numbers rather than rather than trying to pursue cleanliness and safety habits. People are so scared they're turtling now. So that might be a big tell on the shows.
Right.
Well, and the thing that makes this so difficult, I think, too, is that we started out with something that should have been, nobody should be talking unless they are an epidemic, the word you use.
Epidemiologist?
Yeah.
And then it became a political issue, like whether or not you're wearing a mask now has more to do with which political party you belong to than.
Right.
And meanwhile, we've had 100,000 deaths. So I'm like, I don't want to make any pronouncement except we'll have to see what happens. I think that we're going to have to change the way we do the conventions. I think that maybe we'll have to break into smaller units, or maybe there'll be differences in how air is circulated in a sealed hotel, like an airplane, that air thing.
I think it'll be a little bit of everything. I mean,
right.
I think everything across the board is going to be affected in some way by it.
Yeah, there's a total change in our lifestyles that's going to go on. It's not just and I also think there are results that will spread into other industries. For example, promoters at medium to large shows and epic shows like your Wizards and your San Diego Comic Cons also have to take out insurance. So I have a feeling that that's going to be a major factor as well. Because of the fact that shows have been closed, we haven't dealt with this yet. But if somebody was to have a show and they were to get sick at a show, is the promoter liable? Is the table liable? Is the stars, are the stars liable? Is there, hey, I walked up and got an autograph from blank.
Maybe everybody walking in is going to sign a waiver or something.
Yeah, and hand sanitizer and wearing masks isn't a guarantee. Actually, hand sanitizer can be dangerous if you smoke or if you get around anything open flame or whatever. I just saw a video the other day. Somebody put some hand sanitizer in a dish, and they took a match and they dropped the match into the hand sanitizer, and they go, see, it looks like nothing's happening. But then they turned out the light in the room, and there's this little invisible blue flame in the center of the hand sanitizer. And you could literally, you put a piece of paper over it, it burns just like it's a red flame.
Wow.
Extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. And the other thing is that it chews up your skin. You use too much hand sanitizer, your skin starts to wither. You have problems with your pores, the natural oils in your skin, on and on and on. I mean, obviously, a lot of this is off the subject, but the thing is that you know how people are. I mean, there's ambulance chasers and fall down people all the time. Somebody's going to find something, and some promotion's going to go belly up just because some idiot said,
"Oh, advantage or something."
Yeah, it's terrible, but it's like I used to say, like my mother used to say when I was a kid, things were a little bit easier. They were a little bit open. They were a little bit more trusting. One idiot comes along and ruins it for everybody else.
Yep.
Now you need an extra signature on something. Now you need extra security on something. Now you need a thumbprint or eye print or something. After a while, it just, how safe and secure are you? How safe and secure is what you do? So these promoters have a lot of problems that they have to combat. I hope that I think the industry will come back, but is it going to come back the way we were used to? And how much enjoyment are we going to have? Are we going to have to create new forms of enjoyment when it does?
I think we'll need to create new forms of enjoyment regardless. I definitely am not trying to predict the future. I don't think there's much future in trying to predict the future. I think there's a lot of future in just evolving. I will say this, that in general, obviously safety is critical. I mean, given the state of the world, if New Jersey had completely opened up, as apparently some states have, I'm told, we certainly would not be having this event in person right now. I wouldn't be just holding the event in person. We don't have ways of dealing with it now at all, assuming we'll have better ways in the future, whatever else is going on. But that being said, no one wants to endanger anyone, and there's been a framing of any sort of taking risk as an attack on the people who might get hurt. But the honest thing is that for any situation where there is risk, regardless of what the demographic that might get hurt is, and yes, certainly the more a particular demographic is already fragile or potentially in trouble, the more we want to look out for that demographic. But just as a general problem, it's a truism that those who trade liberty for safety usually find neither. And that doesn't mean I think that we should start being unsafe. It means that we will probably have to look at what we do and see what that means. And if limiting risk means events of 250 people or fewer, that's what we do. If it means something else, that's what we do. But one thing we cannot do, and I don't think anyone suggested this, but one thing we can't do is just say, well, that way of life is over, I guess it's done. Because I don't think that our culture is over until we stop deciding to create in this culture.
Very interestingly put. I'm sure that things are not going to go back to the way they were before this happened. There's no normal to go back to. There's before and after. And
to what extent we don't know yet. I mean, that's just
exactly. We know we're never going to have a hotel jam packed.
Well,
with
we may have a jam packed, but the mentality of the people has changed. It's like what happened with the airports after 9/11. Like people still go to airports now, but the whole mentality. Like you watch any movie that takes place in an airport before 9/11, and you're like, "Oh my God, do you remember when it was like that?"
We may have to start adapting some of the European and Asian characteristics. A lot of people are wearing masks. There's sanitization stations. For a while in the United States, there was these blue light stations where people would take their cell phones and they would like stick it in the hole, and there would be the light, UV light, and it would blah 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 blah, and clean your phone, and on and on and on. We might have to start adopting policies like that. It's just as much a worry when it comes to the virus as it is a population thing. There's just more people. Every time you add a certain amount of people, obviously there's going to be a certain amount of problems, and each problem that pre-existed is going to increase. It could be think about it. This could be medieval period, and someone broke out with a common cold, and then wham, look what happens. Well, this is our evolution at this point. Things happen.
Well, the medieval period, if we were to have another that medieval plague situation, it would be and the way America is now, it could happen. It is a possibility and a frightening one. That's what happens when you listen to your religious people from the churches instead of your doctors.
I mean, as
That's when you get the medieval everybody's dying in the street thing.
for myself, as someone whose doctor is quite religious, I don't always see that there's a contrast. I get what you're saying, Chelsea. I think I want to talk about that some more. But also, I should note that we are only about 5 minutes away from Feline and Strange, and so Jay and Rusty, this would, I feel like, be a great time for you guys to plug your projects. Plug them like mad.
All right.
Make some
Well,
money.
tying into what we're talking about, we're going down the dark rabbit hole here. Just like in Autumn Gray, which is not as grim as COVID-19 because it's fantasy. It's an urban fantasy story. I have a Indiegogo campaign right now for issue 8. Please check it out. The link is right at the bottom of the screen there. I have different specials popping up for the next, let's see, we have almost 2 months left on the project, but right now there's a sketch card promo that is pretty awesome. So please check it out, share it with your friends, read the comic, and let me know what you think of it. Go ahead, Rusty. That was very sloppy. I'm sorry.
Our studio just released the Sexy Scary Space Pulp trading card set, so you can find that on Indiegogo if you look that up. For me personally, I just did the voice of the Scarecrow for a Batman DC short that's going to be online coming up, and I'm doing some other voice work for another comic book project, but I can't say which one, that's going to be animated coming up. And I'm doing artwork for Matt Burns' film. I did artwork for his him and Mark Byrne. I did artwork for their Bigfoot film that won a lot of awards, so I'm going to be doing artwork for the new film that's coming up. And then Jay and I are working on a variant cover for his Autumn Gray book, and we're going to be working on a new comic book that's going to be for children soon. And then we just did the which you guys were nice enough to show, the virus card that's going to be raising money for COVID-19 charity. So
that I thought was really cool.
So, Rusty, real quick, do you think, could you give us just like a sample of what Scarecrow sounds like?
Oh, I don't know if I can. Most of the Scarecrow voices, it was meant to be very dark, very foreboding. Many of the voices were, I envisioned it more along the line of less screechy and more of a lilt to the voice. So a lot of the time, you hear like that dark, dulcet tone, that background that goes along with it. I'm the Scarecrow, and I kind of felt that I wanted to go a different way with the way that the voice went. So I went something along the lines of this. I tried to be as powerful as I can, but they don't know if it's going to go over very well. I'm hoping that I can scare the audience enough, along with my devilishly good looks. I can't wait. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the producers come up with. The first time you ever do a voice, if they don't catch on, then they'll give you some direction or something. I did one of the voices for a film where I went through at least 10 different tones of the voice before I finally came up with what they wanted. So we'll have to see. And you got to remember too, looking at my ugly mug doing the voice is not the same as looking at the Scarecrow doing the voice. So it takes on a whole different thing. It's like, for example, you look at Spider-Man and he's got on the red and blue outfit. we could draw a beautiful picture of Spider-Man, but we can add a cape and make him all orange with black highlights. It's not going to be the Spider-Man that you know. So it really just depends on the way you see him and how you how you perceive that vision of it. So that's a little disjointed. In other words, it's like saying, "Would you like some chocolate?" without tasting chocolate.
I would like some chocolate.
There you go.
Even if I don't get to taste
I
it.
would also. Guys, forgive me. This has been such an engrossing conversation that I think we've run right up against 7 o'clock. Rusty and Jay, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
It's awesome.
I'm gonna let Feline and Strange into the studio. It's been a pleasure to have you, and thank you so much for being part of Gilt and Fanfare.
Right, it's brilliant.
Thank you for having us. This was actually a lot of fun. I mean, we could go on for
anytime
hours.
you want us back, anytime you want us back for any subject, let us know.
I will take you up on that. I'm warning you.
Awesome.
He will.
I'll see you guys on Facebook.
All right, take care, guys. Thank you.
And
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Brilliant. Me too. And the piano?
Yes. Do you want to have all three of you in the frame?
Only if one of the cameras decides to turn off all of a sudden, which usually is this one. I hope it went. I couldn't figure out why, so this time I took some precautions and doubled myself, and also you might want a close-up of the chief from time to time, so feel free to be the director of this show.
All right. Then I will remove myself from the stream so it doesn't get too crowded, but I will still.
I think you muted yourself as well, but just tell me when I can start, and then.
I will then return. So I'm going to pull out of the stream and I'll just pop in case I need to say anything or if you need more applause. And meanwhile...
I can always do with more applause, and I have no
well,
idea why my
fair
camera
enough.
right now decided to set up to different mode, but well, never mind. As long as you can see us, we can just have a party together.
All right, feel free to jump on in, and I'll be present just out of the stream. Welcome all the way from Berlin, Feline and Strange.
Whee! Here we go! you'll never find out again. Little boxes for little people. Little boxes are on sale. Little boxes for little-minded people. Little boxes are selling well. Little boxes for little people. Little boxes are on sale. Little boxes for little-minded people. Little boxes are selling very well. So this was Little Boxes, and I hope very much you can hear us all right.
You sound wonderful.
Brilliant! Then let's just proceed with the next song. Unless the Christoph has to repair his bowl first.
I'm ready. I'm
Oh,
ready. I'm
you're
totally
ready.
ready.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's not us, but that's all right. I want to believe that everything will be all right. Pretty please. I prefer to think that all things can swing to their better side. Pretty please. I don't want you to show me what I don't want to know. Thank you very much. Tell me the best truth that you can make up. And don't ever wake me up. Let me dream my fantasy. Hope people live in harmony. Pretty please. I am happy in my sleep. Don't shake me. No, pretty please. I don't want you to show me what I don't want to know. Thank you very much. Tell me the best truth that you can make up. And don't ever wake me up. Hey, but scare me. Don't you dare to speak to me. Pretty please. Leave me floating heavenly. The bottle of insanity. Pretty please. I don't want you to show me what I don't want to know. Thank you very much. Tell me the best truth that you can make up. And don't ever wake me up. Dick, politics, that shocks me with politics. I don't want your lot of shit. I would love you more for it. Thank you very much. I've got too much of everything I don't want what you could bring. I don't want your plan for a future that will never come. Do I have to save the world? I just want to stay home at night. I don't want you to show me what I don't want to know. Thank you very much. Tell me the best truth that you can make up. And don't ever wake me up. Fake news, put them where the shit grows. Pretty please. Oh, you're afraid. Oh, I can feel you. Doesn't mean I have to like you. Pretty please. I don't want you to show me what I don't want to know. Thank you very much. Tell me the best truth that you can make up. And don't ever wake me up. Pretty please. Pretty please. Pretty please. Thank you very much.
There was a police outside.
Oh my god, there was police outside? We didn't do anything. I think we were too loud. So let's play a ballad now. You might have noticed, those who haven't seen us perform yet in the last few weeks and months, that we are lacking a drum mess. Well, she's watching. Hi, Ra. We missed you very much. And hopefully we will have her back very soon. Right now, you only hear her traces in spirit is recorded on my computer. And you will probably see us perform very, very soon, one way or the other, as a free song again. So let's do, as I said, a ballad. Oh yes, a frightening, creepy, monstrous ballad. Oh yeah, Sanya, of course you're right. The police is of course here for us. Wolf in a sheepskin has to eat grass. To avoid his detection, he walks on broken glass. I'm nowhere at home, always on the run. My home is where my head is, always towards the sun. I am afraid of nothing, 'cause life is just a dream. Don't call me a liar, because in my sleep I scream. I'll be a ghost tomorrow, nothing's left behind. If only I could get this certain thought out of my mind. How much does fit into life? What is the formula to calculate the volume of a soul? How can we be born to be full measure? The father's the answers slip apart small. My body's failing me, I'm falling apart. Words tumble out of my mouth, make a mess in front of my I'll be dead and gone. Don't put flowers on my grave. They don't deserve to die for me. I was just causing strife. I am afraid of nothing, 'cause life is just a Don't call me a liar, because in my sleep I scream. I'll be a ghost tomorrow, nothing's left behind. If only I could get this certain thought out of my mind. How much does fit into a life? What is the formula to calculate the volume of a soul? How can we be born to reach full measure? Fight forward, still the answers slip apart small than a Just a bitch. Going mad just a matter of time. I am a weird witch and I talk honey and rain. Life is utterly overrated, just a gift we didn't want. Give it away when nobody's watching. Better not hope for a sound refund. I am afraid of nothing, 'cause life is just a Don't call me a liar, because in my sleep I scream. I'll be a ghost tomorrow, nothing's left behind. If only I could get this Sometimes everybody just wants to hide away. Maybe in a hole we dig ourselves deep down in the ground. you have to play your solo prematurely, because we can't see you right now because something went wrong again with this bloody camera. There you are. I'll put a hole in the ground and dig myself in. Nobody is allowed to enter. I'll eat up any insect that dares to intrude. 'Cause I'm a critter now, and I'm behaving rote. Deep in my hole in the ground, the weather's always fine. It's dark and wet and cold and full of grime. That's how I like it best. And if you don't like it as well, you failed the test. Don't dig me up now. Let me be. No, not the light, not the light. Prithee, I'm happy as I am. I don't want to be vanilla. Why are you so afraid of me that you could become a killer? Deep in my hole in the ground is where I'm home. Finally, I'm just who I am, me all alone. Yes, I can hear my thoughts, but that's what hurts much less than all the rest. It's dark in my hole in the ground. Now one can see how I am crying all night desperately. I'll dry my face when I'm surfacing. My secrets stay below, that's where I sit. Don't dig me up now, let me be. No, not the light, not the light. Prithee, I'm happy as I am. I don't want to be vanilla. Why are you so afraid of me? A buried caterpillar. I'm in a hole in the ground. What do you expect? I'm by definition a dangerous subject. If you come too close, I might bite your nose off and dig myself back in, and gone I am. Christoph Klemke, Chief Strange. Could somebody turn the main cam back on? Thank you very much. Hast du jetzt runtergestimmt? Nee. Spielen wir das, ne?
So.
Ja, wir können auch in der ersten Night
Warst du bei
spielen.
Lilith?
Ja,
Lilith muss nicht runterstimmen.
Deshalb sage ich, frage ich, ob du runtergestimmt hast. Möchtest du erst Knight spielen? We just have to discuss which song comes next.
Dann stimme ich
So,
runter.
well, you can vote. Knight, with him tuning the cello down and me playing the piano and the two monsters, or Lilith.
Also ich habe noch nicht gestimmt, ne? Also noch bin ich auf C.
I'm waiting for your comments. I can see them. Cello Litis. Yeah, hi Sonja. Hi Clara. I read cello tits there. Okay. Yeah, Ra, you have got a dirty fantasy. Yeah, I know that. So what are we going to play first, Knight or Lilith? And no, I'm not going to undress. Okay, Clara says Lilith, so this is easy. And Sandra, yes, you're right. This is Berlin, where we're broadcasting from. And here comes Lilith, but this time in the afternoon version, because it's still early evening on your side of the Atlantic, right? So I'm not going to undress for this song, but you can see that on Vimeo in all my unshaven glory. Father Thank you, whoever's applauding. I gather that is your job. Let's start. Let's proceed with something more amusing. Oh, Clara says there's a microphone still going on. Microphone in the background. Something a little more amusing than.
Was jetzt?
What I planned. I just started this early. Because I still have to set up my ukulele, sorry. You have to
Entschuldige,
take
ich
up
hatte
with a
jetzt
bit
auf-
of sea
auf Neid
noise, no?
umgestimmt.
Huh?
Ich hatte jetzt auf Neid umgestimmt.
Wer hat das denn gesagt? I think most of us have spent a lot of time. Hi, Asmo! Lord Asmodeus is here. What an honor. I think most of us have been spending a lot of time on our beds in the last few months, have
Kamera ist
you?
läuft
Either
die
that
Kamera?
or working like a log. What?
Läuft die Kamera?
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons to stay in bed.
Yeah.
Some are right, some are wrong. My fault. You will hear the ukulele in a moment. Ah. It feels so good to stay in bed. To pull the cover up your shirt. To turn around and snuggle in. And not care about what's said. It is so easy sleeping in. Life is just a night. To just stay put and let them worry. Whether to sleep may be a sin. Let's stay in bed. Let's give each other warm. The world is cold today. Let's stay in bed. Whether we're day or night. Oh, make a difference. So let's disappear into one gathered dream. I disappeared on cue, that was great. Isn't it nice to stay in bed? To close your eyes, play deaf and blind. To turn your back towards your partner. And let the world be screaming back. Is it easy sleeping in? Look at your duties and your rights. You just sit put and let them bother. Never to lose, never to win. Let's stay in bed. Hey, let's keep each other warm. The world is cold today. Let's stay in bed. Whether we're there or not. Woo, make a difference. So let's disappear into one gathering. So you're sure you'll stay in bed and not to change the things you hate. Play the sheep and trust the shepherd. You always knew where you were left. You're so afraid of waking up. Maybe your life is just a nightmare. If you don't look, maybe it's and mouth stay shut. Let's die in bed today. Let's shoot each other cold. The world is dead today. Let's die in bed. Whether we're there or not, it might make a difference. But you disappear into a dream, and I just say, let's burn that fucking bed. Let's burn the bed. Let's give each other one more dead today. Let's burn the bed. Whether we're there or not, won't make a difference. So let's change the world for another dream. Let's burn the bed. 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 Let's burn the bed.
All right, people, let's burn that bad, and don't forget that it's really heating up tonight. And don't forget to grab your survival pack under your seat. And don't forget to eat your neighbor. Good night.
Lobotomy. Give me lobotomy for my birthday. Lobotomy may be the only way to make me smile. Take them away, these stupid feelings. Take it away, this haunting guile. Man, I could live as happy alien. Whoever needed the Homo sapien? I jump from a tree and fall to my death. The ruins of mankind will be my bed. Lobotomy, give me lobotomy, lobotomy, give me lobotomy, lobotomy, give me lobotomy to make my day. Lobotomy seems like a pretty way to salvation. Without personality, I can't be an insane. I'm sick of DJ explaining, complaining. So hear me from thinking. I know that you can. And I could live forever after in peace. Sit in the corner, catch my fleece, madly grinning about what I forgot. Salivating slyly, so that I've got lobotomy. Give me lobotomy, lobotomy, give me lobotomy, lobotomy, give me lobotomy to make my day. apocalypse can be here and now. Thank you very much. That was a nice try, Chief. Want to go again? While I'll untangle my ukulele. Come on, give it to me again. Say lobotomy. I think we're nearing the end of our set time already, and I have so many songs to go. How many more can we play, Jeff?
You've got about 20 minutes, actually.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Oh, great, cool. Then let's keep on. Still, we're turning towards the bitter part now, and with another ballad. This one is Vanity Fair. Oh, come on, Chief, it's not that bad. Oh, yeah, of course it is. Oh, you wanted to play Night, right? Okay, tune back down again. We're going to play Night. This is the only song where he has to tune his lowest string down.
Night, right?
And
Night,
so
night.
I think it is time for another poll. Do you want to hear Night or do you want to hear Vanity Fair now? Before he tunes his lowest string back down or up again, because I've lost track of where he is right now. Any opinions? Night or Vanity Fair?
Vanity Fair.
Hello? Vanity Fair? Vanity Fair. Jeff wants Vanity Fair. Jeff is the boss. I think it was Jeff. Was it Jeff?
That was
Whatever.
Chelsea, but okay.
Boss?
I want
And
them
you're the
both.
first to pipe up anyway, so we're going to play Vanity Fair. Here we go.
Let's start.
Sitting upright, sleepless in the small house, which seems somehow much bigger than usual. Is this reality? Is this a nightmare featuring all the decisions I've made? Shouldn't I be in the street in this moment? Shouldn't I write a song? Shouldn't I sleep so I'm fresh in the morning to achieve what I this time did wrong? I am too tired to sleep, so I decided to die instead. Let's celebrate the occasion and don't try to hold me back. Now I remember the things I have said to you when we should have said goodnight. I changed to a kitchen chair, creaking suspiciously, but still more silent than I was. All the time rolling backwards and forth, and I didn't want to wake you up, no, but to be honest, I wish you would open the door now and rub my back and tell me I'll be alright. I am too tired to sleep, so I decided let's celebrate the occasion and don't try to hold me back. Let me escape from this Vanity Fair. Let me prepare for the afterlife. Let me put on all my beautiful clothes, make up my face to a most splendid mask. I built my rocket to jump into. I can escape from this devilish world. Add me upon our smallest eyes and let me sail away even further.
Wow.
This happened enough, you could tell I'm not an unlucky person. My brain is just fucked up and I'm so tired I can't hide anymore. The sounds of a waking world muffled by the soft noise of warm lake winds. I am just so tired. I just want to say good night. Now I've put on my boggle and jewelry. I adorn my head like a crown. I feel like we're dancing all night and have just slipped out of the room to sit down a bit and breathe while everyone else is still having fun. So I sit and breathe and smile and wait for day to come. Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to my ears more than once that I am inappropriate. What? And so it has come to my attention that inappropriate was demanded in the chat. And as we have not much time left, and my camera is malfunctioning again. Oh, Christoph still wants to play Knight?
No.
You didn't tune his thing round yet, did you?
No one wants here tonight. No.
Depends on how long people want us to play. So this is entirely the domain of the Dark Lord. What? Nobody's talking to me. Okay, that was just imagination. That's
We
all right.
do.
My imagination
We
is
have
very
a.
strong. What?
We don't have anything until Christine comes on at 8:15. So
Okay.
if you want to go a
8:15,
little
that is
over your set,
2:15 in my world. Right. So that is half an hour, right?
that is half an hour. Yes.
Oh, come on, Christoph. Tune your string down. Let's play Knight.
I tried.
Should maybe put the hold back up for this. No. So, tuned. Knight, please. Okay, yeah, Simone, that's for you then. And for all the other dark creatures out there, like Asmo and Sonja and Clara and Ra and whatever. Whoever, all you dark creatures out there. This is the monster coming for you. Well, if you waited for it, why didn't you say so earlier? Just every way. is actually the third song. Lord Asmodeus. This song is the third time this song is aired today, right? First it was on Radio Darkfire, and then there was an instrumental of Night with a reading from Claudia Rapp. That was amazing. Thank you for Zafir and Asmodeus for putting that on Radio Darkfire. So, is it time for Inappropriate? No, not yet. It's still 7 to 2 on my end, which is 7 to 8 on yours, right? So, that means we can play another really dark one. Should we play Medusa finally?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, okay, let's play Medusa. It's supposed to be here in a full set anyway. Distance me to stone where we walking. You look very alone while you're talking. You've been torn apart, barely sewn back together. You have a Frankenstein heart. Your past is your tether. He took off your hand and nailed it to his shield. Made you his bounty, his crest to wield. He cut off what had been your life before, and your world stay so. Medusa. It's not every night anymore in the small house. When you wake up and count your hills. shouldn't. And no one can tell the scars will not heal. I want to save you. We both try not to feel. And then the pain comes back. Thank you. Well, what I didn't think about when I hopped through the set list back and forth is what can I play after Medusa. Not inappropriate, probably. But well,
So what?
I'm still gonna do it.
What?
No. Any suggestion? Christoph? Right. So did we skip earlier?
I don't
Now
know
we have 2
anything.
minutes more time, and then we can play Restart from Zero if you like.
Yeah.
This means you have to get up, but still, I think it's worth it. And this is the perfect song between Medusa and Inappropriate.
Yeah. I'm quite ready. Wait a minute.
I do.
Okay, start now.
Du musst mir das Cello geben, Christoph.
Achso.
Falscher Song.
Sorry.
All hope is gone. Can I play inappropriate now, please? I hope. No, we had that song already. This comes from improvising a set list. I mean, improvising music is fun, but improvising a set list always ends in chaos, with me, as not every person present who has been present at one of our real shows. Asmo, I play. How many instruments I play is the question. The question is answered in my first instrument is violin. I only play that on science fiction album. I don't because it's hard to play violin and sing. I mean, Hannah Piranha from Birdie's Baby, she does that brilliantly. I don't. I play the piano. I play ukulele. I don't play cello. I play a tiny little bit of bass, but I'm just pretending. And I play bass ukulele. Yay! I play a little bit of trumpet, but just a little bit, because I always wanted to play trumpet, but I never had the time to really learn it. And I play the computer. All the electronic arrangements
and
are
don't forget,
solely mine.
You played the guitar on...
the guitar on Hole in the Ground,
Hole in
but
the
it was a
Ground, yes.
one-time experience, just to prove that I can play guitar. So...
So
now we have to play. Yes, now we are
Four
playing
strings?
inappropriate, or we're getting thrown out here. Are we? Huh?
4 strings.
You've got time for. You
Six
have time
strings
for
bad,
inappropriate.
as Amanda Palmer said on a memorable event. Yeah. So, can I play inappropriate now? I want to play inappropriate.
Yes,
I'm going to play inappropriate now, and you can all shout along. No matter if I hear it or not, I will know. Oh yeah, Sonia. Yeah, no, I know you know that. So, inappropriate, here we go. Because somebody's talking about the DJ already, and we have to hurry up, and this song is long. So, here we go. Inappropriate singing it. All right. It's a feather in my head. It's a pearl around my neck that makes me bad. It's the color of my hair. It's the stuff about which I care that drives you mad. I'm not correct in what I do. I'm inappropriate. I'm inappropriate. I'm inappropriate. I'm inappropriate. You've lost control over your eyeballs and over your typing hand as well. Looking away is not your forte, and what you see you have to tell. You've got the right to be offended, as I have got that to offend. Your mind is set in a concrete block, and you don't want to say to end. Hey! You can't do this because you're female. You can't do that because you're old. You can't do this because you're black or white or green. You can't do that because you suck. You can't do this because you're blind or lame or dumb. You can't do that because you're old. You can't do this because you're ugly. You know what? I give a fuck! I'm inappropriate. 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 Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, the camera turned off mid-song? Really?
Well, no, you were not.
No, just at the end of the song. Just at the
Oh,
very end.
good. Hey, I have replacement cameras.
And
See, it's back on again too.
we have the
Was this
talented
our final, or do you want an encore?
Christine. We have time for an encore?
Oh, you
Let-
said 15, so that would be 3 minutes left. But I can
Oh.
happily hand over because I'm also waiting.
Christine, do they have time for an encore? I think we've got time for an encore.
You got time for an encore?
Thank you, Christine.
You got the classic encore, the encore everybody wants to hear. Always an encore. You got big ass. I take this as a yes.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. I for a second keep my mouth shut, though I'm not sure that this is so bad. So I say what I think, and that often hurts someone, and many people wish I would drop dead. Yes, make me lose. Yes, you can make me cry. But if you try to move it, you'll feel I won't go away. Because I've got a big ass, I said it right. So if you don't like it, you gotta go away. I've got a big ass and I've a big mouth, and I won't shut up. I say, and let you look the fool you are. Let you look the fool you are. The fool you are. Feed me sweet talk to mute me. Promise me lies to keep me quiet. tell you, I say you're alright. No, I don't know what you're saying. No, I know that it's wrong. Right as I talk, I stand in the guards, but they can't stop my little song. Because I've got a back ass, I said in writing, so if you don't like it, you gotta go away. I've got a back ass and I for back mouth, and I won't shut up, but say my say and let you look the fool you are. Let you look the fool you Can somebody pull the chief back in the picture, please?
Yeah.
The main cam, possibly. Can somebody put the main cam back in the picture? Thank you. It's a pity that we couldn't see that right now, Chief. Can you go again? Queech, 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 please.
I'm sorry.
Yep, right that. Lie to me, but don't even to keep me out of your filthy plans. Keep me where you can see me, right in the spotlight. I won't move for some to see me in their only chance. Oh, so you think you have won me? Oh, so you're feeling secure? Wait till you see me standing up. I've got something to say to you. I've got a back ass, I couldn't ride it, so if you don't love it, you gotta go away. I've got a back ass, and I've a back mouth, and I won't shut up just as you want me to, because I have a back ass, I couldn't ride it, so if you don't like it, you gotta go away. I am a smart ass and have a smart mind, and I won't shut up but say and let you look the fool you are. You're a fool if you think you have on me. You're a fool, and I won't take my ass away but say and let you look the fool you are. No, no, sir, you're a fool if you think you have on me. You're a fool, and I won't take my ass away but say and let you look the fool you are.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're feeling strange from Berlin, in Berlin, and we hope to see you again in real life real soon.
Oh, please.
Thank you, Feline and Strange. We love you. We appreciate you. Everyone go check them out at patreon.com/feline and felineandstrange.com.
Right?
Mwah, mwah.
And of course, we have a PayPal link that's just Feline Lang, just like my name. I think you have it, Jeff.
Feline
And
Lang.
all our merch is available on Bandcamp.
And you guys are so wonderful. You really are.
Thank you.
Thank you
That
for a
was fun.
marvelous
Thank you for
concert.
having us.
And, next up, we will have the amazing DJ Christine.
Oh, yes.
Who,
So we can have our after party. That's great.
yes. Christine, I'm going to bring you into the stream, but not yet. Move away from the full screen. Oh, there we go. Never mind. That is everyone.
Oh, hi.
Christine, you look fabulous tonight. Your outfit's amazing. In fact, everyone looks fabulous tonight.
We did our best. He even shaved. I didn't.
I did.
You've got the
right?
You've got the usual cape look for the Dark Lord.
It's true. This cape is by Sarah of Podling's Place. You can find her on Facebook at Podling's Place. Love this cape. And those those of you who are watching, you've been watching Feline and Strange live from Berlin. And now, the amazing DJ Christine of Absolution, New York City, and so many other places, is just about to rock off all of the socks that we have. Feline and Strange, should I be putting the camera on Christine now? Or
Yes, please.
there's no good way for me to close a curtain or anything, so I'll just pop the camera over.
I can pretend.
Aha!
All right, should I start playing?
I'm 100% ready for you to... Yep, I'm 100% ready for you to start playing.
All right. And away we go.
the sun is shining, all is bright, sterling silver lining. Places set and we're dressed for dining, but this is just a fable and there's nothing at the table. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. I'm a pain, I'm a head down pessimist. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Cheer up, it might never happen. It's always darkness before the dawn. A frown is just a smile turned upside down. But your families are fraudulent, your enemies are in the night. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. I'm a paid, I'm a head down pessimist. Nothing good is gonna come from this. 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 I'm a head down pessimist. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. I'm a head down pessimist. Nothing good is gonna come from this. Nothing good is gonna come from this. My room, it's easy and free. I can lie in your footsteps and never see me. Cause people like you look right through me and still don't see the ground. But not today, I'll make you concentrate. And I don't need to make a sound. And I'll never be alone again. I'll really make you see me differently. I can wait in the shadows, not here on the streets. I just want somebody to hear you when I force you to speak. And I'll never be alone again. I'll really make you see me differently. I can ever know. I can wait, but no one ever shows. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I can ever know. I can wait, but no one ever shows. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I'm just an ordinary man with extraordinary hands. I don't want to hear your answers. I don't have to be focus on this and realize that you better be paying attention when I look in your eyes. And I'll never be alone again. I'll really make you see me differently. I can never know. I can wait on and show. I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I can never know. I can wait on and show. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I can never know. I can wait on and show. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I can never know. I can wait on and show. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I can never know. I can wait on and show. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone. I can never know. I can wait on and show. But I can make you look with this gun. So maybe I'm not like everyone.
Bei mir. Dein Stecken und Stab trösten mich. Du bereitest vor mir einen Tisch im Angesicht meiner Feinde. Du salbest mein Haupt mit Öl und schenkest mir voll ein. Gutes und Barmherzigkeit werden mir folgen mein Leben lang. Und ich werde bleiben im Hause des Herrn immer da. In nome Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Vater und Sonne, du bist im Himmel. Geheiligt werde dein Name, dein Reich komme. Dein Blick stehe wie im Himmel als auch auf Erden. Unser täglich Brot gib uns heute und vergib uns unsere Schuld, wir vergeben unseren Schuldigern. Und führe uns nicht in Versuchung, sondern erlöse uns von Übel. Denn dein ist das Reich und die Kraft und die Herrlichkeit in Ewigkeit. Amen.
Which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Vater unser, du bist im Himmel, geheiligt werde dein Name, dein Reich komme, dein Wille geschehe wie im Himmel, also auf Erden. Und vergib uns unsere Schuld, wie auch wir vergeben unseren Schuldigern. Wie auch wir vergeben unseren Schuldigern.
Vater, höre meine Stimme. Herr, höre meine Stimme. Lasse uns beten. Der Herr ist ein Schatten über deiner rechten Hand.
Dein ist das Reich und die Kraft und die Herrlichkeit in Ewigkeit. Oh Father, thine is the kingdom, the power and glory, forever and ever. Amen.
All sense of freedom gone. Like having a black sun in a white girl. I have a son. His name is beyond space. Girl, this is the year of the season is well. There's all sense of that as far as eyes can tell. Like the weekend spirit came to this world of a brave world. Our God-forsaken love. And I feel it's all you ever need to know. The roads and the seas run cold. Yeah, this is love. There's sense of that in the richest land. Like the richest came to this world and brave world. Our God-forsaken love.
Sorry guys, there's like a technical difficulty over here where it's having a problem loading, which is kind of cray. Sorry guys, there's no music right now. That's not cool, but okay. Solved.
Daddy said that I'm a good boy, 'cause I always did his way. But I can't remember, was it me? How did I feel? I call him family, but in the heart of hearts I know there's something wrong with me. What can I do? Mother said that I'm a good girl. I was always dressed to kill, but I can't remember. Was it me? How did I feel? Now this is long ago, but today I'm really sure I don't wanna crawl no more. No, I don't want to. I want to be all alone. Sometimes I don't know what I prefer to be. It's all that I can see. I want to be all alone. Sometimes I don't know what I prefer to be. It's all that I can see. So I burn down the house of hate, the key to close the door. What a nice September. I found out it's not too late. It happened yesterday, but Today I'm really sure I don't wanna crawl, no, no, I don't want to. I want to be all alone. Sometimes I don't know what I prefer to be. I want to be alone. Sometimes I don't know what I prefer to be. I want to be alone. Sometimes I don't know what I prefer to be. I want to be alone. Sometimes I don't know what I prefer to be. Jolts my spirits. I slowly swallow you. I string off little droplets. Our fragrance so refines. The spirit of nostalgia is lost behind. Human poison, desperate and rose. Makes of ambrosia, all players know sensual, 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 sensual. It always can be so easy with you on the floor against the living things and knocking down your door until the day it crumbles. No pain off in answers. Talking nothing. You left me confused. It's the right poison. I screw up the nose. I think it goes off. With she chose to break her eyes. She's big on eyes. She's big on eyes. She's big on eyes. All those better nations that hands belong to. The smell of summer, the rain was fall, the scent of June. This sweet concentration brings me back to you. Opium and poison. Desperate crows, dream all the same with me. All they just know, sensual, 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 sensual. try to breathe, I try to think of you. Don't know if trying will do. The silence, a mirror that breaks the lights into. The silence, a mirror that breaks the lights into. Come to me, in the violence we'll discover what will make us free. Accelerate, we're trying to stand when no one dares to be. We're climbing high, we fly away. We're fearless indeed. When time stands still, the moment lost. Approaching light speed. Approaching light speed. Approaching light speed. Climbing higher to fly away. We're fearless indeed. When time stands still, the moment lost. Approaching light speed. We're fearless indeed. We're climbing high, we're flying away. We're here to move, we move to stay. And time stands still, the moment lost. We're moving on, we're flying fast. We're climbing high, flying away. We're here to fearless indeed. Approaching light speed. Climbing high, flying away. We're here to live, we move to stay. And time stands still, the moment lost. We're moving around, we're flying fast. Walking on the street, when he finds a victim, he get us home. KCST, leaving his breath, shadow resting here. God forsaken feelings slowly grows, and it breaks my bones. Skies we go, take the mother off the perpetual. The skies we go, take the mother off the perpetual. The skies we go, take the mother off the perpetual. The skies we go, take mother of the past, with the magical. Keep your fingers crossed, smell your lover's hand. When he finds a victim, he get us home. Better save your breath. another awkward vegetable. The skies are low. Take us home. Say another awkward vegetable. The skies are low. Take another awkward vegetable. The skies are low. Take us home. Say another awkward vegetable. Take us home. And we show ourselves before they take us home. I'll always be the best. Oh, so awesome before they take us home. I'll always be the best. Oh, so awesome before they take us home. I'll always be the best. Oh.
Hey, this one goes out to Kevin Lindahl. Kevin, I hope you can hear me. Hey, Kevin.
When you smile, I'm in denial. Just for a while, I wish for you to see. When you smile, I can't prevent myself into a memory. You'll never know just how much I never showed me your touch. You'll never know just how much I need your touch. When you smile, the sun is high in your eyes. It's all too bright for me. When you smile, I'm not alive. I let it slide into apathy. And you'll never know just how much I never showed me your touch. You'll never know just how much I need your touch. When you smile, when you smile, when you smile, you'll never know just how much I never showed me your touch. You'll never know just how much I never showed me your touch. You'll never know just how much I never showed me your touch. You'll never know just how much I need your touch. When you smile, when you smile, when you smile. Some people get high with a little understanding. Some people get by with a whole lot.
So.
I don't know why you gotta be so underhanded. Once you get scared, you feel so much. So let somebody touch you. So hot, so cold, so far, so out of control. Hard to come by, but harder to hold. Some people get by with a little understanding. Some people get by with a whole lot more. I don't know why you gotta be so undemanding. There are parts of me that don't get you won't get what you deserve. You are what you take. Learning to cry for fun and profit. I'm not done yet. Never $1 on the English spot. Anything I can get. Some people get by. With a little understanding. Some people get by with a whole lot. I don't know why you gotta be so underhanded. Once I need all the love again. I need all the love that I can't get. I need all the love again. Oh, I need all the love that I can't get. I need all the love. Want your love. I only want your love. I only want your love. I only want your love. I don't care who must die. Just one sacrifice for your love. Just one sacrifice for your love. It's getting too late for me to find the love that I need to feel alive. Despite all my searching, I'm still far as ever from the one to save my heart. It's fading, it's fading from my blood. The heart has pointing to anything. There's no love. I want your love. I want your love. I want your don't care who must die. Just know that there's time for your love. Your beauty is all I can think of. And we're trapped in a world we won't know. This love that turns to rage as it's denied. I'll take out my revenge on all mankind. Only you can diffuse this anger burning out of control. For your kiss worth killing for. I only want your love. I only want your love. I only want your love. And for the whole world to burn in hell. I don't care this time. Just one sacrifice for your love. The whole world to burn in hell. Never be otherwise. To be a sacrifice for your love. The whole world, that's what it takes to make you mine. I will destroy humankind.
Lucifer of los diablos, meteos de cacángalos. Der Fürst der Finsternis. Ich bin der Abgrund, das Chaos. Mein Name ist Lucifer. Ich bin der Antichrist. Der Herr der Finsternis. Ich komme aus dem Reich des Bösen. Ruhig hintereinander. Knochenlauffinger. Mein Reich ist das Böse. Ich bin der Abgrund, die Entwürdigung, das Chaos. Abgefallen von Gott bin ich der Versucher. Ich bin der Antichrist. Mein Name ist Lucifer. Mein Name ist Legion, denn wir sind viele. Ich bin der Abgrund, die Entwürdigung. Ich komme aus dem Reich des Bösen. Ich bin der Antichrist. Der Herr der Finsternis.
I sit on my front line, you are the kiss. Pulsating music with my mood in my head, and I dream of a life to have you in my bed. Some of your best nights, your best nights. Some of your best nights, best nights. It happened in my arms. You in my thoughts, your hands in mine. Two bodies together, invincible. The pain of pleasure, it's you understand. Could you go where I'm waking up? Something else could be as little as love. It's not, you promise stuff. I'm taking action, you have no control. Stop your best nights, your best nights. Stop your best nights, your best nights. Justified, and I told you the truth. I'm so sorry it takes me longer. Then she smiled and blushed and continued to grind and promised to make me go out of her mind. And sending a promise, she came to my heart and licked my lips. I tasted the salt. She sat on the gas and clutched at her breast. I thought she was coming. I'd never guessed it. As she grew pale, as white as a flower, she collapsed to the floor and was dead in an hour. Your best nightmare. 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 You left me unprotected. You left me when I'm on my knees. Displayed all my weakness. You can't look down on me. One more time to make it better. One more time I earn my keys. One more time to the letter. And one more time we go squeezy. You might be better. You like me better when I'm yours alone. Take all my imperfections and drag them out into the light. After humiliation, crown me with a kiss goodnight. One more time to remember, returning to our faded pride. One more time is never a question, and one more time is never one more time. You like me better. You like me better when I'm wrong. You like me better. You like me better when I'm wrong. I'm yours alone. Just baby, want you more. I never asked you more. Despite this bullying, I'm calling you man. Monkey on my back, but I cannot shake. You like me better. You like me better. You like me better. Million faces, each a million lies, for each and all a crown disguise. Promise for action, false reaction. Embody promise in a machine so pure. Have the measure of blind ambition, the testament to your singular disease. Cancel wisdom, you heed no warning. Your desires giving you away. If I could change your mind, I would save you from the path you wander. In desperation, dreams, and in soul to set you free. And I still hear you scream in every word, in every single motion. Fighting innocence, a fire to set you free. Your actions turn conquest to dust, importance of fate. You foolishly place trust, sense fear in your broken breathing. Resort to shadows till your body expires. All creation has a promise of heaven, until you travel the road to hell. I'm saying nothing for the good of myself, but I'm still talking and you're not listening. If I could change your mind, I would save you from the path you wander. In desperation, dreams, and this soul set you free, and I still hear you scream. In every breath, in every single motion, burning innocence, the fire to set you free. Night descends upon the city. The streets are cold, the lights go by. In the stories of the people, a million faces, a million lives. They'll never say they feel what you feel, but they can't see the world you see. And in their faces, their expressions, a million faces, a million lives. If I wake from dreams, shall I fall into monsters? Will I wake in darkness, shall we fall together? If I wake from dreams, shall we find the emptiness? Break the silence that shall stop our hearts. If I wake from dreams, shall we ride together? Allowing echoes and distant nights. Why did you say we shall fall? Fall and fall and fall and fall apart. Why did you say that we shall fall and fall and fall and fall and fall apart? If I wake from dreams for the glory of nothing, or fight with the sun for the pouring down light. If we fall from dreams, shall we push into darkness, start to the howling and hide the night. If I fall from dreams, all my breath in silence, who loves to lose and to lose is to die. Why did you say we shall fall? We fall and fall and fall and fall apart. Why did you say that we shall fall and fall and fall and fall and fall apart? Why did you say that we shall fall and fall and fall and fall and fall apart? And why did you say that we shall fall? Come back, my dream, into my heart, into my heart. Come back, my dream, into my heart, into my heart.
I must fulfill like a rising monster, always embrace, see the world down, before you on the day. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my heart. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my heart. Just hands, don't feel their kind, my kind, brought me to here. Come back, my dream, into my heart, into my arms. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my arms. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my arms. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my arms. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my arms. Come back, my dream, into my arms, into my arms.
Find you in the morning after dreams of distant signs. Put yourself over me like the sun through the blinds. Lift me up, get me out, keep me walking but never shout. All the secret close, I hear you say. You know the way it twists and turns, changing colors, spinning yarns. You know the way it leaves you dry, it cuts you up and takes you high. You know the way it's painted gold. Is it honey? Is it cold? You know the way it rolls about. It takes you in and spits you out. You are. Like a distant wind, but through the zero I will walk. We'll cut the thick and break the thin. No sound break, no moment clear. When all the doubts are crystal clear, crashing hard into the secret wind. You know the way it goes about. Takes you in and spits you out. It spits you out when you desire can lift up feel higher. To follow well, you must be clean. Mistakes that you do mean. Of the heart, switch the pace. Look for what seems out of place.
Destroy everything you touch today. Destroy me this way. Anything that may desert you, so we cannot hurt you. You only have to look behind you and who's under. Mind you, destroy everything you touch today. Destroy me this way. Everything you touch, you don't feel. Do not know what you steal. Shake your hand, take your gun, watch you out of the sun. Watch you touch, you don't feel. Do not know what you steal. Destroy everything you touch today. Please destroy me this way. Destroy everything you touch today. Destroy me this way. Anything that may delay you might just save you. You only have to look behind you and who's under. Mind you, destroy everything you touch today. Destroy me this way. Everything you touch, you don't feel. Do not know what you steal. Shake your hand, take your gun, watch you out of the sun. Watch you touch, you don't feel. Do not know what you steal. Destroy everything you touch today. Please destroy me this way. Everything you touch, you don't feel. Do not know what you steal. Shake your hand, take your gun, watch you out of the sun. Watch you touch, you don't feel. Do not know what you steal. Destroy everything you touch today. Please destroy me this way.
silence, let it ring on. Eyes dark, red lips, bright as the sun. We were not a lifetime living in the night. Left the blinding road to waiting for our side. Same place, stay up.
Ah, shoot. No.
I got no more time to hear what you think about me, because all your words are so cold, so kind, so clean. In the moment you could be honest, you could wake up, but your jealousy is more blind than love.
And you could be my enemy, or you could be my judge. If you could stop remembering all the time that you used to. And you could be my enemy, if you could show me love. If I could stop remembering all the time that you used to.
I got no more time to hear who you think you should blame, because all your words to survive so vicious, so vain. In the end, we did all the damage that you could want, but the emptiness will go on and on.
And you could be my enemy, and you could be my judge. If you could stop remembering all the time that you used to. And you could be my enemy, if you could show me love. If I could stop remembering all the time that you used to. And you could be my judge if you could stop remembering all the time that tears go. And you could be my remedy if you could show me love. If I could stop remembering all the time that tears go. A single moment was enough to create this. A retinal distraction was a scattered light. It's a floating image. Reflection is all just time. The shade of your eyes is a curse, it's a curse. Don't look at me, don't look at me, it hurts. The neurons are fired, the neurons have fired. A torrential surge through the optic nerve, I can't find the words. I want from the body today. Only a sentence left. Only a sentence left. A single moment was enough to create this. A retinal distraction when it's scattered light. It's insulted an edge. Perfection is all just time. The shade of your eyes is a curse, it's a curse. Don't look at me, don't look at me, it hurts. The neurons are fired, the neurons have fired. A torrential surge through the optic nerve, I can't find the words. I want from the body to bed. Only a sentence left. Only a sentence left. It's too late for rational sense. The neurons are fired, the neurons have fired. A single moment was enough to create this. A retinal distraction when it's scattered with light. It's informed an image. Reflection is all just time. The shade of your eyes is a curse, it's a curse. Don't look at me, don't look at me, it hurts.
Now is the only thing that's real. The pigs used to watch over the people. Now they're watching the people. Now is the only thing that's real. Sorry, Talk like rock.
Impressed by possession, inside is no refresh. Dictate the test. Offers pure. Show tonight. Freezing time. Show's mind. Distractions no line. Instincts involved. Over and over. Place the truth. Watch how it all blends. What lines makes you all different. You will succeed. Let's say that it's the define the state of things. Crazy things. Some spoken. Crying. Your eyes open. You know some spoken changes nothing. You so sure. You so true. You so true. Why should I want to relax. I want to feel free. I want to be you. You want to be me. So why are you always hiding? And why why you always wanting? Why you always hiding? And why you always wanting? I look at you, I look at your face, I look at your face. Reach for my hand, it's the case. Just a case. Forever with you, you're more I can see. Now I do you want to be? Do you want to be? So why are you always hiding? And why are you always wanting? Why are you always hiding? And why are you always wanting? So why are you always hiding? Why are you always Why are you always hiding? Why are you always So why are you always hiding? It's my soul, not mine, and my not just mine. Destiny, mine, never to be ruled. All hell to be not together. All hell, just a line to be I know that my heart's not beating. No, just me. So why do I love when I still feel pain? Like everything on what I've done. Why am I alone? And why do I feel that I carry a song from a lack of feel? So why do I love when I still feel pain? Like everything
To my home.
hands, lift me up and give me your wings to flee from my ivory tower. Wanna feel the warmth of my flames, light in darkness, pulling me up from here. Give me your wings to flee from my ivory tower.
It's getting dark, so some a threatening silence surrounding me. The wind comes down from the islands, but distance fades to stormy gray. Wash up from the deep of the ocean. Here I will stand to face your love. While the other soft rain comes on my heart, don't be so fast, don't be afraid, just once in a lifetime. Come on my heart, don't be so fast, don't be afraid, just once in a lifetime. The rain can wash away my tears, the wind can soothe my pain. You made me doubt, you made me feel, but now I'm not the same. You took my life, my heart on some time into the deep of the ocean. I don't pretend that I love you, 'cause there is nothing left to lose. When silence comes back to me, I find myself feeling lonely, standing here on the shores of destiny. I find myself feeling lonely. I had a life to give, many dreams to live. Don't you know that you're losing so much this time? Even the waves, I won't be afraid. Why on the other side of rain, come on my heart. Don't be so fast, don't be afraid, just once in a lifetime. Come on my heart. Don't be so fast, don't be afraid, just once in a lifetime. The rain can wash away my tears, the wind can soothe my pain. You made me doubt, you made me fear, but now I'm not the same. You took my life, my hand on salt, into the deep of the ocean. I don't pretend that I love you, 'cause there is nothing left to lose. The love in you, it does not burn. There is no lesson you can learn. And there are sounds you cannot hear, and there are feelings you can feel. Come down my heart, don't be so fast, don't be afraid, just once in a lifetime. I don't pretend that I love you, and this time I'm not scared of you. Should I seen this coming? Should I known this? Shouldn't have let it happen. Mistake, alright, start it again. Putting my pain to a right and far apart. Let's have a toast for another great night. I'm a slut, you're a slut, who the fuck cares? A silly season if you're going for the right guy. I'll be marked with a tag on a Best Buy. Go silver and slow. I don't wanna I ain't gonna snow. Isn't that Joe? I don't wanna I ain't gonna You're a mean, selfish dream with a cruel mouth. If you're looking for attention, we are sold out. Go slow and slow. I don't wanna go these. I ain't gonna slow this let me go. I don't wanna go these. I ain't gonna Go slow and slow. I don't wanna go these. I ain't gonna slow this let me go. I don't wanna go these. I ain't gonna.
Woohoo!
I'm taking a ride with my best friend. I'm home, he never lets me down again. He knows where he's taking me where I want to be. I'm taking a ride with my best friend. We're watching the world pass us by. Never want to come down, never want to put your feet back down on the ground. I'm taking a ride with my best friend. I hope he never lets me down again. Promises me I'm safe as houses, as long as I remember who's wearing the trousers. I hope he never lets me down again. Never want to go down, never want to put my feet down on the ground. We're flying high, we're watching the world pass us by. Never want to go down, never want to put my feet back down on the ground. The fire from the fireworks when I got for another and a shot for the baby. If you run for cover in the temple, I'll love you. Run for another, but still listening for a wind through the mind, David Ross, it's like. In the temple of love, you hide today. Believing me and fear outside. But still one you ride forever. And the tears we cried will be on Moses' eyes, Father's eyes. In the temple of love, shine like thunder. In the temple of love, cry like rain. In the temple of love, hear my calling. In the temple of love, the mind first watches. My God, your walks away. Life is short and love is always over. I'm gonna be like a wind don't carry me far away. With the sun like a guy, I'm coming to when I get for a dollar, I take a shot for a baby inside. You run for a cover to the temple of love. You run for a dollar, it's all the same. For the wind will blow and throw your walls aside. With the fire from the fireworks start the bomb. When I got for a dollar, in the shot for the baby. You run for a cover in the temple of love. Shine like thunder, fire like rain in the temple of love. Goes cold and strong, but the wind goes strong, but the cold and long. In the temple of love, will fall and always like it comes my needs to you no sky from the sleeping underground. Water sounds of your eye, they will not sing. Your face will breaks into the water. All your prayers must seem as nothing like existence. The local wave, soon it's dust along the air. In the temple of love, shine like thunder. In the temple of love, cry like rain. In the temple of love, in the temple of love, it's falling down. water sounds. My weeping will not save your face for bricks and dreams for mortar. All your prayers must seem as nothing. 96 below the way, but stone is dust, and there remains the only haven you can trust. And the devil in the black dress watches my guardian angel walks away. Life is short and love is always over, and I'm always black green, don't carry me far away. With the fire won't stop above. With a gun for another, and a shot for a beat. One for a couple, and a temple of love. The skylights thunder, twilight bleed. The temple of love looks cold and strong, but the wind looks stronger, cold and long. In the temple of love, living all the dawn is black. Wind blows my knees, see you no more. People love you right together. Believe in pain and fear outside. But someone giving you lights the weather and the tears you cry for the rain on the horse's ride. Lover's eyes. In the temple of love, shine like thunder. In the temple of love, cry like wind. In the temple of love, will call in the temple of love, it's falling down.
Children were running, you were running down to town. Under the mountain, the golden mountain, were you praying at the Irish shrine? But oh, you'll see a tear not to know. Oh, you'll see a tear not to know. We found you hiding, we found you lying, choking on the dirty side. Your former glory and all the story, like a Wall Street behind. But oh, you'll see a tear not to know. My friend, oh, you'll see a tear not to know. My friend, you'll see a tear not to know. Watching us riding, children were riding, we found you hiding, we found you lying. Mother was riding, children were riding, we found you hiding, we found you lying. You'll see a tear not to know. Oh, you'll Pulling down your gaping mouth. Come on, the mornings, like the sinners. Caught in the throes, yeah. Whoa. Oh, yeah, see it tonight, oh, yeah, see it tonight, oh, yeah, see it
We make ritual noise. We weave the fabric of dreams. We build cities of sound. We feel the rhythm of time. We make ritual noise. Light to the world under our fingertips. We take special care. Listen to the words spoken in confidence. We make ritual noise. Shouting to be heard, calling your burning lips. We break down the gate. Open up our wounds, bleeding for innocence. We make ritual noise, we meet the fabric of dreams. We build cities down within a rhythm of time. We make ritual noise. We weave the fabric of dreams. We build cities of sound. We feel the rhythm of time. We make ritual noise. We weave the fabric of dreams. We build cities of sound. We feel the rhythm of time. We make ritual noise. We weave the fabric of dreams. We build cities of sound. We feel the rhythm of time. ritual noise. Where we the American dreams. We build cities and towns. We feel the rhythm of time. We make ritual noise. Where we the American dreams. We build cities and towns. We feel the rhythm of time. We make ritual noise.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. And God saw everything that He had made, and behold, it was good. And God created man, and man created machine, and machine created music. And machine saw everything it had made, and said, "Behold."
You read between the lines, know me better than I do. I'll once again, my friend, you know I'm not a saint. You know it all this time, so you've been waiting for me. You read between the lines, you know me better than I do. I'm lost again, my friend. No, I'm not a saint. You know it all the time. You've been waiting for me.
And the machine saw everything it had made, and said, "Behold." Stop.
You can see her wherever it rains, from Rome to New Orleans, dancing over the grave, burning by the heart she loves her, sunglasses of dark, and every single day, little life falls apart. She's out to love, so we can have her and she's close to us, but they're just like nothing. Crucifixion on her bare white skin. Drive a pagan or she loves her dad into and every single day her loud tear us apart. She's out to love, so we can't have her right alone. She's close to us, on her dying, just like a gothic girl, lost in the dark of the world. All little gothic girl, always so dramatic, constantly gothic girl, lost in the dark of the world. All little gothic girl.
How long have you been free in this world of heights and greed? Is it black or is it white? Let's find another compromise. And a future standing still. We're dancing in the spotlights. Where's the leader who leads me? I'm still waiting, leaving home. And God is on your side, dividing sparrows from the nightingales. Watching all the time, dividing water from the burning fire. Leave the light in the night for me, that I can find you. Remember when we both were young and reckless and so curious. Now you're hiding from your child, a new day's dawning. Remember that you felt alive sometimes. And God is on your side, dividing cruelty from tenderness. Watching all the time, dividing fiction from reality. Moving circles, walk on lines, no human being in sight. Come the winds and come the seas, try another kind of peace. Who fights this holy silver war? A million men in uniform. Boys, der Führer, der mich führt. Ich warte immer noch. Leaving home, and God is on your side, dividing presence from the history. Watching all the time, dividing deaf men from the listening ones. Leave the light in the night for me, that I can find you. Remember when we both were young and reckless and so curious. Now you're hiding from your child, a new day's dawning. Remember that you felt alive sometimes. And God is on your side, dividing cruelty from tenderness. Watching all the time, dividing fiction from reality. Moving circles, walking lines, no human being inside. Come the winds and come the seas. Try another kind of peace. Who fights this holy silver war? A million men in uniform. Boys, der Führer, der mich führt. Ich warte immer noch. Leaving home, and God is on your side, dividing presence from the history. Watching all the time, dividing deaf men from the listening ones. Leave the light in the night for me, that I can find you. Remember when we both were young and reckless and so curious. Now you're hiding from your child, a new day's dawning. Remember that you felt alive sometimes. And God is on your side, dividing soldiers from the fishermen. Watching all the time, dividing washes from the ferry boats. Ferry boats.
I see you flying and I want to touch you. You know that I want you now. To feel your body wrapped all around me. I need to touch you now. There is something that is inside me. I want to touch you now. Right in front of me, so silky. I need to touch you now. To feel your body wrapped all around me. I want to touch you now. You know I want you. I see you lying there. I need to touch you now. I see you lying there, but I want to touch you. You know that I want you now. To feel your body wrapping all around. I need to touch you now. There is something that is inside me. I want to touch you now. Right in front of me, so serious. I need to touch you now. Feel your body wrapping all around me. I want to touch you now. You know I want you to kiss you myself. I need to touch you now. Wanna be you just wanna be. Do you want to be like me? Feels like a hole inside. Can't breathe, my lungs have tried. My heart's above, ready to go out. I wanna be, that's you. I fucking wanna be, yeah. Why'd you want to be like me? You hate yourself, you hate yourself. I can remember you hate yourself, you hate yourself. Feels like a hole inside. Can't breathe, my lungs have tried. My heart's numb, ready to explode. Brings out the break in me. Don't think it's purity. I stick in you. Try to tell yourself it ain't true.
No. No, no. What the hell? No. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties.
I live on the cracks in your facade. My nature is to see. I cheat, surrounded by snowflakes. Turn of fate, beautiful crystal in my eye. Amends my sight, intensify, multiply. I'm not looking to your face, but I see the sky. Without you, there is nothing but a waste of light. Without you, I am lost, I vanish in the night. Without you, life is but a senseless waste of time. Without you, everything I dream turns black and white. I see down the steps to your men's eye. My fate is disbelief. I grieve, surrounded by snowflakes. Eternal fate, spinning currents of my life. Love shaped white, intensify, multiply. I don't look into your face, there's no reason why. Without you, day is nothing but a waste of night. Without you, I am lost, I vanish in the night. Life is but a senseless waste of time. Everything I dream turns black and white. Without you, day is nothing but a waste of light. Without you, I am lost, I vanish in the night. Without you, life is but a senseless waste of time. Without you, everything I dream turns black and white. Without you, without you, shadows free. Steal me away from you. Don't wake at night to watch you sleep. I know you always see. This German dog tells you where I'm going. Every night I cry, every night I call your name. Every night I cry, every night I call again. So don't talk about the shadows gone. Running away from you. Don't talk about it never was. And it's always ever true. There's nothing you can ever say. Nothing you can ever do. Every night I call, every night I scream your name. Every night I call, every night I dream to say. Every night I fall, waiting for my own breath. Every night I fall, waiting for my own to bed. Just make your face the shadow smile. Singing away from you. It doesn't matter how you hide. Find you if you're wanting to. So slide back down, close your eyes. Sweet water must be told. Every night I call, every night I call your name. Every night I call, every night I call again. Every night I call, sweet animal sweet. Every night I call, sweet from my dream. Every night I call, sweet animal sweet. Every night I call, sweet from my dream.
When in the springtime of the year, when the trees are crowned with leaves, when the ash took and the birch new, and dry still ribbons fair, when I was cold, the breathless moon, in the blue veil of the night, the shadows of the trees appear, amidst the lantern light. We've been running over the night in summertime of the spring. Love returning and again, we breathe God again. Go down to the shady groves, the sun will shadow near. Tie a ribbon on the sheltering arms in the springtime of the year. The songs of the birds seem to fill the wood, and where the fiddler plays, all the voices can be heard long past the woodland days. We've been running over the night in summertime of the spring. Love returning back again, we bring God away. So they linked their hands and danced round in circles and in rows. So the journey of the night descends, all the shades are gone. God gave me to bring you here, and at your door we stand. Jesus brought we'll walk it out, work of our Lord's hand. We've been running over the night, sometime on this day. Returning back again, we bring God again. We've been running over the night, sometime on this day. Returning back again, we bring God again.
feel the seasons change. I'm wavering like waves. October haunts May. We'll be allies all night. Cold autumn day. Turn my mind back to a time when I was alive. Not unexpected. Letter on skin, lighting candles, and slowly drifting back. Sometime. Sometimes living so close to the answer. Sometimes wasting our chance to the center. Inside us. Sometimes in October. I'm ready for your love. Take me high. Sweet dreams in your desire. Ready to touch. Lay your hands on me. Take me to the edge. See
No,
Hello, this is James D.
no.
Starr.
I forgot that was the promo version.
Let me take you on a train around the world and back. Any woman can really sit still. That you might really want me. Make my body to its own. Let me show you the look of my eyes. I'll take you to the highest mountain, to the depths of the deepest sea. Everyone need a man to lead me. Now let my body do the moving, let my hands do the soothing. Let me show you the world with my eyes. That's all there is. Nothing more than you can feel now. That's all there is. Let me put you on the ship on a long, long trip. Your lips close to my lips. All the eyes in the ocean, all the hands in motion. Let me show you the world with my eyes. That's all there is. Nothing more than you can touch now. That's all there is. Let me show you the world with my eyes. Let me show you the world with my eyes. Let me show you the world with my eyes. Let me show you the world with my eyes. Let me show you the world with my eyes. Let me show you the world with my eyes. Let me show you the world.
only could, and make a deal with God, and I get him to small places. Be running up that road, be running up that hill, be running up that building. See if I only could. You don't wanna hurt me. See how deep the wood lies. On the way, tearing you asunder. There is thunder in our hearts. Is there so much hate for the ones we love? Tell me we won't let it go. It's you and me. It's you and me. You won't be unhappy. Only God, I make a deal with God, and I get to small places. Be running on that road, be running on that hill, be running on that building. If only it's you and me. It's you and me. You won't be unhappy. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, angel. Come on, darling. Let's exchange the experience.
Just one step at a time. Get closer to destiny. I knew at a glance there'd always be a chance for me. With someone I could live for. Nowhere I'd rather be. Is your love strong enough? Like a rocket sea. Am I asking too much? Is your love strong enough? Just one beat of your heart and stranger than fantasy. I knew from the start it had to be a place for me. Someone that I worked out for. There's nowhere to get me. Is your love strong enough? Like a rocket sea. Am I asking too much? Is your love strong enough? Is your love strong enough? Just one beat of your heart. Is your love strong enough? 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 Is your love Okay, so this was the last song. This is my very first live stream, so thank you for staying with me, and hopefully many more to come.
You rock, Christine.
Oh, thank you. There you are, Jeff. Am I still streaming live?
As a matter of fact, as far as I can tell, the stream was suspended for policy violations as of about 3 minutes ago. Quote
Oh,
unquote,
3 minutes ago on YouTube?
yeah, quote unquote policy violation.
Oh, wait a second. So, wait, so first my stream on Facebook was suspended after 15 minutes, and then on YouTube they suspended it 3 minutes ago.
It's going in and out now. So
Is that what
it's now live again.
Okay. Well,
So-
listen, you know, with YouTube, you can write to them and you can tell them that stuff's up, that people are reporting you, and they'll, you know, like they'll disregard if they get crazy messages and stuff like that. So
I'm gonna have a talk with YouTube
I've
because
seen other people go through this before.
I'm pretty sure it's not illegal.
We used to have this on Facebook. They were all trying. No, it's not illegal to be a DJ and play songs that you found in various places, friends give them to you, or, you know, all DJs trade music back and forth, and nobody ever, like, you know, does what it takes to make it legally so that they can play the song. That's, I think, for the radio. Like, if you're a top radio station, you have to pay like a certain organization in order to play those songs. But if you're just on a small level like we are, nobody ever has to do that. So, but I guess it's a technicality that they could try to mess you up on.
Well, I'm going to look a little more closely into the rules, and I'm going to look a little more closely into selective.
So what you're saying? Hold on.
So we're still live.
So what you're saying? So you're basically telling me that. Oh shoot!
No, we're fine. We are live again. This is an exciting experience. Did you have a last song you wanted to play?
Okay, so sure, why not? Okay. I had kind of ended, but I can certainly pull up another one and play it. Telling me that for the law. Did that song get played?
That song got played.
Listen, did that last song that I played even get? Oh, okay, it did. All right, and then all of a sudden it got suspended for policy violations. All right, I'll play like a kind of a end of the nighty type new age song.
Coming out. Thank you to the amazing.
I'm having a problem with one side of my mixer.
That's okay. I'm gonna.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Why can't I pull up my? Oh, there it is. Crazy stuff was going on with one side of this mixer too, and I'm gonna have to look into that. This computer needs more RAM, so
I bet Robbie can help you.
Why can't I load the song that I want to load? Awesome. Yeah, I would love help with it. I was just gonna bring it to the Genius Bar when it opens, because the reason why I was unable to get more sorry, let me lower this. The reason why I was unable to get more RAM is because the Apple Store is closed. Hold on. The Apple Store is closed.
Is this the last song of the night?
Yeah, so this is the last song of the night. It's Marta's song by Deep Forest, who I really love, by the way.
So cool.
Surprise, surprise! I love a band called Deep Forest. I need a better camera angle. This camera angle was bothering me so much all night. I had my camera on this microphone stand that I used to use that Jason made, and it was all like topsy-turvy.
Oh. Well, this song is really special to Antoine. Let's listen.
What's that?
This song is really special to Antoine. Let's listen to it.
Because my music is up, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Type. Okay, so that was my last song of the evening. Thank you guys for being with me on my maiden voyage of streaming online, which I'm sure there are going to be many, many more streams. Thank you so much.
Christine, you were absolutely awesome. Thank you for being a part of Gilt and Fanfare 2020, Gilt and Fanfare Online. Looking forward to having you at the rescheduled Gilt and Fanfare when we figure out a date as everyone gets a handle on what's going on. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and for making us all dance. You are amazing. Everyone, check out DJ Christine on Twitch at twitch.tv/xteen000 xteen and on Insta at instagram.com/xteenjones. Sorry, am I pronouncing it right? I always get it wrong.
John.
John.
It's a weird spelling.
Johnes.
That's all right.
Thank you all for coming.
It's
and
Johns.
Christine Johns. Have a wonderful night, everyone.
Have a great night, guys. Oh my gosh.